Yes. You want a pearl with it? Oh, me. The like down the street.
How you doing, Councilwoman? How you doing, Councilwoman?
Oh, the house, I didn't know what house I got there, how she could answer the door.
Well, let's just stay in
I don't
order.
have the address.
How you doing, Councilwoman?
No, I know, nothing even
This is what it said.
Yes.
How are you?
well, I'm trying to get presidential on the table.
Yeah.
Today? Wow. Again.
Everybody loves it right after that.
Oh, that's true. Oh, okay. Stupid elections. It's early voting. Oh. Yes, right.
hospital board at all.
Oh. Oh, if you're not talking about. Oh, you know what, I do need to print something out.
Gee, this is not what I need.
Okay.
Okay, never mind, I got it, I'm fine.
Okay, I figured it was nice.
I've done it enough, I'm good.
The time is now 4:41 on Monday, February 12th. I call this Special Affairs Council meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Mr. Mays is absent. Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Michelle?
Present.
Mr. Piper?
Present.
Ms. Worthing is not in. We have 7 members present. We have 7 members present. Now it's time for the reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault and battery and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from meetings. Are there any requests for changes and or additions to the agenda? All right, since there are no requests for changes and or additions to the agenda, we will now open it up for public speaking. Is there anyone who would like to address the council?
Hello, City Council members. My name is R.L. Mitchell. And I want to address the situation about the brownfield over in my ward, 3rd ward. But anyway, my neighbors always come to me instead of coming to Murphy. And the reason why he wasn't here the other day, because he was arrested before he got to City Hall, and they let him out Saturday, kept him in the jail for 3 weeks, and let him out on Friday, and he said the same thing. He wanted to know how to get into City Hall where he could state what's going on in the 3rd ward with Murphy Ward. On the street is Parkway. It's Parkway Street. I keep getting it messed up. And there's a bad domestic situation worse than Chicago. Organized crime dealing with the Popo. The Popo seems like they got something against my neighbor, because every time he try to make it to City Hall to address, like I'm standing up here now, a situation they seem like they put the man in a fight with his family and put him in jail and then let him out, and he happened to run into me every time, right in front of the BNY store, in the dollar store, in front of all the neighbors and everybody, and he'd be telling me stuff that'll make you cringe at your knees if you just keep, and you gotta keep looking behind you, you don't know what's going on. Because the city police, sometimes I think they the one doing the drive-by shooting and all that junk. Because they're messing with the guy. I'm supposed to be here at 2 o'clock, but I got here late, and you see, as I say, you see me. Anyway, I'm here, and I want to. Well, I see Murphy here too. He can address it if he ever show up, and if we keep going along, and you see, go see what this city really made out of. With this, and another thing, the guy that messed up the water. There's a one-man jury. They let him off, and all his cronies died there. I mean, all of them. And that's what they be going on in Flint. People think they don't get away with their water situation. It ain't, over there with Jefferson School, Murphy getting up and walking out. I hope everybody watching this stuff, getting a $25,000 lawnmower and talking to. And anyway, I let somebody else talk. Take that.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the council?
Hi, my name is Melissa Sromsky. I live in the 6th Ward. I caught on the news today, and they're sitting there saying, you guys are going to discuss the ARPA money. There is no more ARPA money. It's in the general fund. Why do you keep calling it the ARPA money? I don't get it. The residents keep asking for help, and all you guys are doing is helping your own pockets. We have a mayor who wants to take Dan Kilde's seat, which I'm not understanding, because he has done not one thing for the city of Flint, except for downtown. The water isn't clean. Okay, we're still, 95% since Mayor Karen Weaver left? I mean, how many years ago was that? And we're still at 95%? Are you kidding me? I mean, obviously, somehow there's trips getting paid for Iowa. I'm not sure if residents are still paying for Liddell Lewis's police escort from home to the council meetings. I mean, damn, in Dennis, he couldn't even get the police to help him when his family was getting threatened. That's kind of sad. I mean, seriously, you guys want to sit there and have these seats, and then you want to promote people. At least promote people that are doing things for the residents. Because this is ridiculous. I mean, we got put into a $9 million more garbage contract. Who does that crap? What about the golf courses? You guys turned down $1 million golf course deal? Are you kidding me? And that was higher than what everyone else was willing to give you. Who does that? I mean, please, make that make sense to the residents. What is it that, seriously, and Candace, when you talk about God, you do not sit there and listen to my God, because my God wouldn't tell you to do backdoor deals. My God wouldn't tell you to listen to the mayor. My God would not tell you to lie to the residents and do the residents dirty. Liddell Lewis, you lied so bad last week. I mean, seriously, it was off the chain. Sweetheart, you need to start going back and looking at your meetings and your dumpster fires and everything else. And when you sit there and say you didn't say something, but you did, and it's on recording, you're nothing but a liar. And you need to be out here. Maryland don't even want you back. I mean, I don't know what city you're going to go to next or the state you're going to go to next, but if I hear you running, I'm going to let them all know how you behaved in Flint Council. And thank you.
Thank you. One moment, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
One moment, ma'am. One moment. Ready? Okay. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Alicia Fisher, and I'm here on behalf of my daughter and her family. A home is a place that should be peaceful, a place of comfort. A home should be your refuge. My daughter and her family reside in Ward 8. Mr. Pfeiffer, I have attempted to contact you on several occasions regarding the incidents that have taken place at her residence between she and her neighbor. You have never returned my calls. I emailed you a copy of incidents. I asked you to respond, and you did not. These incidents include the neighbors shooting the house and shattering windows with a BB gun.
Wow.
The neighbor shooting my daughter's husband in the back with a BB gun. The neighbor shooting a car that was sitting in her drive with a BB gun, and I have an estimate here. Calling her African-American friends and her family the N-word. The neighbor stabbed my daughter. The officers called it a scratch. Tendons were sliced and she is unable to use her middle finger on her right hand. She has a video of this incident and she has a video of him saying that he wished he had cut deeper and killed her.
Whoa!
She has a video where he called the police and said that she was threatening him with a gun. She was outside, cameras running. He left after he made the call. She asked the officers to review the camera and the time that the call came in. She never left her porch. They did not. They did not file a false report either, and had the police come to the house with guns drawn, they may have heard or killed her. There are so many other incidents that I don't have time for in my 3 minutes. She's had a miscarriage and then a premature baby, I'm sure from some of the stress from the situation. I ask you, what if your daughter wanted to go out on a sunny day, sit on her front porch or back patio, drink coffee, and she couldn't because she's afraid that the neighbor will shoot her or the baby with a BB gun, or call her names? What would you do? This type of behavior is harassment and destruction of property, which would not be allowed to take place if it were happening to any of you or your homes. If it were happening to the mayor or his home, a police officer or his home. If the tables were turned, I have to believe that if my daughter were white, blonde hair, blue eyes, and Ronald, the neighbor, was black, this destruction and harassment would not have continued for 4 years, and I would have gotten a call back by now. These are hate crimes and malicious destruction of property. These crimes cause mental anguish and terror. I am here to ask for someone to do their job and assist my daughter in getting relief from the racism, the hate, the stupidity, and the hell that lives next to her. I am also asking for someone to finally do their job.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council?
Good evening, council. This evening I feel it is necessary to share a Black History reflection with you. Most of us are familiar with the names of Mr. Jordan Truth, Dr. Carter G. Woodson, Mrs. Rosa Parks, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and Minister Malcolm X. These heroes and heroes stood their grounds and fought for equal rights. For most of us, these are our ancestors. We stand on their shoulders today. I ask you, City Council, has their sacrifice been in vain? It appears that several of you on this council allow racist rhetoric. I'm talking emboldened lies, noxious fairy tales, and fake social media accounts to govern how we live. In so doing, you dishonor our ancestors. I'll say it again. You dishonor our ancestors. Look away, but I'm talking to you. Remember, Dr. King said, we will walk hand in hand someday. Did his 1963 dream die? How would we allow greed, self-righteousness, and ignorance to prevail over sound, reasonable decision-making? Did you forget about the ancestors? Did you forget about the God you claim you serve? On tonight's agenda, filling the vacancy at Hurley Hospital. Liddell, I know you're too busy writing to listen, but is this your pastor? Does he know how you behave? We are ashamed of you, personally and professionally. We are ashamed of you, personally and professionally. This lengthy prelude leads me to my Black History moment. City Council, there is an Ethics and Accountability Board, but there's also a fearless warrior who, like Ms. Jordan Truth, is not afraid to cry loud. She spent her wedding anniversary collecting signatures, praise God. This speaks volumes to me. Her committed husband walked the streets with her and countless other people seeking the removal of those who were not representing the community honorably. Her walk is very reminiscent of the ancestors, and we are standing on their shoulders. I am sorry I was not able to walk with you, but you have my support and highest respect. While you were out, I was praying that the Lord would continue to dispatch angels to keep you safe from danger, corroded pipes, loose dogs, fallen tarps, broken porches, and all the things ARPA funds were assigned to repair. God is faithful. Would you please accept this small thank you, Mrs. Beverly Bigsley? You are my Black History hero.
Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council? Is there,
Honorable council, praise God, and all is possible with
excuse me, sir, Larry, could you speak a little bit more into the mic?
Yes, praise God with whom all is possible, without whom nothing is possible. We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. With all due respect, that ain't y'all.
Amen.
And we are dealing with some wickedness in high places. So it's not my brother and sister I'm fighting with. It's a whole satanic force. And you have to have your faith, as it says further down in the scripture, put on the whole armor of God, and having done all, stand. I'm Shakala Muhammad, Minister of Propaganda for the committee to elect Mr. Hutchinson for President of the United States. Honorable Council, Mayor's Office, City Attorney's Office, Clerk's Office, Public Safety, local media, residents of the city, of the beautiful and great city of Flint, Michigan, citizens of the United States and the world. I rise and I extend to myself as much time as I may consume to extend and revise my remarks. I'd like to talk about these 3 dates in February, Black History Month as a whole, Valentine's Day, and President's Day. Out of all the people that I can speak of in Black History Month, Malcolm X, his teacher telling him when he asked to be a lawyer, he told him that being an attorney was no realistic goal for him. And, you know, that is indicative of the systematic racism that we have to deal with in America. And we will deal with it, and we are dealing with it. Hannibal, who took elephants up a mountain, up across and around a mountain to defeat the Roman army. I want to talk about tonight Dennis Edwards. Dennis Edwards was one of the Temptations from Motown. And there was a little situation that happened with the Temptations. One of the members of the Temptations started feeling themselves, thinking he was bigger than the group.
All right.
And what happened was Mr. Barry Cordy got together with Oberson brothers, and they had what they call a quorum. That's what you call it here, a quorum. They had a quorum, and out of that quorum, 3 things came about. They said, this dude messing up my money. And the next thing was, if he mess up tonight, he's out. Barry Cordy said, may I have more time, please?
Unfortunately, sir, we cannot grant more time, but we're in the council meeting that's happening directly after this, and the public will have an opportunity to speak, so you can finish your comments there.
So what happened was Dennis
Edwards
took over.
No, sir, thank you.
Y'all ain't done Temptation.
Is there anyone else who'd like to address the public? I mean, excuse me, the council?
Put the mic down.
You may start.
My name is Beverly Bigsley. I want to say to you, Candace, I don't want your prayers. Because if you can pray for your dad with 190 pounds, I know you cannot pray for
Ms.
me.
Biggs, what we will not do tonight is personal attacks. So stick to either the agenda or your issues that you have with council. I know that you would like a reaction, but I am calling you to order. So I actually pray for everyone. So please stick to the
Your prayers
agenda.
are in vain. With me, your prayers are in vain. Okay? Don't pray for me. Pray for the mayor, which is with him. And Liddell, you went around telling the pastor you would give him $50,000 if he removed me out of that Kennedy Center. That was fine and well. That was fine and well. But I have 100 sheets of paper where I paid this man over $19,000. And a lot of it wasn't for rent. It was for him to go to the casino where he borrowed money from me. But you try to take up for him because you promised him. That's why you say you guys won't vote for him because of the mere fact he's in the first ward. You try to help the first ward. When Eric was in that seat, you didn't think about the first ward. And that's why I brought this poster board to let Eric know we all care for him. Whether you care for him or not, whether you all care for him or not, we care for Eric. And I wanted to put it in front of his seat, but I know y'all won't agree to that. And I brought him a dozen.
Ariel, I'm sorry, Miss Lee, please. Ariel, would you please take that poster back to your seat with you?
See?
Take the poster back to your
See the
seat with
snakes?
you. Take
Take
the
it
poster
back.
back to your seat. Yes, ma'am, what's your point?
I don't think you should be interrupting the speaker, okay? You can say what you need to say to Ariel after her speech.
That is an improper point, please
No, it's
continue,
not.
Ms. Biggs. That is an improper point, continue, Ms. Biggs.
Next time, busy. And you are. That red lipstick you wear.
Ms. Biggs, this is going toward personal, so either you get back off of the personal attacks or you have a
put
seat.
it on all the
You're on
five
your
foolish. All the five foolish.
The speaker has a First Amendment right.
No, sir.
Yes, right.
I'm not really talking about her. Not really talking about her. But she should have been praying for them victims that her daddy got hold to
All
at
right,
one
Ms.
time.
Biggs, you may now have a seat. Thank you.
Thank you. Ruby Red, thank you.
Absolutely, as long as you know the color. Is there anyone else that would like to address the council?
You want to talk about personal attacks? What's that?
A personal attack.
He said, as long as you know the color, then it's not today. Go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
Yeah, Arthur Wilson, let me tell you something. You cannot stop her from what she got to say. Period, point blank, man.
Amen.
You know what? You need to get out your feelings, man. I thought you was a better person than what you are.
Mr. Wilson,
What?
this is borderline of a personal
Man, I
attack.
ain't even worried about what
I
you
need
got to
you to
say.
be worried.
I got
need you to
lawyers.
stay
I got
focused.
lawyers. Just like y'all trying to do.
That's not a point.
Man, don't say that. You are the worst.
Thank you. First of all, you cannot, according to Rule 27.2, you cannot go back and forth.
Oh, it's not a back and forth. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
Point of order, I was not done. I was not done. And I get you may be flustered, but you're still.
Not flustered at all. Improper point. Get to the proper point where you are
You don't get to
finished.
tell me to do
Get to the proper point where you are
Tell
finished.
me how to get to my point of order.
Get to the proper point
Excuse
or
you,
you are
Madam
finished.
Chair.
Get to your proper
Excuse
point.
you.
Not going back and forth with you
I
either.
can't even talk, you're gonna close your mouth.
Okay, do not speak to me like that.
I'm speaking like that. Point of order.
What is your
Point
point?
of orders, you cannot go back and forth with the audience.
And I told you that was
I'm not
improper.
done. I'm
He's
not
going back and
done.
forth.
I'm not done.
That's fine, but you
I'm
don't
not
have to
done.
say that.
You
Bring the
cannot cut
volume
me
down.
off.
I can. Bring the
No, you
volume
can't.
down.
You don't get to control my voice level. That's not
Continue,
your
Mr.
right.
Wilson.
Understand what your
Continue, Mr.
position is.
Wilson. Continue, Mr. Wilson.
Ridiculous.
Continue,
Again,
Mr.
you
Wilson.
are the worst
Terrible.
council person I've ever seen in my life. And you don't know how to take you mix personal and political, differences. And you are sad. I spoke to every council person. Me and Councilwoman Lewis, we know we don't like each other, but she still had the professionalism to speak back. You spoke back, you said, how you doing?
Oh yeah.
But I still don't like you. But at the same time, you spoke back.
Yeah, man.
That's the thing here. We got court tomorrow. Wow. At 2 o'clock down in Ann Arbor. Viola tried to get the residents to speak out against a lead attorney for Flint water cases. And we sitting up here, our council don't know nothing, man. Y'all sit up here and just vote along just to go along. And Candace, I swear to God, man, I can't even think of what I want to talk about. Oh, do not vote for Christopher Martin. That is a church. It's not his resident. Plus, find out how many residents, Flint residents and non-residents we have. I'm trying to think of something that I can say personally about you, Candace, so you can try to put me out so I can sue again. Because just like the metal detectors, y'all like to violate people's rights. And you, Candace, I'm gonna make sure that I get out to help Miss Marie, Jan Marie, to get you out of office. Because you are a sad case. You sit back and you try to tell somebody not to do something, and then you throw on your little smart remarks at the end of what it is that you're violating them for. And I swear, man, I'm just gonna sit down because you are a sad case. Oh, real quick, can you tell us what did you change in this ordinance? Never mind, I get it fine. I don't feel like you talking to y'all. Candace, you said for real.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to address the council?
Good afternoon, council. My name is Jan Marie Arbor, resident of the 7th Ward and candidate for 7th Ward Council seat. I'm here specifically to refer to some of the resolutions that will come before you during special affairs. To avoid sounding repetitive, I will omit 2400 and refer to each resolution by its suffix. Resolution 21, regarding priority waste acknowledgement of the ML King federal holiday to afford its employees time off. It presently reads a day versus the day. Does Councilman Murphy suggest any day off, or might it be specific to the 3rd Monday of January each year to observe the day with appropriate civic, community, and service projects in honor of Dr. King? I urge amendment to the resolution with specificity to the date and to its purpose. Regarding resolution ending in number 42, regarding recognition of February as Black History Month in the city of Flint. Black History Month occurs annually, as we know, between February 1st and March 1st. I recommend the time period be added to the amendment, along with a revision to include language such as honoring the triumphs and struggles of African Americans in Flint's history and United States history. Resolutions 43, 44, 45, 49, and 51 regarding appointments to boards and commissions. None of those resolutions include the name of the individual who is being replaced by the newly recommended individual. It's my understanding that this has been a practice in the past. I request that all of these resolutions be returned to administration for amendment to include the name of the individual currently holding the seat
to ensure an accurate historical record be made.
Amen.
And finally, resolution number 43, regarding appointment of Christopher Martin to Hurley Board of Managers. As I understand it, Hurley's 15-member board is composed of 9 Flint residents, 3 Genesee County residents, and 3 medical professionals. Mr. Martin is a member of clergy and not a medical professional.
Thank you.
It is therefore desirable to know who among the
Thank you.
12
Your time is
individuals
up, Ms.
Mr. Martin will
Janvary.
replace.
Ms. Janvary,
and that
your time is
individual
up.
should be included in
Your
the
time
body
is
of the
up. You no
resolution.
longer have the floor.
It is my
Excuse me,
understanding
City
that
Clerk.
one's residency is
Officers
relative
in the back.
to the matter
Officers.
as opposed to one's business address. I ask that council perform its due diligence here to ensure both compliance and veracity. Thank you.
Time is up.
My name is Winter Hall, and I'm here speaking on behalf of John Carpenter, who's in Florida. And I am speaking for him regarding resolution number 240053, management and maintenance agreement for Flint City Golf LLC, Operation Sports Creek and Kersey Golf Courses. He said, I'm asking that the statement be read because he's in Florida, and after a fair and square bid initiated not by the mayor, but by a 9-0 vote of the city council, my company's bid to take over management of the city's last 2 remaining public courses prevailed by a huge margin. My bid included proposed programs for kids and ideas to improve the courses to preserve them for future generations. I also pledged to help bring buildings at both courses up to code and was a former aide to former Mayor Don Williamson in charge of inspections. Let me assure you that my inspections of the current conditions warrant that both courses be condemned immediately after 10 years of absolute neglect by the current operator. He told the council he was losing money while paying $15,000 per year, yet upped his bid to $42,500 per year, according to the agenda before you. It says I was disqualified, yet I'm the most qualified bidder by a mile after transforming Don Williamson's Sugar Bush facility from near bankruptcy to a multi-billion facility. I want to do the same for Flint's valuable but neglected assets. Our residents deserve better. If you vote to approve this, you don't belong in office because you do not have the best interests of the residents at heart. My 19 partners include some of this community's most prominent leaders who were convinced to join my efforts to help children have opportunities to play golf closer to home and unlock keys necessary to become competitive in the business world to prepare for future deals made on the golf courses of America. Sincerely, John Carpenter. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council?
Yes, my name is Arden Young, and I would like to just address an issue. I am very disappointed in the behavior, that I have to say that. But I'm very disappointed in some of the behavior of some of your city officials. Thursday night, while at a party, candidates party, one of the city officials, I believe he was chief of staff, came and threatened myself and another city resident. During this course of time, he told us he's no longer a city councilman, that he used to whoop behind, he just said that nice in the past, and that he would whoop us.
What?
He said this in a bar. That is definitely not becoming. There's some other things that happened, I won't discuss it at this time. but that behavior is definitely not becoming of a city employee. It happened after you left, Mr. Pfeiffer. You had just left when this incident did occur. Now, if we got city employees coming, and I know that happened before with another city employee going after a city councilman, and that same kind of stuff happened, what are we to say as citizens? We are, as you can see, my shirt says, Flint is still broken. This is from 5 years ago, when we was at 5 years, and now we're at 10 years. And Flint still ain't fixed. I still get rashes from the water if I don't change my water filter in time. I posted the filter that came out of my whole house filtration system that showed the crud, the dirt, the copper, the pharmaceuticals that's still in the water going into our houses that's infesting us and causing us to have clean things. I'd like to thank the cancer cluster study that's coming in here, but like I said before, I'm concerned with the health, other health things. We gotta eat healthy just to make sure we ain't getting the cancer from the water and the other things that's going on in our water. It still has lead in it. It is not lead free. Anybody outside of the city, including my family, said, well, they call it family, they call it some of my friends, they think we already got a settlement. They ask, can they borrow $10, $15, $20, a couple $100? They think we got some money. We ain't seen no money from no settlement. We still suffering. Our roofs still ain't fixed. Our pipes in our homes still ain't fixed. Mine is constantly, I have to replace some pipes in my home because it corroded from the water. So if we at this time think that we're fixed and we've had all these millions of dollars coming into town for ARPA, I am very disappointed that the citizens have not gotten a chance to see or reap the benefits from that. Because the citizens should have reached out. I'm okay with all of the 501c3s and the outreach programs that's going on. But if those programs ain't getting those dollars to none of the residents, what good was it? It's not any good for any of us if it didn't at least go there. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
If we could have the clerk call the time instead of you.
I'm not calling the time. Her alarm is going off, and once her alarm goes off, I simply say thank you. You may proceed, ma'am.
Madam Chair, I need.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. If you could have the Madam Clerk, because they cannot see, the speakers have said they cannot see on the other side because the screens are down. If the clerk could call the time and then you repeat it, please. That way people are feeling you're not showing you to be impartial this evening. Thank you.
That is actually correct. The paper is not happening tonight. The alarm is going off for everyone to hear. I'm not calling time.
But you can't hardly hear it.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. All right. Madam Clerk, I can request that Ms. Audrey, can you please make sure that you say time so that I can repeat it? Thank you. You may proceed.
Oh, I just got up here to say I don't like the way y'all weaponize the police. That was scary for me. My heart is beating. Just that simple lack because you didn't want her to finish what she said. Almost just got a man killed.
What?
That ain't cool. I know how it feels to be on the police side when you ain't been down wrong to be arrested. My brother got beaten after death in the county jail because they thought he said something. The way you did that was so wrong as a black man. You just weaponized the police to kill a black man. He don't even have the mind capacity half of the time to understand what's going on. No, he jumped straight with him. No matter what you say, that officer jumped straight. That's what he did with him when he picked up that chair and he was playing. All you had to do was wait 10 more seconds for this lady to finish her words and it would have been over with. You almost incited a riot with your crazy self.
Is there anyone else who would like to address the council? Is there anyone else? We will move to council response. Is there anyone who would like to address the audience? Oh, sorry, I didn't see you.
I just want to say, whenever I come here, they read off how they're going to arrest people if they cause a stink, but I got the charter sitting here, and I guess you pick and choose what you want out of it. It says, public servant shall not accept gifts, gratitudes, honorary, or other things of value from any person or company doing business or seeking to do business with the city of Flint. It also says you can't vote for yourself in this charter for yourself to get money, but I've seen that go on here. So you pick and choose, and you're against the people here. That's all I want.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to address the council?
Good evening, council. My name is Joe Glenn, I'm Flint City Golf Course Superintendent. It's very unfortunate that John couldn't be here tonight. I understand his bid was turned down, because he didn't follow the rules. I'm pretty sure it wasn't $1 million. I think it was $75,000 was his bid. But regardless, we're here again after 18 months. You know, I think the big deal last time was money. So Frank went ahead, he bumped his bid, $11,000 or something. So we're here tonight. We just don't want these golf courses going back to fields. I mean, you got somewhere, somehow, you guys got to make a decision. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the council?
Claire McClinton. 2 issues. One, the ARPA money that was transferred into the general funds, guess what? That's still our money. We ain't forgot that. You got budget hearings coming up. You can still propose $16 million additional dollars for home repair and rehabilitation. The council lady in the 4th ward talking about only 4 or 5 homes being rehabbed. She should be leading the charge for more money, more millions for rehab and rehabilitation. Number 2, the council, somebody please ask for a special order for the 190 homes that were foreclosed upon. We're hearing it on the street that the city of Flint was never notified about the auction, giving you an opportunity to have right of first refusal. And I just cannot understand in this gritty, tough, justice-minded town why the council will continue to bypass your authority. We said at the first hearings that you had about opera that we the people is the partners. We are the partners. Not the foundations, a big box number. We are the partners. There's no reason you can't add $15 or $16 million for home repair and send out RFPs. You run this damn city. Why are you handing your power over to others? This is so anti-Flint. And just one more thing before I get cut off. The way you all talk to the residents is just a crime. It's a shame before God. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves talking to the people like that. And we never had some of these incidents we're experiencing with this council when we had the emergency manager. When the emergency manager came in, all of y'all's voice was silent. All of y'all didn't have a vote. And now you're going to single out first ward council person and shut down his vote. How undemocratic can you be? So this council needs to rethink and re-establish some kind of moral fiber and some courage. Whatever people come up here and say, face the music, you're elected officials.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council?
My name is A.C. Dumas, and I live in the city. First of all, I want to say all this money, our money, taxpayers' money, that you spent to revamp this chambers, and the screens don't work. That's our money. We shouldn't have to depend on anybody. We should be able to depend on these screens that says no signals. Secondly, I want to say that the speakers were right about the ARPA funds. The ARPA funds belong to the people, not the foundations, not the 501c3. It belongs to the people, and it was sent here on behalf of the people. That's what it was. And with the appointments, I think you must follow the charter. Well, I'm not going to say follow the charter. You should follow the charter, but 9 out of 10 times you don't follow the charter. And this is a lawless, not all of you, but most of you are lawless. And you do whatever you want to do. With respect to the 190 houses, Mr. Clinton, I FOIA'd the county. They gave me all the information, including who they sent what cities and townships they sent the notice to. And you ought to ask your city clerk. You don't have to take our words. Did the city of Flint, did her, it says you have to notify the clerk. Did she get notified with respect to those 190 houses? I know she did. And I made her copies to disseminate to those council persons. So the county did what was wrong and illegal by not notifying the city clerk. Those questions you can ask the clerk. And finally, I want to say is that this is Black History Month, Black Heritage Month. And it's very important that remember that we stand tall, and I say we African Americans and blacks, on the shoulders of others. And a lot of you sitting in those seats, which are of color black, you have been sitting in those seats. It wasn't because of people that bled, suffered, and died, that you can sit in those seats. And you can sit in those seats. So, saying that, I hope that you all will do the right thing and don't, when the consent agenda comes, separate it. Thank you.
Thank you. It's now time for council response. Is there any council members that wish to address the audience?
Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes the councilperson.
Thank you.
Ward.
So I want to say thank all the speakers for expressing their opinions. And yes, there is always hostility in these council chambers. And it often depends on who is chairing the meeting. Now, I didn't get to finish what Rule 27.2 is, so I'm going to express that. Rule 27.2, during any portion of any meeting, council members may not engage in any type of argumentative discourse with members of the audience at any time for any reason. Our chair needs to understand that. I hate to see, as I went back and spoke to the officers, and the police are recognized. It has become some of these council members' favorite word. They serve, they are public servants, and they are to do respect, and they are to maintain order. But it is not to be used, the police, to be used on the residents. When the disrespect is so blatant. It's so blatant. And it's unfortunate. Often these meetings go by the vibe that you get from who's chairing. So when they turn into dumpster fires, it's often because of who's chairing the meeting. Ms. Claire Clinton, you've been asking for more money. They found another $1 million to give to one of the organizations, but we were told there was no more money to be given. So maybe we need to leverage our votes and get more money for the residents. I'm done, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address, who wishes to speak at this time during council response? Yes, the chair recognizes the councilperson in the fifth ward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank all of the public speakers for bringing forth your comments, your input. Thank you for being engaged in the process. I just want to touch on a couple of things here. I first want to thank the young man for coming up and recognizing Ms. Biggs, because she has done a great job in carrying out the initiative for the recalls that are before us. And also I want to say to Ms. Beverly Hazard, you are absolutely right. There's a double standard, and they pick and they choose what they want to follow in that charter as well as in our rules. And then Ms. McClendon, it's appalling. It is appalling that I have colleagues that speak to the residents any old kind of way, very disrespectful. Yes. And they forget that the residents put them in these seats. And they tend to, not tend to, but continuously weaponize the police against the residents. And it's terrible. And it needs to stop. Yeah. Give the residents some leverage when they're up speaking. Let them finish their thoughts. It's not going to hurt anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Yes.
The chair recognizes the councilperson in the third ward.
Thank you so much. I want to thank all the speakers too for speaking. Let me touch bases with Claire McClendon. I know you talked about ARPA funds going into the general funds, but the ARPA funds going into the general funds is still restricted to ARPA funds. So we do agree that ARPA funds are still ARPA funds, the people's money. And even though it's in the general funds, it ain't just in the general funds. Because when you keep coming up here and you put it out there to the public, you making people believe that we put ARPA funds in the general funds just to do whatever it is. And that's not the case. It's still restricted. So when you come up here and talk about general funds, I'm always come back and correct you and let you know, even though it's in general funds, it's restricted to ARPA funds, and it's still for ARPA activities, and it ain't just for general funds. And then let me talk about the Flint water crisis, because y'all talked about this, y'all talked about the pipes. Over $600 million came into the city of Flint, and out of the $600 million, even that was prior to the previous administration, as the $600 million, y'all still hollering about we ain't been made whole. We should have been made whole way before when that money came in now. Not because $94 million came in. It should have been made whole when the $600 million, we should have been hollering the same thing way back when the $600 million. So I agree with you on that about this money needed. We ain't made whole, but it ain't come for the $94 million, because you got COVID money and you got the water crisis money that happened. And then with the Black History Month AC Dooms for NAACP, because you the vice president, as long as y'all been in that position for the NAACP, look at the results of our community. And the NAACP was part of this consent agreement with this water crisis money. Y'all put us in the predicament that we in. So when you talk about Black history, you go back to that NAACP meeting. And you ask them, why did they go down there and negotiate this bull crap? Hey!
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to address? Is there anyone who wishes to speak during council time? Is there anyone else?
Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes the councilperson from the second ward.
Thank you. So I just want to touch on a few things. First, I heard our colleague state that, according to Rule 2722, we definitely cannot engage in any argumentative behavior with anyone in the audience. That is 100% correct. But I want to also make sure that we go back to these other rules. So according to Rule 2928, it also states that any person who is called to order, therefore should yield the floor until the president has determined whether or not he or she is in order. So therefore, there's no argument if the person at the lectern would cease to speak. That's where the disconnect happens. So when the person continues to become disorderly from the lectern, and they will not be brought to order by the chair, that's when it may appear that someone's going back and forth, when that's not the case. The chair is calling them to order. And then next, when we continue to talk about time, according to Rule 29.3, it states that members of the public should have no more than 3 minutes. So that means not 3 minutes and 1 second, 3 minutes or 2. It means no more than 3 minutes. So at the conclusion of your 3 minutes, your time to speak is over. So according to these council rules, you are to leave the lecture. You're not to yell out, you're not to overtalk the chair. So, and I hope that our elected officials and our wannabe elected officials will keep those rules in mind as they approach the election. And then also, I want to comment to Ms. Fisher. Thank you so much for coming. I saw a copy of your issue in my box. So I did see my colleague in the 6th Ward come over to address you, but I hope that our colleague in the 8th Ward will discontinue ignoring you and will handle your issue. So, and also, I would like to
Point of order.
What is your point?
Robert's Rules 43.21 do not speak to the motives. This is a serious issue that she's having, Ms. Fisher is. Let's not do this, Adele, please don't.
Continue, Ms. Lewis.
right, and I want to make sure that I reclaim my time because according to according to the point of order, I don't know why I was interrupted. These are words that came directly from Mrs. Fisher's mouth. She spoke that she called and she emailed and she didn't get a response. That's not me, that's her. So also I would like to address Ms. Beverly Biggs. I have said nothing. I have no connection with Pastor Reed in terms of prompting anything. However, if you willfully knew that this gentleman was spending $19,000
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Dr. Lewis, your time is up. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak during council response? All right, the chair recognizes the councilperson in the 8th Ward.
Thank everyone for showing up and using our democratic process and speaking your mind. However, I would like to state that what happened in the weaponization of the police, the additional 10 seconds just about ruined somebody's life.
Yeah. What?
And while we want to talk about Black History Month and everything else, you could have ended a black man's life tonight. What? For 10 seconds. It's amazing that, and the apple don't fall far from the tree because you are Dr. Lewis's protege. So I will state that dumpster fire meetings usually happen as my councilwoman in the 6th Ward stated because of the chair. So 10 seconds could have ended a man's life.
What is that again?
2024. And I would like to state that while I just did review my phone, there was a missed call from an out of area. I'm assuming that it was the gentlewoman that reached out to me. I don't have any voicemail, I don't have any pictures, I don't have anything. So to state that it was a racially motivated thing, that the reason that I didn't return a call is ridiculous.
What's your point?
I'll retract it.
Thank you.
I'll reclaim my time for that rude interruption. But I will say that it's in the 9th Ward that the house is, it's not the 8th Ward. So I just want to put that out there. So we're already starting off in a dumpster fire. I hope that the whole night doesn't go this way. We have serious business on the docket that needs to be taken care of. And I appreciate the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward trying to put me under the bus, but it ain't gonna work.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Anyone else? Seeing as how there's no one else, I will take my time. You are right. That 10 seconds that someone else took the liberty of taking, we have to make sure that we are being accountable for our own actions. I would not have had to say, officer, if in that 10 seconds, you would have sat down at the end of your time for speaking. What we will not do is pretend that someone who is out of order is going to shut responsibility for them being out of order. The time is the time. I read the disorderly person subsection at the beginning of this. Also, while we understand our own condition, when you pick up a chair with a police officer who's trained to notice offenses, or notice dangerous situations, that turns into something else. The police were never, the officer wasn't called for RL. RL had nothing to do with the situation. The officer would not have been called had the person have come to order. At this point, we have to start taking accountability for our actions and our behavior. And so when you are called to order, just simply come to order. And as far as the dumpster fire meetings, all of my meetings are calm. They've been calm. The issue is, see that? Just prove my point of what the issue is. The issue is when we begin heckling and acting childish, or when we will not come to order, or when we use frivolous points. We can sit here and falsely point fingers and do whatever we need to do. The bottom line is she was called to order several times. She had several opportunities before I even said, officer, to stop. We want to talk about conduct and behavior. Everybody in this room is an adult. Everybody in this room understands the disorderly subsection. When it's read, everybody in this room understands when that timer goes off and it's no longer your time. The time is the time and the time is up. So those 10 seconds, maybe she will think about his life next time. What? Because she is the one that caused the officers to be called. Maybe she will think about her own safety next time. Maybe she will think about the safety of the council and everyone in the chambers when she decides to take 10 more seconds. And my time is now up. And so, no, we will not have the heckling from the audience. We're not doing that. So, we will now move on to the consent agenda. I will take a motion for the consent agenda.
Madam Chair.
Yes, the chair recognizes the council president in the fourth ward.
I make a motion to move the consent agenda to council.
There's been a motion made to move the consent agenda to council.
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Within the separation.
Yes, the big separations.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Oh, wait a second, I'm sorry. She didn't know you weren't finished. You took a long pause. Go ahead. You took a long pause. Go ahead. Okay, continue.
Okay. All right. I would like to separate resolution 240021.
Can you read the, Madam Chair, because you have to read off, because we have a rather long agenda. Page.
For sure, he's on page 2.
Okay.
And can you?
I'm on page 2. Resolution 240.
Can you speak into your mic a little bit more, please?
Resolution 240021, amendment contract for priority waste and reserve for the holiday.
My page is maybe different. Hold on a second.
Are you on special affairs? That's the small version now.
Thank you. Yep.
Go ahead, proceed.
Resolution 240063. The management and maintenance agreement of the Flint City Golf LLC, operation of the 4th Street and President Golf Course.
Wait, 5-3?
Oh, did I say, what I say?
6-3.
Oh, all right.
Wait 1 second. Oh, we're with you now. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
We good?
We're good, go ahead.
Okay. Resolution 240043, the appointment of the Hurley Board of Hospital Managers, Christopher Martin. That's it.
Thank you. Are there any more separations?
Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes the council president in the 6th ward.
Thank you. I would like to separate 240, bottom page 3, 240044, appointment of Tracy Fountain. I would like to separate 240045, the appointment for the remainder of Nadia Rodriguez. I would also to separate 240048. I would like to separate 240049. And 240051 and 24052.
Thank you.
I am done.
Okay. Are there any more separations? All right, seeing how there are no more separations, the consent agenda will consist of Resolution 240042, recognition of February as Black History Month. 240046.
Yes, can I add, I do want to do 240042. I would like to separate that, thank you.
All right, so correction, the consent agenda will include Resolution 240046, reappointment to Flint Planning Commission Carol and Blower. 240047, reappointment Flint Planning Commission Mona Monroe Notice. And 240050, reappointment to Zoning Board of Appeals Jerry David Kia. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays is absent. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Rankin Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Shad?
Yes.
Mr. Piper?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
I'm sorry, what's the number again?
8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240021. Is there a motion on the floor for 240021?
Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes Council President, please go
I'd like
ahead.
to put a motion to send 240021 to council, amendment contract priority waste observed holiday.
There is a motion to send 240021 to council. Is there any support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you. This resolution, that I put together came from, listening to the audience come before City Council and speak on the observance of Martin Luther King Day for, the garbage company. What some residents, and I know in the third ward, thought that garbage was gonna get picked up the next day and not on a Wednesday, but because we got garbage contracts, this garbage ran on the observance of the holiday. What has changed in the city of Flint is we have observed Martin Luther King as a holiday now, so it's been officially a holiday. So because it's been officially a holiday, people been getting days off. I just thought it was right, and then listening to the residents, even though sometimes they think I don't be listening to them. When they came and spoke, and I thought about it, I think it'll be a win-win for us, and it'll be a win-win for the garbage company to just observe the Martin Luther King Day as a holiday and give their workers the day off, and they just pick up the next day on the weekend. I'm not sure if that comes with a different cost. So I was wondering if we could get together and either have them come in, see if they want to volunteer to say, okay, we'll make this change starting next year, that we observe that day as a holiday. I know it was not in a contract, because it was not, I don't believe it was officially observed in the city of Flint when we did the contract with the garbage company. I'm not sure or not, but I'm just saying that we should reach out to them instead of olive branch, and ask them, we can send a letter, vote as a council, to send a letter to Priority Waste, asking them what they consider, and if it come with a cost, let's look at that and see if that's something that we willing to take on. But I do think that the garbage company, and I do agree with the residents that, that should be a day observed for the garbage company too, even though they are a private contractor. So that's what the spirit of this resolution was when I put it together with the help of our clerk, Davina. Thank you so much. And with any input from the council, if y'all looking at this resolution and y'all think we need to change something in there, keep it in committee or move it to council, vote on it, and just send a courtesy letter, vote on sending a courtesy letter to the priority contract, and then let them respond to us, and then we go from there. Because the only thing this resolution is doing is allowing us to do all things necessary to actually move forward with either sending a letter to them, working with the law department, purchasing department, to figure out what we can do to work with the garbage company. Not saying that it can't happen, but I don't see nothing wrong with us making an effort to put our ass out there to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to resolution 240021?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Burns.
Thank you. Councilman Murphy, when you put this up the last time, I know you left out, and I had to use the ladies' room because I would have supported it, and I did tell you that, but I understand the importance. You were later ridiculed for leaving because people don't understand what Black history and where we got to where we're at, and we don't understand your history. You should not have been ridiculed, not at all. Because Dr. King was fighting for sanitation workers in Memphis when he was killed, when he was gunned down. The person who ridiculed you didn't understand their own legacy. So I want to read to people so they can understand to this day. So Jack Walker is a union man. He drives a garbage truck in Memphis, where his route can take him barely past the shotgun houses along the Mississippi River, down the narrow alleyways near the Lorraine Motel, where Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated, died, lost his life for union workers. He was assassinated. He is aware always of his union protections, that they are tied to Dr. King's death, and that Dr. King's death and that of another man, his father, Robert Walker, Mr. Walker's father, also a sanitation worker, on February 1st, 1968, as he was collecting garbage when sheets of rain started pouring down. He and his colleague Ethel Cole took shelter in the compactor of their truck. When a compressing piston malfunctioned, the two men were crushed. They were crushed. The city had no intention to pay death benefits to Robert Walker's widow. Why? He was a Black man. They were Black. Robert Walker's widow only received $500 for funeral services, funeral expenses. She had 5 children, including the son now that works for the garbage company. So we talk about, you should have left, and you should have been outraged. You should have been ridiculed by your colleague. 2 Black men, and even more, they were poor working conditions. He was here to fight with the union to make sure that they received the same amount of pay to take care of their family, their children, to make sure that things were equal, not separate. If a man does the same day's work, they should get the same pay, period. Period. And when we don't understand and we start to sympathize with racists, which I will never do for my elected seat, I understand how I got here.
No, take that.
And I understand that I have a responsibility to make sure that those that come after me, because you know what, my skin is black. I don't check the orange box, Doug Matthews, for those protect. I'm not pumpkin colored. I'm a black woman. I have black children, and my ancestors are black. They didn't come here on the Royal Caribbean cruise ship. They came on slave ships. Big difference. So yes, we need to put it back on priority, that they do something. We can't just sit back and let these companies say it's okay to not honor a federal holiday. A federal. How can you say you won't win or you can't win when you haven't even tried? You present failure before you even start. This council and city is majority black. This should have been a win-win. Should have been a no-brainer, but it's not. These men deserve the same thing. And when y'all see those signs that they said they walked around, I am a man, they use those to protest in the garbage strikes against the union. I am a man. No black man shall tell anybody, I am a man. My family is important. You shouldn't have to beg for things that come to people who don't share the same color as you. You should not. And I will not allow my colleagues who ridiculed you, just absolutely wrong. When you represent a board that's over 90% black, and you ridicule a black man on this council because he wants to do something for Dr. King, who lost his life fighting for black people. When you know your history, you do better. When you don't, we regress and go back. I'm not going back. I support you in this. And that's why, and I was not in my seat, but you should know now who stands with you and who won't. You should know who stands with you and whose voice was silent in the time that you did, because that was another quote that's famous by Dr. King. We know who our friends are who stand with us.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would speak at this time? Councilwoman Ricardo, you have the floor.
Thank you. I want to say, Councilman Murphy, thank you for bringing this resolution, because you know what? This resolution, to me, initiates cultural capital, okay? We need to start talking about that, and we need to start building our cultural capital. And thank you, because our young people need to understand what happened to Dr. King and why. And I want to point out something else, and thank you, Councilwoman Burns. I want to point out something else. The residents they were not even aware that the garbage was going to be collected on Martin Luther King Day. Several residents put out their garbage. I was one. I had to bring my garbage back in because I was thinking, okay, they're not going to run today on Martin Luther King Day because that's a national holiday. This community, we got to start putting our foot down. We got to. So I'm hoping that we pass this resolution, that we are able to sit down with priority and come to an agreement to make this happen. So I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to Resolution 240021?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman, would you have the floor?
Thank you so much. So I'm not sure who was ridiculing Councilman Murphy. I didn't hear that. However, when it comes down to this contract, I definitely understand the spirit of it. However, we got to look at a few things. The first thing that we must consider is this truly a day off? Or are we kicking the can down the road? Because what we're doing, we're telling these workers, now mind you, this is a separate independent company. And I'm assuming that they may have a union, I have no clue. But you would think that this would be something that they would take up with their union. However, so now we want to give them Monday off, but now we are infringing on their weekend, and now they have to work on a Saturday. So in the garbage realm, there's no such thing as, hey, we all got money off, so everything ceased and we will start back working, or was that Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we pick up on Monday. So right now, we're just shifting the day. So since we are no longer going on Monday, now they're gonna have to catch up and work on Saturday. So my perspective is that fair to make them work on a Saturday in lieu of Martin Luther King Day? And furthermore, what do the workers think? Do the workers have a problem working? Do they prefer working on that Monday compared to having their Saturday taken away? I don't know. I don't work for a priority, nor have I had this discussion with any of the workers. So that's something to think about, because again, a lot of people, they want their weekend to themselves. We heard colleagues not want parliamentary training because of Friday's day night. A lot of people, they have things going on the weekend. So we will not be giving them a day off. We'll just be moving their day to the weekend. So that's something to consider as we consider asking priority to grant them, to amend the contract to grant them this day. Because the people on Friday pick up, they still want their garbage picked up, so they will have to get it picked up on a Saturday. And then the other piece to this is a lot of federal holidays are not honored. You know, a lot of people still work. I hate to name them, this is the first one to come to mind, but I believe Columbus Day, that's their holiday? Okay, so, but the point is, days off across the board. Some schools have it off, some schools don't. Federal government has it off. So we gotta, just keep those things in mind. I'm totally for every federal holiday being off, but when we start talking about waste management, we must be really conscious of the fact that this is not a day off. This is just shifting the work day to the weekend. And so if the employees, if they're in favor, I don't want to make a decision on their behalf. If they're in favor of it, I'm totally in favor of it. So I think that it'd be a good idea, if you want to bring this to them and have them ask their employees, I think that'd be a good idea. But I don't want to just make this decision and shift their schedule because we only had a handful of residents coming here. Literally, a handful of residents. Now, through you, Madam Chair, to Councilman Murphy, outside of the council chambers and the few people in here that spoke up against that, them working on King Holiday, have anyone else contacted you about this?
Yes, residents did call me about the garbage company. They thought it was like holiday, so they didn't put their garbage out. So yes, I did get calls.
Okay, so is that call as far as we thought it was a holiday or it should be a holiday? Because sometimes things are just, because sometimes, again, something should happen and getting information on what's happening is something different. So if people call and saying, hey, we thought that we had the day off. Okay, you don't, so now you know to put your garbage out next Martin Luther King Day. Or were people coming saying, we demand that they have this off. The whole deal is you don't want to change this major thing when you did not contact some of the major stakeholders, and you just have a small sample of people that feel that this day should be taken off and moved to Saturday. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to, the chair recognizes Councilman Piper. Go ahead, Mr. Piper.
So I support this 100%. I think that sending a letter and opening up the dialogue is what needs to happen. So, because the answer, this council just approved them until 2030. So let's get this taken care of now and move the precedent that Martin Luther King is a Flint holiday, or what's a national holiday. So, if you don't mind, Mr. Berger, I know that this is your amendment. I'm going to do an amendment to it, and you let me know if it's okay. I would like to amend contract to do all things, and I would like to substitute that with do all things necessary to explore the financial impact of honoring Martin Luther King and observing that day as a holiday. And I salute.
Okay, so, there has been moving forward to amend 240021 and we are going to strike, draft and amend contract, and we're gonna sub that with the words, do all things necessary to explore, financial impact. Is there a second to this?
Support.
There's been moved and properly supported. Is there?
Madam Chair, I'd like to see that reduced to nothing, please.
Say what?
Okay, the councilwoman in the fourth ward has asked to see that in writing. So,
Did you say financial impact?
he did say explore the financial impact. Madam Clerk?
For Ms. Christie's request, I would ask that you table it to the end of the agenda. I can draft that.
Is there a motion to table it until the end of the agenda? Okay, it has been, okay, it's been moved and properly supported. We can, so 24002.1 has been, tabled until, I'm sorry, roll call, Madam Clerk. Is there, roll call, Madam Clerk. Go ahead. So we are voting on amendment 24002.1, which would strike, the language that says draft and amend contract and substitute that language with do all things necessary to explore the financial impact of observing this as a holiday for Westwood.
We are voting to table it until the last agenda.
I didn't say table, I said table. I was reading the table.
No, I think you read what the amendment was, but this is actually table. Table it so she can put it right.
No, what I'm saying is I was reading what was the table, like, so that y'all know. That's what I was doing.
Point of order.
What's your point?
My point of order, you said the wrong number. It's 240021.1.
Thank you. 21.1, thank you.
Madam Chair, it hasn't been amended yet.
Huh?
It has not been amended yet.
No, we have to vote on the amendment first. All right. Thank you everyone for sharing with me. So, we are voting on tabling 240021. So the clerk said I am doing it correctly the first way I was doing it. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we are voting on first amending 240021 to a .1. So that's the first vote. But we can't vote on it because they want it tabled. So Madam Clerk, how do we proceed?
It is your pleasure to amend it now and have the discussion now. But if you want to table it, there's no discussion, you can amend it at the end. When you get to that point, I bring you the amended version.
All right, so then I think what we want to do is table it now and then amend it once we have it in writing.
Or there's no discussion on the table.
No discussion on table, no problem.
There's no discussion.
Councilman Murphy?
In all due respect, I think we should vote on the amendment first and then table it, and we'll have the amendment already out the way.
So can I help you out with this, Mr. Murphy? In order to satisfy someone that I think would help vote for that, I think we should wait until she gets it in writing. And so then once she has it in writing, I think that it'll satisfy what you're asking for, if that makes sense. So I think we should go ahead and table it until she gets it in writing. Okay. So we are voting to table 240021 until we have that in writing, and we'll put it at the end of our agenda. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Ricardo?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Yes. Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays is absent. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. The
vote is 7 yes, 1 no. That agenda item has been tabled, until the end, with the rest of the items. We are now move on to resolution 240042. Is there a motion on the floor for resolution 240042?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Burns.
I would like to see, put a motion on the floor to send resolution number 240042 to council.
There is a support. Okay, it's been moved and properly supported. In resolution 240042, recognition of February as Black History Month. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Burns.
I do have a discussion, and I almost wasn't going to, because our agenda is rather long, but I think that we have to sometimes stop and pause to really understand it is not Black History Week. It is Black History Month. It is the shortest month. With Dr. King, we only have one federal Black holiday. One. And Flint can't take it off for the garbage. One holiday that is a national federal holiday. One. Uno. No other ones. And we have people who are defending. I never thought I would see this. These council chambers have got to be changed in some of the ideology and the misconstrued perceptions of people of color. We're not you all. We're not you all. Microaggressions should not be used. We are not ghetto. Should not be used. Should not be referred to as gal, which I was on Facebook by the council person this past week in the 9th Ward, as gal. When you understand where it came from with gal, my grandmother worked in a store in the South, and they would tell her, gal, get over here and get me that. Gal, get over here and get me that. It's the same thing as, boy, come over here. Boy, what I tell you. You don't demean any adult or any person. You don't do that. But when things become so comfortable, and I say you all the time, went to a Councilwoman Priestley statement. She has colored friends or dated a colored man and had Black friends. You can't make this stuff up. You know, I went to school, born in the 60s, went to school in the 70s. We didn't do it then. And then for us to do it, you people, what is that? People were called a cult who were on the north side of town. The Amen Choir. We go to church. Black church is where we go. The Black church. And people here were coined the Amen Choir. You took the church and made it negative. So the one little thing that we asked for here, which Councilman Murphy asked for, was to take the day off, which is reasonable, because Dr. King wants this life fighting for it. The union workers or the garbage workers wore signs that said, I am a man. Why? Because when you go back to list, we weren't, as Black people, even listed as humans. We were listed on with animals, with stock. Our names weren't there. We were property. We were owned by slaves. So people make, remarks about, as Judy said the last thing, housekeeping, and we should honor, as someone stated, we should celebrate. Let me tell you where housekeeping came from. My grandmothers and aunts were. In Flint, on some of the deeds, they have restricted deeds, to where some of you can't even, the house they still stay, you can't sell it to a Black person in the city of Flint. Wow. You had to, if you were a maid, you entered through the back door. You couldn't enter through the front door. So you may respect the person, but not the position. Why? Black people weren't afforded the same type of jobs and privileges as our white counterparts. So when you say it very flippantly, housekeeping, you need to make sure you respect the Black women who are in a professional manner as they respect you. I'm not going to let these little remarks just slide by. I'm not going to do it. Attorney Kim should have never referred to our ombudsperson. She needs to take care of some housekeeping. Wow. He should have referred to her, there's some items you need to take care of. He has a professional vocabulary. He should have used it. He's an educated man. He's the chief legal attorney. Whoa. And then to try to make it okay when Judy Priestley stated that let's take care of some housekeeping. Some people only got paid $5 a day. The wages were terrible. You had two types of jobs when you were a slave on the plantation. You were the field Negro and the house Negro. And you didn't want to be either one because you worked on the plantation. You had a master. So housekeeping, you got to understand the relationship before you decide to be so flippant to use it and take the word to own it. I will not allow you to own that word. I will not allow them to make it okay.
About time you speak up.
You will not take that word and make it your own. You will not. You simply will not. Because you don't know the history.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak to this resolution? Councilwoman Priestley.
I'd like to amend this resolution to remove 2024 so that it remains that it doesn't matter what year it is February is Black History.
Oh my God, there she go.
All right, so there is an amendment on the floor. It's been moved and properly supported. Let me explain what the amendment is. The amendment on the floor is for resolution 240042, which is recognition of February Black History Month. If you look at the resolution, it does put the year on it as 2024, and Councilwoman Priestley would like to remove 2024 and just have the month of February, period, no year attached. That has been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you. Last year, we submitted a resolution that acknowledged Black History Month for the month of February. So I don't understand why we're doing two.
That's it. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this amendment on the resolution? Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Wendy Carter, you have the floor.
You know what? I don't care if we do it every year. We can have a resolution every year if we need to. Because every month of February, every year, the month of February is Black History Month.
How about that, Mr. President? Take that.
I celebrate Black History all year, 12 months. So it doesn't matter. We can have a resolution every year if we want to.
Ms. Priestley.
Thank you. And you know, I mean, I don't know who, Quincy, did you bring, Madam Chair, for you to Quincy, did you bring this resolution? Okay. Yeah, so, yeah, I think we did have one last year, but we can have one every year. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this amended resolution?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
Thank you. I agree it needs to be acknowledged as we also acknowledge Cinco de Mayo, and there's other holidays that we do honor and support. We're all uniquely different, and there's nothing wrong with celebrating or having, let's make a resolution. There's nothing wrong with that. But what we have to do is respect each other's culture, values, and morals. This is a resolution that Councilman Murphy said was brought to you by Mayor Neely. I support this resolution. I will be voting yes on this resolution. And we have to be mindful as a council that our votes are independent, and to be independent, I would never say to someone, don't vote this way or don't vote that way. I don't do that. I take my time and I explain my votes to everyone, especially to my residents and constituents. But this is only, February is the shortest month. We get one extra day this year because it's leap year. So, only one extra day. So I will be supporting this resolution, the recognition of February as Black History Month, as sent up by this administration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to these amendments? Anyone? Okay. With that said, I will just take a second here. Wholeheartedly agree that even though it is federally recognized, that every city in America should individually recognize it. I'm not sure if you all have already brought this resolution forward or not. I know that I will be supporting it, and with her striking 2024 from this, that means that every year this will be recognized from this year moving forward. And again, like I said, I can't speak to the history before I got here, but I know that this covers every February, every year moving forward with this resolution. So, with that said, one second. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Platt?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. The vote is 8 yes, 0 no, so we have, amended 240042 to 240042.1. Is there a motion on 2400?
Madam Chair, make a motion to send to council 240042.1.
Is there any support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion? All right, roll call, Madam Clerk. Ms. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240042.1, recognition of February as Black History Month, February every year as Black History Month, has been moved to council.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Priestley.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to move 240053 to council.
There's a motion to move 240053, management and maintenance agreement of Flint City Golf LLC operation of Swartz Creek and Crescent golf courses to council. Is there any support? It's been moved and properly supported. I heard Councilwoman Burns first, so I'll take Councilwoman Burns as the supporter of the motion. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Burns.
Thank you. I see Mr. Frank Perfect out there. Madam Chair,
Absolutely. Would you please join us at the lectern? Thank you.
so it's been a while. I live in North Florida. So there were the 3 bids, and your bid was it 25,000 at first?
Yes, it was 25,000.
And then it was bumped up to 42,500.
It was, we bumped it as a, try to get this thing done, but we had originally wanted a 5-year deal with a 5-year option. We went round and round with that. That didn't seem like it was gonna be a possibility, but we ended up, at least at this point, being offered a 1-year deal.
So I know time is really of the essence.
Correct.
For you to start working on the ground.
Correct.
And so when do you start working on the ground?
Well, we start working on the grounds when the weather breaks. It's usually first part of April, but we have a lot of work that we need to do now, like maintaining equipment, blades, sharpening blades. There's a lot of with the golf carts and the maintenance equipment that needs to be done now.
Okay, so with the bid, because there were other bidders, I believe $1 million was one, 42.5 was another, then yours was 25, which has been bumped up to 42.5. But the 42.5, I believe they had told that person that they had to pay $100,000 in taxes and then also $60,000 in capital improvement. Are you paying any of that with this?
No.
Okay, so yours is just straight 42.5, 1 year, and was it 1,500, anything over 1,500 that the city assumes responsibility for?
we were gonna actually split it if it was gonna be over 1,500, and that's the proposal that we've been offered.
Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna speak with Ashley. Thank you. Ashley, I believe you were you were deputy, give your title, please.
Deputy Director of Community Services.
Thank you, that's a lot. So the person who bid 42.5, which is my concern, they backed out because they had the 100,000 in taxes per year and then the 60,000 for capital improvement.
Right.
Did you offer that same deal to that person?
We did not. So after we completed the bid and we were in negotiation with the most qualified bidder, APM, we did some more research and it was determined that taxes need to be a part of the agreement. And so we went back to APM. They were not comfortable with that. And it was also determined that the buildings are not in
good condition.
Yeah, good condition. Along with the taxes, we decided to do a one-year deal, take a step back, assess the buildings, and come up with a plan to enter into a long-term agreement with the next.
So it's clear that they don't want to, and I don't blame them. I would want a one-year agreement. I mean, they've been maintaining it. So I'm quite sure that they want to have a 5 or a 10-year. That was a sweetheart deal, though, Frank Perpetit. Okay. It was 15,000 per year prior for 2 golf Kersley and Sports Creek. And I think, and Frank, and I think you had said you were having a tough time with the 15,000. So with the 42.5, how are you gonna maintain that? Because that's almost 3 times the amount that you said you were breaking even. You weren't, yeah, I mean, our time is short. This is when I wish we did have more time. So Frank, how are you managing that? Because it was 15,000, one of them has a bar, and Sports Creek has a bar.
Correct. Well, at this point, yeah, we've had some discussions with my employees. You know, 1-year deal is not gonna cut it with them. You know, these, I need to give them some assurances. If it's gonna be 1 year, they're like, well, in several months, we're gonna be right back here doing the same thing over and again. So the money issue is one thing, but it's the timing issue, as you pointed out, that's kind of what we're mainly concerned about. Because we have contracts that we deal with our leagues. We have equipment purchases that span more than 1 year. We have, like I said, the employees that are, you know, they're freaking out, to be perfectly honest. We employ about 30 people, and they, at this point, at least want to get something we can, in the next week, where we can figure out if it's not gonna work, then they have an option to go and figure something out.
My time is up, and I'll get my second when.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Councilman Seifel, you have the floor.
So at this point, that's our main concern. We have a timing issue. The 1-year deal just isn't gonna work. So money issue, we're close, and I think I think we're okay with most of that. But for a 1-year deal, we're gonna be right back here in the same position we are, you know, 6 or 8 months from now. The summer's gonna go fast, and I'm not gonna have a staff that's gonna wanna stick around if they know that all we're gonna be is a year. There's leagues that we're trying to get on board. They're already told us, if it's just 1 year, we're gonna probably move to somewhere else where we don't have to worry about this next year. Why don't we just deal with it now, and then we won't have to deal with that next year. We got a lot of outings and events that we book now. So it's not just the maintenance of the equipment that we're dealing with. We do all our bookings January, February, and by March we have everything done, and they're ready to bolt. Just about everybody that I've talked to, we can't give them a straight answer, and I can't expect them to stick around because time's of the essence. I get it. There's only limited amount of golf courses in the area, so for them to get a slot at some place for a league or an outing, it's getting tight for them. And so now it's starting to cost me, you know, it's starting to cost me some money where it's going to put me in a pinch, but it's starting to do already.
So you don't support this amendment for us?
No. No. That's what we need to have, and in order to do that, then I can get into some of these other contracts and go from there. We haven't had any luck with anything better than a year up to this point, and it just, you know, I thought maybe we could make it work, but it's just not going.
So are you,
I'm proposing a 3-year deal, yes.
if we vote this for the 1 year, you're saying you won't sign on to that?
I can't do it.
Okay, because
Right.
actually, that's a little different than what was discussed.
Yeah.
You wanna, answer that question?
Yeah,
or
sure.
Provide some
So,
kind of
yeah,
clarity?
this is new information to me. When I spoke with Frank at Flint City Hall, we agreed upon these terms. And so that's what I presented to you all for us to get through this year and, again, assess the conditions of the building and make a plan for a long-term, potentially long-term.
Because if we went with a 3-year contract, wouldn't we have to give it to the most qualified bidder? I mean, so, I just wanna clear this up. So the $100,000 of capital improvements is not part of this contract.
Correct.
So that would come or that would come back to the table if it was more than 1 year, is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Mr. Edwards, you want to provide some clarity?
Oh my God, you're gonna talk, spill the beans.
To the council chair, to Mr. Pfeiffer, just as was stated by Ashley, this is news to us because it was my understanding that this agreement was set. This agreement was about a gap fill. No way the administration would make a recommendation for 3 years without the full terms that were set before us. Taxes and all must be included in this process. And so if we're going to have that talk and negotiation, that's what we've been talking about. We asked about financial situations, profitability and financial situations as they relate to these golf courses. We never received that information. That was all part of the bid process. So unless we get full disclosure and the terms that have been put forth, the full terms are considered and agreed to, we're not agreeing to that. We're not recommending it.
So with that, what does the administration want us to do at this point? Hearing this new information, do you want this to go back? Do you want it to die? Do you want us to pass it and then you have them officially turn it down? What do you want?
If at this point, the vendor who is listed in there is not in agreement, then at this point we say, just table it and let it die.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Councilman Murphy?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer, for clarifying this. This was something that me and you kind of worked on together with this golf course. I was just concerned when I saw the lease agreement in the contract and the minimum amount of rent that you guys were paying. And when I looked at the budget of what y'all were bringing in, I just was shocked at y'all was paying less than people pay rent on their houses. I was out passing out flyers today, and a real little bitty tiny apartment over there in the Rollerwood neighborhood was $750 a month. And when I went in there and looked at it, it was just boom, boom, boom. And for the amount of space that you guys have, and y'all was, I think, paying $500 or something for the golf course that was in my ward. And then when I looked at the collectibles, as far as how much y'all was collecting, and I was looking at the itemized budget as far as what you guys were putting out. I understand the overhead costs. I also understand not wanting to go with a minimum 6 months or 7 months. When I look at this contract, I think it extended it to the end of November or something, December of 2024. Then I looked at the, letter, you guys can come up with a mutual agreement. Then I listened to, what this hall, read the letter from, the young man that used to work for, Don Williamson. In all due respect of Don Williamson, let his soul rest in peace, but I wasn't in love with him. So to say Don Williamson's name to me was not making me be like, oh my God, I wanna give it to Mr. Carpenter. And then I did have a conversation with Carpenter about this golf course, what I didn't want to do with him, and I still said today, I didn't want to get in that tick for tack, and you talking about this company making me not want to support them. So when you talk to Mr. Carpenter, let him know I didn't appreciate him calling me trying to badmouth somebody, because I'm not on nobody's side. I'm on let's do it the right way side, and whoever get it, just be right and do right and pay a fair cost for the golf course. That's where I'm at with this. So being said that they not willing to agree, because I did go down there and whisper to my colleague to see if he was in agreement with this, because I was gonna put it on hold for a minute, because I had some questions concerning the bidding process and was things done right, because I did hear some chatter about things wasn't done right, so I wanted to make sure that that was done right. Being that you guys don't want to agree to the temporary extension, I think we should, my recommendation would be to let it die, or vote it up, vote it down. Since they don't want to agree to this, we should vote it down, and not only should we vote it down, just because, not because we don't support this, had they wanted to go to the extension to December, I would have been down with supporting it until then, so that they can get through this summer, and then look at other options, whether it be a 5-year, 10-year, 15-year, with you or John Carpenter, because I'm not against him getting it if it's fair and it's reasonable, or whoever. But I didn't like Public Act 436, an emergency manager coming in, ousting and contracting out our golf courses. So I really would prefer looking at another option to see if we can bring it back in-house. And we got ARPA funds, community development block grant dollars. Would it be cheaper for us to operate it ourselves? I'm not sure, don't know the cost factor, but I think maybe we need to look at what it will cost us, because we may can bring that back in-house and generate our own funds and generate our own programs.
Yeah. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to resolution 2405?
Can I talk a little bit more?
Oh my God!
Is there anyone else? And I'll
Yes, Madam Chair.
One moment, Ms. McCarter. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to 240053 in the first round? Ms. McCarter, you have the floor.
Yes.
Ms. McCarter, no, Ms. McCarter has the floor.
Thank you. So, where are we? Through you to.
Come on back to the podium, sir.
Madam Chair.
It's your golf course.
So at this point, what are we doing? I'm just trying to figure it out, because first of all, I don't even know how this ended up on the special affairs agenda, right? For one. Davina, through you, Madam Chair, to Clerk Donahue, how did this end up on this agenda? It wasn't in committee.
It was sent last Wednesday, past the deadline.
It was sent in?
On committee day last week, so we didn't bring it from the floor.
Has the deadline to make it on the special, to make it on the committees? You know what, I'm just gonna say this. Why are we circumventing recommending, all of the resolutions going to committees first. Committee is where we do the work. Okay? We shouldn't even be discussing this right now in depth like this tonight. Now, I understand why we have an agenda for special affairs because we didn't finish committee. But this was not on any of the committee agendas. So we need to get back to doing what's right as far as our deadlines. And perhaps that deadline, every Thursday deadline we have, it shouldn't be. Everything should go to committee so that we can do the work and discuss each resolution. I'm just over it. We just lawless. And it's beginning, it's just dead. I'm over it. Now, what are we doing with this resolution? Are we sending it back to committee? Are we gonna vote it down?
Can I
Do
mention
you,
one
Madam
thing?
Chair, to?
Can I mention one real important issue?
No, sir.
All right. What?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Murphy, Councilman Murphy. What did you suggest that we do?
Being that they, they don't want to agree to this agreement, that we can just long vote it down and figure out how.
Okay. Now, Madam Chair, through you to the gentleman there. What was it?
Well, I just want to point out that the overriding issue here is time. And if we don't maintain these golf courses for the year, let's say you just decide we're not gonna cut them, they're gone. They're gone. It's not like an issue where you can take a few mowers out and cut some grass. If you decide, you have basically the choice whether you want to have a golf course or 2 golf courses or not. That's where we're at, because if you put it off another month, you've already made the decision, we're not gonna have golf courses in the city of Flint. And I can tell you, that's where we're at. And you're absolutely right, we should have been dealing with this months and months ago, and this is where we're at. So, I'm at a loss. I'm trying to explain how dire things are now, because we get an early spring in March. I mean, it's over. You're gonna have grass growing up. Those buildings are gonna be vacant. God only knows, in terms of some of the criminals getting into these buildings, like we've seen over at Pierce Park, where they vandalized it and burned it down. I mean, I'm a city resident. That's the last thing I want to see.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Wendy Carter. Councilwoman Graysley.
Frank, don't sit down, please.
Wow, you know what I mean?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Frank. So, your recommendation is that we vote this down. Is that what you want? Because you're the only person on this. We're not able to extend it. And if we vote it down, there's no junior golf. The golf courses are gone because of lack of maintenance.
Right.
And I know, you and I talked on Thursday, I believe.
Yeah.
And we had a long talk about these. And I mean, because by that time I had seen the resolution.
I was under the impression that it was gonna be 1 year, and we were gonna prorate for 9 months, and then we got an option for another year. So we could, at least make some representations to the public and my employees that we're gonna be around for a couple of years. And, as I've talked, we had a couple of meetings with the employees, with the public, the junior golf. I talked with them at length late last week, and they're not on board with 1 year. And so it puts me in a position, even if I wanted it, I'm not gonna have anybody that's gonna work for me, number one, because they're all gonna look at other options. And everybody else, in terms of our golf community, they're gonna go somewhere else. I mean, they've already said it. We've tried to put them off at this point, pacify them a little bit, but it's getting to the point where it just, it's not working. it's, they're gonna go somewhere else. And then from a financial standpoint, I'm not gonna be able to run it. And that there was, let me back up a little bit, an issue with real estate taxes that they wanted to impose that were somewhere around $100,000 a year. I'm like, listen, that's not gonna work for me. It's not gonna work for anybody. I'm just gonna tell them we gotta pay $100 grand. I know that Detroit, Novi, there's management arrangements with people like me, and they get around it somehow with that. I mean, I don't know how they're doing it, but if that was part of the deal, I said it wouldn't work for me, obviously, and it's not gonna work for anybody else, quite honestly. That I can tell you.
Do you know off the top of your head how much your gross revenue was last year?
Yeah, I think it was 650.
So 1/6 of that revenue would have to be made up somehow.
Right.
In order to pay for property taxes.
Right. And
so that would be an increase in green fees and all this other, and then people just aren't gonna be able, will go elsewhere.
And the whole idea of the municipal environment is to get, make it right for the kids and the older people and some of the leagues that have played here for years, and to keep the price reasonable. That's the whole, if they wanna be a member of the country club, there's those options too. But this is an option for people that wanna play a lot, that aren't rich, and they wanna come out and use these municipal facilities, which really is what they were designed to be. And at this point, do I want to raise another $10 or $15 a round? I'm not even sure they would go for that, to cover some of that stuff.
Right, so your recommendation is that we vote this down?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, is there anyone else? Councilwoman Worthing.
I'm so sorry. I apologize. So, what is the city's plan? I may have missed this. Are you wanting us to drop this?
Yes, at this point, yes.
I'm sorry that I had to go to the bathroom. I guess it's funny.
Yeah,
I just wanted clarity.
So the terms outlined in the resolution that we agreed upon with Flint City Golf, they're saying that they did not agree to those terms tonight. We also recommend that this is, just voted on.
Do you know where you are going to do moving forward? Because it doesn't sound like the one-year deal is good for any company?
Yeah, so we'll speak with, our facilities maintenance, team. They've been working with Flint City Golf throughout their lease term. As far as the buildings are concerned, and the grounds will explore options to make them.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round? I think I'm on one myself. Is there anyone in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Burns.
Ashley, thank you. So, ABM was not offered this. Correct. That's going to be a problem. Because they were told that their bid was 42.5,
Yes.
to pay 100,000, and then to pay 60,000, and now we have a deal where, for 1 year, which they, Frank, I get not wanting to keep coming back here because they've been here a lot.
Right.
And so we should have done a long time ago.
When we spoke with ABM, we were still, thinking that we would do the 5-year term. And then once the property taxes came into play, the condition of the buildings, and us actually, Parks Department actually wanted to take a step back and assess our buildings, figure out what they are, and how the best plan of action to move forward. That's when we approached Flint City Golf for the 1 year.
So how are you guys gonna take this all the way back?
Yeah.
I mean, you had people who bid it.
We did.
You had a person who had $1 million bid it. You had a person bid
$1 million over 10 year term.
Over 10-year term. So what was it per year? What?
About 100,000.
So 100,000 a year, which would have been the highest bidder still. They didn't get it.
Yeah, they were actually not qualified. We were able to evaluate the bid. They didn't meet the requirements of our proposal.
Okay, so we have ABM, which did. And now you're changing and moving, not we.
Yeah.
And who are they meeting with? Who are the people that they're meeting with?
So myself and our parks plan.
Okay, Frank, who are you meeting with? Herb who are you meeting with?
Frank, come on, back up.
I want Frank to answer this, Ashley. Thank you. Who are you meeting with and talking with the negotiation? Because clearly it's not clear. Because if we get a resolution and the resolution is for a year, you were thinking it would be a year or maybe an extension. Who are you talking to?
What do you mean?
For negotiate for your contract?
Who am I talking to?
Who did you talk to when they said, hey, Frank needs to go from 25 to 42.5? Who did you speak to?
Ashley.
And who else?
Well, we had some meetings, but primarily it was Attorney Bush, Lee Osborne, Jill, Joe, obviously myself, Gavin, and Ashley. Yeah.
I'd like to be clear that I've been running point on this project, and Frank and I agreed to these terms in this resolution.
Okay, I need Frank to speak. Thank you, Ashley.
Oh my God.
So Frank, who else was at these meetings? Was that it?
That was it. Yeah.
And so, when did this decision be, when did you know this would be, who made you aware that you would be here today? Was it Ashley?
It was, actually I heard it from my assistant Jill.
So Jill heard.
Yeah.
So we have a problem. Thank you, Frank. So Ashley, what are you going to do? Because he's saying right now,
yes,
he doesn't want it, and time is of the essence in May. If we go on the groundhog theory, it's going to be early spring.
Yeah.
You know, and it has been rather warm, unseasonably. So you want to drop this, or what?
Yes, so I'd like to drop this, work with our facilities team to assess the buildings as stated before, and then, determine the plan to maintain the grounds.
Because Frank is sure he doesn't want it, right, for the 1 year. Okay. I think that my time.
I don't know, I want to remind the audience to please silence your phones, so we are not confusing the signs. I think we still have more time.
How much time?
Like a minute, 10 seconds.
Okay, Ashley, I hope that this comes back through committee so we can do the work. They've been here a long time. I do know that the company ABM is concerned because they were not given this offer. They did, and they were awarded the bid, and the terms were changed, and this looks very shady. It does not look good, and you know that they reached out to the legal department. And I'm gonna do full disclosure because the person that used to work for the city of Flint, so he understands how procurement and how everything goes. He understands how those buildings and facilities are. So we're gonna do a fair bid. It needs to be fair. This is not looking like it's a fair bid. When everything about this was changed, including the bid that Frank gave. And then when the bid ABM was given, they weren't told that they would have to pay an additional $100,000, then another $60,000. This whole bid was changed for everybody. So I guess I'm gonna let my colleagues, when I see Councilman Parker, they need some more time to talk. So I'm done, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this resolution in the second round? We're in the second round.
Right.
Councilman Piper, you have the floor.
So, I mean, Ashley, in the part of this resolution states that, I should say part of the resolution, the staff review states that mutually agreeable terms could not be established, and this is for basically the parks and rec to review for the year to figure out a long-term proposal. Is that a correct statement?
Correct.
And the long-term view would be to find financial dollars to improve the facilities and whatnot?
Yes, so look at capital improvements. And also look at our actual agreement. If we want to enter into a lease agreement, if we want to, like Council Murphy is saying, enter into a maintenance operation agreement, that the terms change how we, move forward.
Because I want to put on the record, I spoke with Councilman Murphy, and I was in full support of this 1 year, I'll say amendment or extension, so that it didn't sit dormant, and we could figure it out this year what the plan was, since I want to say the bid process was botched, or what, I want to say it was probably, the bid package probably need to be more thorough and independent this and that. So I get why it's only a 1 year stopgap. And I was supportive of going back to the previous operator. I just want to be sure that the city does, the administration has a plan going forward if the operator does not want that. Because obviously they would make a change, otherwise we wouldn't have this resolution before us. So, given that, I think that hopefully there's some kind of expedient, whether it's renegotiation or some kind of plan, so that these courses are utilized throughout the year, not just sit there. So, thank you, Ashley. Mr. Perkins, can I get one more?
I'm sorry. There we go, thank you.
I just want to be clear before we vote, to be clear that we cannot negotiate with contractors. We vote up or down. There's an ordinance that says that we don't negotiate or extend terms or negotiate any terms with contractors. That's not the duty of the federal council. So we only vote up or down or amending that contract related things. So I just want to make sure that before we vote, you're 100% certain that this deal is, you want us to vote no.
The way it's written currently?
Yes.
Yes.
It is.
And that's it. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this resolution?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy, you have the
Thank
floor.
you so much. And thank you guys for being here. And thank y'all for reaching out to Councilman Judy Priestley. I believe y'all, I don't know whether y'all reached out to her or she reached out to y'all, but I do want y'all to be aware that the golf course that y'all are renting space in is in the 3rd ward and not the 4th ward. And when you guys bring resolutions here to this council, Councilman Murphy is going to look at these resolutions and make my determination too as a council person. In all due respect of you guys meeting or to having a discussion with the council person in the 4th ward about a golf course that's in the 3rd ward. So I just want to give you guys some advice that when you want to do some work and negotiate, and I'm not saying you need to come to me directly, but I think it would be respectful to extend an olive branch to pick up a phone and call Councilman Murphy and see what I think about this situation, and maybe I can give you some advice and you can give me some advice versus y'all.
Wait a minute, no more landlords.
Hold on, sorry, can we pause the time really quickly? I'm gonna ask the audience to please not yell out. Thank you.
Because I didn't hear what they said.
It's fine, it doesn't matter. RL, please.
Okay, I mean,
Madam Clerk, can we start the time again? They don't want to, and we don't want to. Just please speak to, no, Councilman Murphy, please speak to what you were speaking to. Thank you.
I will, but I got me.
I know, don't argue with the audience. I understand, but you cannot argue with the audience.
I'm not arguing with no, you ain't heard me arguing with the audience.
Okay.
I did not hear that.
And I'm trying to circumvent it.
I'm just saying,
Okay.
I heard somebody in the background.
Proceed.
say something, and if they need to pull me to the side and say something, I don't have a problem with that.
Oh, you don't want that
For
for
whoever was in the audience speaking, I can handle me. But what I suggest that you guys do, I don't know where, and I guess we'll be voting this down, but reach out and let's have a conversation to see, you know, because at the end of the day, y'all getting ready to either vacate the premises, and it's a golf course going to be in the third ward that I want to make sure that it's being secured and maintained, like my Councilman Pfeiffer said. We don't want to have this golf course just go to waste. So Ashley, I'll be reaching out to you to see what's the next step moving forward, because we want to preserve this golf course, and if we need to look at some ARPA funding or look at some additional dollars to
Murphy, man, see what you do. Somebody go get me.
So whatever we need to do to look at preserving this golf course to maintain it, I'm willing to have a discussion with you, the administration, and whoever else, even if it's with the people that's in there or some other people who bid it on this. We need to figure out what's our next steps moving forward to see who got the capacity to maintain this golf course. All right, I'm done.
Thank you.
Yes, Chair.
Ms. Priest, go ahead.
Through you to, Mr. Murphy, I spoke to the golf course as the finance chair. And I actually had, known some people involved on a personal basis, which is why I reached out to them. And, but I kept hands off until the resolution appeared in my email on Wednesday afternoon. And then I called and said, this is what the agreement is this what you guys agreed to? And that's how they met, and that's why we spoke on Thursday. I wanted to let you know and the public know that it wasn't them reaching out to me, it was me reaching out to them as the finance chair. I do think that this is a sad day for Flint Golf. And I am very concerned, and I personally don't think the city is able to maintain that golf course, and we will lose it in a year. Thank you.
What? Request for information.
What's your request?
Did you say you got this resolution on Wednesday?
Right.
I can, because you said thank you, I can clarify that. Madam Clerk did state that the resolution was given after the time for it to be able to be put on the council committee. And so I guess they didn't do it as a walk-on, so that's how she was saying. Go ahead. Yeah.
I just got this on Saturday, so she said Wednesday, Thursday.
Because she's the chair of finance, and I think that by the time they sent it, we were already in our meeting, if I understood what the city clerk was saying correctly. And so they didn't have a chance to put it on. Arthur Woodson, you are being called to order.
Talking over here.
I can hear you. You're being called to order. Go ahead. Go ahead. Okay. I think she's good, because I'm understanding. Madam Clerk.
When I got information from the administration, which was very late, I did ask Ms. Priestley how she wanted to handle it, because she had said she wasn't taking any walk-ons. So I did send it to her to say, this is what I just got. And then we did send it on to finance, because we got it out first.
All right, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this in the second round? Anyone? Yeah, they were good. You did, you started it off. Nobody else. Okay, so with that said, they've already told us, you know, they're not going to set the contract anyway, so we might as well not belabor. Roll call, Madam Clerk. resolution 240053, management maintenance agreement, Flint City Golf LLC operation of Swartz Creek and Kearsley Golf Courses. We're voting to send it to council.
Thank you.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
I abstain because the terms of the contract are not clear.
No. Ms. Pfeiffer?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Regrettably, no.
Ms. Lincoln Carter?
No.
The vote is 0 yes,
Yep.
7 no, and 1 abstention.
The vote is 0 yes, 7 no, 1 abstention. That has failed to move to council. Moving on to resolution 240043. Is there a motion on the floor for resolution 240043? Appointment of Hurley Board of Hospital Manager, Dr. Christopher E. Martin.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Byrne.
motion on the floor to send 240043, appointment Hurley Board of Hospital Managers, Christopher E. Martin to, council.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported so that there can be discussion. Ms. Burns, would you like the floor?
Thank you, thank you, because there needs to be discussion. Through you, Madam Chair, to the city clerk, there are a few things that I am concerned about with this appointment. One, who would it be replacing? And then number two, does Christopher Martin's voter card reflect the city of Flint?
Okay, per the resolution, Mr. Martin's appointment is to fill the expiration of Harry Scott's appointment.
Harry Scott.
And then I would have to, follow up with you on that information.
Okay. And so, do we know if, Pastor Martin, I know he's Councilman Liddell, who is the pastor, if he votes in the city of Flint? Is he a registered voter?
I would have to tell you that, but I don't know. I have to look at it.
Okay, and then there's some other concerns. When we talk about putting people on boards, Hurley, he has some very interesting views. And some of his views I absolutely do not agree with. I will not appoint anyone who is homophobic. I will not do it. I will not do it. And if it was out on social media, I will not play it. But it was disturbing that a Flint pastor had very clear views as he was making comments about another pastor in the pulpit. And about if you knew he was gay, you shouldn't have appointed him, you shouldn't have hired him. And that if he is you better make sure that you don't have if he's not if he was gay, he would be having a first gentleman, not a first lady. You know, I have a problem with that one, because it's none of our business, people's sexuality. It's not our business. Number two, that hospital serves everybody. Everybody. It doesn't matter if you're gay, straight, heterosexual, homosexual, LGBTQ, black, white, whatever, Hispanic, Latino, if you do, it shouldn't have anything to do with that. But someone with that strong views, and to say it in the pulpit that was reported, that board has a responsibility to make sure that they are impartial and that they are non-biased. So without having those, the whole homophobia is a number one problem for me. But the other part is we're just, I know he has on here DuPont as the voting address, which was actually a voting site. It used to be a precinct. So I don't think he would be right. The precinct where his church, Old Country School, which would be now the name of his church, it shares the same address, would be where he lives and with a precinct. So I would not be supporting this. I would not. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to discuss the resolution in the first round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Montgomery, you have the floor.
Thank you. I too will not be supporting this resolution. To have the address of DuPont Street and you do not live on DuPont Street, and I'm sure he's not registered to vote from the church. I'm sure of it. This appointment is for a Flint resident. And so, saying that you live in Flint, but it's clear, and I know you live in Grand Lake, I cannot support this resolution. As well as, I agree with Councilwoman Burns as far as the comment made. I think to sit on a board such as Hurley's board, you gotta be inclusive, you know, and you gotta be non-biased. So I cannot support this appointment, so I'll be voting no.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this resolution in the first round? Anyone else who would like to speak to this resolution in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Lewis, you have the floor.
Alright. So I just want to highlight a few things. The first thing is, this specific board has 4 slots for individuals that do not live in the city of Flint. So these are for county residents. So I want to be clear as far as that goes, as well as the person who Bishop Martin is going to replace. They live out of county, and this person's term expired last year. So I really want to be clear when I hear colleagues say these seats are exclusively for Flint residents. According to this 15-member body, this board has 4 seats reserved for individuals that live outside of the county. And furthermore, you know, it is kind of interesting when I hear colleagues speak about, you know, being homophobic and things of that nature, when we have audience members come up here and attack colleagues with homophobic slurs quite often when no one says anything. So, wait a minute.
Oh, 1 second, I'm sorry.
Please,
Audience, would you please come to order? Thank you. Thank you, audience. Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
So we must make sure that we stay on our homophobic square if we're that's what we're doing. So when you hear someone calling individuals' name from the lectern, let's make sure that we have that same exact energy and that same exact response when we hear people using those terminologies. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this resolution? Okay, Councilman Pfeiffer, you have the floor.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the clerk. Madam Clerk, do we know how many folks on this board reside or don't reside in the city of Flint? Can you get that information for us?
I can get it to you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. I will say that while I've heard rumblings that this gentleman lives in Grand Lake, I think the ideal that to put a Flint address on there is to do or to This is not a representative of the city. This is a trying to identify as a Flint resident. That's what this is. So I will not be supporting this. Not only did this gentleman make homophobic slurs and gentleman also stood and tried to start a race war. I am conflicted on that, so I certainly will not be supporting this.
Yes, sir.
Whoa!
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to, this resolution in the first round? Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this resolution in the first round? All right, is there anyone who would like to speak to this resolution in the second round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, you have the floor.
Councilman Pfeiffer, you are absolutely correct. And with that too, how dare you stand to represent, in my opinion, it was definitely a lie. You stand there, you have a press conference on a lie. Before getting your information correct, before doing your research. Yes, he did incite a race war.
Whoa!
Which was terrible. Terrible. So how are you going to represent the Hurley board? How? Are you going to be fair? Are you going to collect your research before you step out there?
That's right.
Yes, you're right, Councilman Pfeiffer. That's another reason why I will not be approving this or agreeing to this appointment. I can't. It's been so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this resolution in the second round?
Yes.
Councilman.
Just for the record, I want to put on the record that I appreciate the movement of Jaleel Carter and all of the folks who went to Hurley Hospital board and fought and protested the injustice that was going on at Hurley Hospital. That meant a lot to me. I was watching, and I really think people like Jaleel Carter, and I know he may not want me to say his name, but I think people like him ought to be pointed on the Hurley Hospital board. They fought tirelessly at Hurley Hospital board about the different treatment of the patients that was coming into the emergency room, that was being left there, and I remember that, and that speaks volumes. So I'm just not in love with appointing. I'm not going to say Chris Martin just to anybody, because he do be out here in the community. I just don't support this appointment. Separated this item. I wanted to make sure that I was one that didn't vote for this individual. It's just a lot of things historically that has taken place with this pastor that has a bad taste in my mouth as far as some of the comments. I think one of them, you know, is we should just get over it. Yeah. During the water crisis. Yeah. And that just sticks with me. And then all of this other stuff that you guys are talking about, I wasn't aware of all of that. I haven't saw it on Facebook, but that's unfortunate that those comments were being made, and then we can appoint somebody to represent Hurley Hospital that deals with all kinds of patients. So it's just this one right here is no never. respect Chris Martin and the folks who follow him at his church. May God be with y'all. I can't support
Thank you, and I respect my colleagues, some of their opinions, but I'm gonna say this, it is, and I'm playing, I wasn't gonna play it, because the other pastor that he put it out there is a great pastor, and in fact, he's a reverend, so he went to school the right way, he wasn't self-appointed. He didn't make himself one. And so I'm gonna play it.
You can't, look, y'all quit sitting here in church without the baptism in the Holy Ghost. Because if you got the Holy Ghost, you can tell that some of these preachers y'all listening to are gay. They just fired one from a church around here the other day. I said they should never hire him. He's gay. They should have voted him out. He's been gay. He was gay when they hired him. He was gay when y'all fired him. When they're ripping TVs off the wall, have a little girl, a little tantrum. These folks gay. This ain't no time to be playing like this over the Lord's people. Sitting up under these folks who would look, a man pastoring you ought to be married to a woman. There ought to be a first lady somewhere. If not, he might have a first gentleman. We cannot have perversion over the people. Pastor, you mean I'm not me. I'm telling you, I'm trying to show you life. Even if the people in the pews are suffering or struggling with that spirit, pray them through. You ain't got no business up here dealing with it. How you gonna preach to them and you got it? We trying to get people out of what they in. We trying to love them out of what they in. If you in it, you can't love nobody out of it. You gonna tell them to stay in it. And you gonna let that spirit of perversion be all through the church.
So I have a problem with when someone who say you got it. Gay don't just jump off. It doesn't occur that way. The spirit of perversion. I got a problem with that. The pastor that he was speaking about is a great pastor. You know, we all God's people. If you're a pastor, you should know that. We all are God's people. And just like the people at Hurley are going to be all the people. You at Hurley, you're supposed to get the same treatment. Same treatment. I will not knowingly appoint someone who thinks you got it. I don't know if you treat a person who got it. I don't like that. I don't like, we have to allow space for every member in our community. And Christopher Martin has very clear views. This was his sermon to his congregation. His congregation, I don't know what their views are, but one of his members sits on our council.
What? Where they going? Whoa.
So I have a problem with him.
Whoa.
I will not be supporting him in his racist, or I say racist, his homophobic views, because it's serious. It's serious. No one should have to at this point. And the other pastor, he's a young pastor, a great pastor. And he preached that hate from the pulpit. So I will not be supporting this appointment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this resolution, second round? Councilwoman Morgan, you have the floor.
The way we discuss things on this council, it's not normal. It's not normal to try to destroy other council people's character in every single vote that we have. I don't even believe in religion, because there's many of you who say you believe in God, and you are the most hateful people I've ever met. So let's talk about that. I mean, just the hatred that spews. Someone is very unhappy, and God's not helping them be happy, let me tell you. Because if he was, you wouldn't say or do the things you do. So if we want to sit here and judge others for believing in God their way, we have got to look at ourselves then. And that is why religion is evil. And that is why Jesus himself said that religion is bad. Because look, here we are all the time trying to use God because he's on our side. And he was on Chris Martin's side, and all of you agreed with him when he called me a racist when he was loving Karen Weaver. Now that he loves Neely, oh, you can't stand him. He's a bad man. But you loved him before. Politics are fickle. And being here for 6 years and seeing how disgusting you use God and religion and all of that for your votes, it's gross. It's gross. Just, you may want to, as you like to say, check yourself. Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else who would like to speak to this resolution in its second round? Is there anyone else? Dr. Lewis, you have the floor. Hold on 1 second. Audience, please. Thank you. Madam Clerk, are you ready to start the time? Dr. Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you. So, it is very unfortunate that we pick and choose, what we want to, I guess, say and what we want to support. When we start talking about, we're not going to stand with people, we're not going to stand with people. If you're going to be solid, be 100% solid, because for one, it's very disheartening to hear that my colleague is accusing this pastor of trying to start a race war when what popped all that off was the lack of apology for referring to your colleague as a monkey. And to this day, you still haven't had a resolution about that. There has been no resolve. So let's be clear, he had nothing to do with what you said and for your choices that you made. You made a decision, a conscious decision, to sit over there and to refer to me as a monkey when you were speaking. You did that.
I'm sorry. Please hold. Stop the time. 1 second. Mr. Ricardo, I didn't hear you. I just need 1 second. Audience, I need you all to come to order, please. Ms. Murphy-Carter, you have the floor.
Do you realize he did not call you a monkey?
Please continue. Madam Clerk, would you please start the time?
See, when people do things and they don't mean to do it, like if I step on your foot and I don't mean to do it, I'll say, my apologies, or I'm sorry. If he didn't mean what he said, he would have apologized and kept it moving. But the fact that we have so many people that don't like me, and I'm perfectly fine with that, but they want to give it a pass because it's me, that's okay. But you let that be said to anyone else who they quote unquote favor, it would have been a big problem. I'm fine with that. But right is right, is wrong is wrong. Monkey see, monkey do.
Can we please, audience, stop yelling out?
Again, it has to be, we have to bring people to order because we can't even speak. If we were in a court, this is a municipal place where we are legislators. Okay, we are.
1 second, Dr. Lewis. Councilwoman Burns, what is your request for information?
Who is the monkey? She said monkey see, monkey do. Who is the monkey?
Dr. Lewis, please proceed.
Thank you. And so, and then we have Ms. Beverly yelling out again. See, here's the deal.
Audience, please, that was not Ms. Levy. That was not her. I saw who it was.
I do apologize, but okay, I do apologize. But here's the deal. This is a municipal place where we make rules and laws. You all should have no less respect for these chambers than you do in a courtroom. If you are demanded, if the judge tells you to come to order, you will come to order. You will be escorted out by the bailiff. It is unfortunate that we have such level.
Police brutality up in here. I know you can stop that right now.
Please stop my time. RL, please stop hollering out.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
I would like to reclaim my time, please.
Absolutely, go ahead and give her 20 seconds.
What?
All right, Dr. Lewis, proceed.
Thank you. And so, again, so when we say that someone is trying to incite a race war, only thing you need is this: a YouTube link or a seat in this chair to see exactly what happened. It can be fixed, we have to make it right again. It was unfortunate to hear my colleague is trying to make something racial again when the young lady came here and she was complaining that she has not heard from the council. And then when I pointed it out, it was order.
Please stop the time. What is your point of order, Councilwoman Burns?
First of all, she could not speak to the motives of anyone. Robert Rules 43.21. She can't speak to what the motives were. She doesn't, she's incorrect.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Burns, that's improper. I think you heard her incorrectly what she was saying. She was saying that she was accused of saying something was racial. I think she was clearing up that.
And she also brought about the lady that was here.
No, that's what she was clearing up.
She didn't, because she's blaming him. The lady is even in the.
No. I hear what you're saying, but if you would have heard what she said, and then when we talked about earlier, he said that she said it was racial, and she's cleared up the fact that she never said it was racial. That's what's happening. Go ahead.
Thank you. And it's unfortunate when others speak, we let them speak, but as soon as I get the mic, it's point of order, point of information. That's okay. But the point is, I said nothing about things being racial. Now, but I will not stand here and allow individuals to attack Pastor Martin. And the reason why is because although he is my pastor, we don't agree with everything, all beliefs and etc. We don't. However, that does not demean Pastor Martin's character, his integrity, and how he feels about the community. So let's not demean people, because if that's the case, we need to check a lot of people that come to that lecture. I'm not going to be messy and call them out, but let's not try to demean someone's character on one or two items. That's not fair. That's not fair at all. But I could not sit here and not be remiss to let people attack him for standing with me because of the quote-unquote monkey comment that went viral and that has yet to this day to be apologized for, and our black leadership in this community let it go. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens in the very near future if he does not decide to side with them and see if they bring this up, return to the table. But again, an apology costs nothing if you didn't make it.
All right. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round on this resolution? Anyone else? Seeing as how there's no one else who would like the floor in the second round on this resolution, I will take my time. So a couple of things are happening here. I do believe that there are people who take issue with some of the remarks that Pastor Martin has said in the past. I don't believe that that's what is occurring here. It does appear to be retaliation. One of the things we have to make sure that we are not doing is that we are not retaliating simply because someone is not currently on our side or who you like or who's leading you at this moment, or because someone took a stance in the past for words that came out of your mouth. People have a right to defend however they're going to defend and who they're going to defend. And what we cannot do is send a clear message to this community of, we will retaliate, we will hold you back, which is what we seem to do. I will agree with the fact that when my colleague spoke about the address, I feel like you had a very valid point there. But once my colleague started speaking to, and they did this to me, is where we step into the line of retaliation. We have to be very careful that we're not telling residents that we're going to retaliate against you or deny you something simply because of that. I feel like there are enough factors here outside of the clear retaliation to which we all can make a clear, concise vote on how this has to happen because of some other factors. But I just want us to be clear that residents do not need to feel like if they want to apply for boards, and this is not the first time this council has done this, that we are going to retaliate or hold them back or not allow them to serve in the community. At one point in time, we were all sitting somewhere hoping for an opportunity to serve, wanting to do this. And so let's always remember those mindsets. With that said, roll call, Madam Clerk. And we are voting as to whether or not to send 240043, appointment to early board of hospital managers, Dr. Christopher E. Martin, to council.
Mr. Shaq?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
The vote is 0 yes, 7 no.
The vote is 0 yes, 7 no. That resolution has failed. Moving on to resolution 240044, appointment to the Housing Commission, Tracy Fountain. Is there a motion on the floor regarding this resolution?
Madam Chair?
I think Councilwoman Lewis started speaking first.
Yes, I would like to send the resolution to council.
All right, there is a motion on the floor to send, appointment of Flint Housing Commission Tracy Fountain to council. Is there a second? Is there support for this motion?
Support.
It has been moved and properly supported. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
I do see, I want to see the Tracy. I do see now that it's to replace Philip Schmitter, whose term expired August 31st, 2023. I do see that. I do see that now. Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this appointment in the first round? Nobody else in the first round. All right, second round. Anybody that wishes to speak to this resolution in the second round? Roll call, Madam Clerk. And this is to send resolution 240044, appointment to the Housing Commission Tracy Fountain, to council.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Shaq?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That resolution has been sent to council, and that once again is resolution 240044, appointment to the Housing Commission Tracy Mountain. We now move on to resolution 240045, appointment to the Planning Commission Nadia Rodriguez. Is there a motion on the floor?
Madam Chair?
Councilwoman Lewis.
I move that we send that to council.
It has been moved by Dr. Lewis. Is there support? It's been supported by Councilwoman Worthing. Is there discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Burns.
Thank you. So it looks like this one is a reappointment.
No, it's not a reappointment. It's an appointment.
Well, 4 or 5. So who is this person? Who are they replacing?
Madam Clerk. I believe that kind of question is for you.
I'm going to say that I would refer to the city attorney office because if it's not listed, I'm not certain who they are replacing. So I really don't want to say.
For you, Madam Chair, to the city attorney.
About time.
Can you tell me, do you know, the format has been changed so that we don't know in these appointments who they're replacing. Can you tell me, do you have information on who Nadia Rodriguez is replacing for the Planning Commission?
I'm sorry, Councilwoman, I don't have that info.
What?
Okay. And I don't, an attorney Kim is not, usually he is at our meetings. Is he out of town? Okay. I will not be supporting this. I'd like to know whom they're replacing. The format has changed. The city had had a precedence that was set before they would always have who it was replacing so that you could see. I don't like having this blind, I don't like this. I will not be supporting this at this time, especially since it was drawn up by our legal department, and our legal department does not know who spot this person, who Nadia Rodriguez is taking, who was her predecessor. So I will not be supporting this.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the first round to this appointment?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Ricardo, you have the floor.
So, through you, Madam Chair, to Clerk Donahue. Clerk Donahue, I thought that you kept record of all of the different boards and the replacements for each board. So I'm confused. Why? I mean, even Attorney Kim sent us an email with all of the different boards and the vacancies. What's going on?
Yeah.
Can you please shed light?
All I can say is I don't make any assumptions as to where I think they might fit in. The administration might have a different idea about what placements they're making. So I know that council has requested that that the resolution, the appointment resolution be drafted to include that information. So I will work with Attorney Kim and make sure that they're presented that way before they come before you. I just don't like to make assumptions of what I think the replacement is for, if they're not saying it, because we had a problem in the past of a resolution and appointment that I had drafted, thinking that they were making a certain replacement, but they weren't, it was for something else. So I'll just get with them and say that we need to know moving forward every time on these resolutions, that information that used to always be included.
Yeah, but you don't have record of that? Do you keep record of that?
Yes, but I don't, that's for accident. I'm not making any assumptions, but I just speculate. I see it when you see it.
Now,
For these appointments, or
okay.
mayoral appointments, administrative appointments, not for board.
Okay, this is an administrative appointment, so, well, Madam Chair,
I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, to you, because you are the 7th Ward representative,
Yeah.
did you nominate?
I did, yes.
But you don't know who this person is replacing?
So, I was never given that information, and I've asked, and I just wanna make sure I don't waste any of your time. I'll let you go.
Okay. Yeah, because in the past, the resolution should always state who the individual will be replacing. And the term of the expiration date of term and all of that. So, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm gonna, maybe perhaps we should send this back to committee so that we can get all the information we need to get. I'll make a motion to send, this resolution back to committee.
There's a motion on the floor to send this back to committee.
Support.
Has been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion? Councilman Pfeiffer, you have the floor.
Through you to Clerk Donahue, I just want to be clear, the planning commission is at the will of the mayor, correct? So how can this be the 7th Ward? Just through you, Madam Chair, did you bring this forward? This is the mayor.
So I was approached by someone in planning who said they needed a 7th Ward representative, and it was I recommended someone. Yep.
So through you again to Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, I guess I'm a little under, when you're saying that there might be some ambiguity of what the mayor intended, I can see that for at large, but this is specifically for the 7th Ward. So it should be clear as who this person is replacing. there shouldn't be any gray area of, at a normal at-large, which I understand if that was, but this is specifically 7 wards, and there's 1 per ward on this board. So can you tell me who occupied the 7th-ward seat in the planning commission?
I think somebody has.
Through you, Ashley.
Ashley Keppel. Oh my God.
And I'm sorry, I don't want to refer to you as Ashley. It's Ms. Harris, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Philip Schmitter, his term expired on 8/31/2023.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that name?
Philip Schmitter.
I've never heard that name, and I've been to several planning commission meetings.
I have his
Well,
resolution.
they would still have to call his name for a role if he was appointed. Madam Clerk, do you have any information?
This resolution is 240044.
45.
45. Yeah, it's in this resolution. That, the mayor appointed, Tracy Crowley,
No, this is.
45, actually, 20045.
April Cook Hawkins. Now that name I recognize.
Yeah, I can send you the information.
Great, thank you, Councilman Pfeiffer. Is there anyone else who would like to look from this time to speak to this resolution? I did, okay. Councilman Murphy.
So, the planning commissions are, recommended, appointments by the mayor, but in, all due respect, what the mayor usually do historically is reach out to the council to, touch bases with you on that appointment for that ward. So for instance, I have an appointment for the planning commission. She lives on Philadelphia Street. And even though it's not my appointment, it was recommended through the mayor to reappoint that individual to the planning commission. So just in courtesy, when you see the 7th ward appointment, it's not an appointment that the councilwoman in the 7th ward making. It's just a courtesy olive branch that the mayor gave. I won't be supporting moving this back because we don't know who the appointment is. Because if that's the case, then we probably don't know who some of the other appointments are too. And I'm just not going to support it. I would like to see this moving forward because the planning commission do a lot of work. So I won't be supporting postponement. Through the chair to Ashley, do you have the name?
Yes, I have the correct name.
What's the name?
April Cook. She has been, April Cook. April Cook.
April Cook.
Yes.
Hawkins. Is it April Cook Hawkins?
No, it's just April Cook.
April Cook.
So wait a minute, you gotta have a last name, sir.
Yes, Hawkins.
See?
So April Cook Hawkins is the replacement that this person. So now that we know that, that kind of clarified, Councilwoman Jimmy Winfrey Carter, your question. So can I make an amendment to that motion, or do y'all want to just vote this down and vote? Let's vote it down and just go on. And I call for the question.
Support.
I call for the question. Oh, support. Oh.
Roll call, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Ms. Worthing.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley. Yes. Ms. Murphy Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
No.
Mrs. Bath.
Yes.
Mr. Piper.
No.
Six yes, 2 no.
Vote is 6 yes, 2 no, so, with that, we will vote. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
Could you repeat what we voted on now?
We are voting on, moving this back, the appointment for the planning commission, Nadia Rodriguez. So now we're voting on the amended motion to send this back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
No.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Murphy Carter.
No.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Bath.
No.
Mr. Piper.
Yes.
Ms. Worthing.
No.
Madam Clerk, I'd like to change my vote to no, please.
Vote is 3 yes, 5 no.
Vote is 3 yes, 5 no. That fails, so we go back to our original motion of city council. Councilman Piper.
Yeah, I was hoping that it went back because there's no, resume attached, so how do we know that this person is qualified to be on the planning commission? I think, as we have before, we've always requested that a resume comes forward so that we not only, appoint qualified people, we make sure that they have the proper experience to be on that board. So I was hoping that it went back, because I don't have a resume, one, for how they're even qualified. I think that just being a resident in the board isn't enough for the planning commission. There needs to be someone qualified that knows a little bit about zoning, someone in that field. So maybe this person is, but we don't have that information for us to determine it. So as with all appointments that don't have a resume, I will be voting no.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? I think Councilwoman Burns has.
Yes.
And actually, Councilwoman Burns already spoke in this round for this. You have to wait till the second round. I'm sorry. Is there anyone else in the, first round? No, 6, 5, and 8 spoke in the first round. Would you like the floor? Councilman Murphy?
So,
You have the floor.
thanks for pointing that out to me. And I'll support sending this back. I mean, after all of that. Yeah, I mean, through you to the clerk, did we miss something with the resume? Did it get lost in the paperwork?
That's how we submit it.
Excuse me?
That's how the resolution was submitted, without a resume.
So I'm done.
Thank you.
I don't know where to put that
Madam
sign.
Chair.
We're still in the first round.
Okay.
Anybody else in the first round? Anybody else in the first round? All right, moving to the second round. Ms. Burns, you have the floor.
Thank you, and as we do make sure that we don't even have a resume. But I do want to state this because I did think at first, and I did have a conversation with Attorney Kim a couple times. So you are correct with the planning commission, which is page 59 of the Flint City Charter, Section 6-302, establishment, membership, and appointment. Section 8, the planning commission shall consist of 9 members, 1 from each ward, the 9 wards of the city of Flint, who shall represent insofar as possible different professions or occupations. Such members shall take office only after the appointment by the mayor, together with approval of the city council. So these approvals are for the mayor. They're not ours. Yeah, page 59, section A. Because I thought that at first it was out of mine because the mayor had told someone that it was my appointment and it was not. Not at all, it was not my appointment. And I could not have that person removed. And so I had so I had to speak, and so I had to have spoken with Attorney Kemp, and that's where it was made clear we had a conversation. You know, we're supposed to work in agreement with the administration because it's the mayor's appointments to figure out who do we want. But these come up, and they're not even coming up with a resume attached. So it definitely needs to be. I don't know how we do send back, or what do we do? Send back to a different committee. Yes, keep it here because this is, I'm gonna let my colleagues speak. I'm gonna be fair and not do call for questions.
Even if you, they can still speak if you,
I'm just gonna say, I'm done now. Okay.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else who would like to speak in the second round? No? Not in the second round, go ahead.
Through you to Ashley, Ms. Harrison.
What Ashley?
Yeah. Ms. Harris, after I'm done speaking, I'll make a motion to keep this here, and I just have a few questions, or a request, and one can be, because this says to fill the remaining term, so did April Cook Hawkins resign? And if that's the case, she was already appointed to this term, so can we notify the clerk of her resignation? And also, you still have a resume for her?
Yes, I can do it. A resume and also confirmation that she resigned.
Okay, thank you. That's the only questions I have, so I will make the motion to keep this in special affairs with the assumption that we get this within 2 weeks.
Yep, of course, thank you.
Thank you. There is a motion on the floor to keep this item in special affairs. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 6th ward. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
I'm looking at the, roster for the planning commission in April. Cook Hawkins' term expired on March of 2023. So, this, appointment either was needed to be reappointed or someone new. So I'm not.
What's your request, Councilman Piper?
If she expired in
March 2023.
If that's the case, then this resolution, are you aware that this resolution ends in 2025, stating a 3-year term, so none of that makes sense.
Well, I'm looking
You would
at
have
it now.
2022.
My appointment, Ms. Campbell, is expired on March 2017, so we need to do something with that too. So while we out, can the administration bring a resolution so we can get her appointed and updated?
Point of order.
What's your point?
Not relevant, sir.
Look,
that
what
is...
we ain't about to do. Yeah, so, okay. I'm not sure if these need to be fixed.
What's your request?
Through you, Madam Chair, Councilman Murphy, where are you?
looking at this.
I'm
You
looking
have
at,
an email with,
no, I went on the City of Flint website,
okay,
and it says Flint Planning Commission 2024-25 membership Royston.
okay.
And they got everybody appointment, Josh Brown, March 2025, Jeffrey Horton, March 2026, Lenore Campbell, expired March 2017, Karen Blower, March 2024, Robert Wesley, March 2026, Robert Jewell, March 2026, April Cook Hawkins, March 2023, Lynn Sorensi, March 2026, Mona Eunice, March 2024. So that's where I got this from. So I'm not sure about the 3-year time. I'm done.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to have discussion on this agenda item, standing special affairs? Madam Clerk, did you have something?
I just wanted to clarify, according to my records and what you adopted in 2020, her term expired in 2022. So that's probably why it's at 25 on this resolution. The website might be wrong, but the resolution that you adopted said term expired in 2022.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this resolution?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you. So, it looks like we may need to just fix this totally. So, maybe we can drop this and bring it back, or we can let it remain, but we just need to make sure that we have, everything that's required, such as the resume, make sure that the dates are all aligned. So since this is this is in your board, through you, Madam Chair, what do you recommend?
So I am completely fine with staying here in special affairs. I just need for the administration to send us resolutions correctly. Also, with all items needed, I believe we've made this request on more than one occasion about how resolutions are sent to us. So I'm going to make the request once again about how resolutions are sent to us. Just kind of keep the confusion down, because we already got enough of it ourselves. So, administration, please, and thank you, correct resolutions. Take some time to kind of look over them and make sure you're sending down the correct stuff. We appreciate it greatly.
All right, thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor? Anyone else? All right, I'll take my time. Councilwoman Pfeiffer is correct. There is no resume attached to this. And so we do not need to move forward without a resume so that everyone has an opportunity to make an informed decision on how they vote. I was approached, and not by the mayor, I've actually not even spoken to the mayor concerning the planning commission or any boards. I was approached saying they needed someone in the 7th ward, and here's the name, and someone that's very committed to the community, who will show up for the meetings. I know with a lot of our boards, we have issues with making quorum because people accept these positions and then they do not show up so that the business of those boards can move forward. I do have confidence that Ms. Rodriguez would show up and operate in her duties on the planning commission. And so, I mean, no need to be laboring. We voted to keep it here in special affairs. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry, that's not right. Mr. Murphy?
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Shaq?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis? Yes. The vote is 8 yes, no no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240045, appointment Flint Planning Commission, Nadia Rodriguez will stay in special affairs. Now moving on to resolution 240048, the reappointment to the Citywide Advisory Committee, Mazan Green Martin. there a motion for this resolution?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Burns.
motion to send resolution 240048, reappointment to Citywide Advisory Committee, Maison Green.
It has been moved, is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 3rd Ward. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
Thank you. Just for clarity, for you, Madam Chair, to the city clerk, it says to an at-large. Was this the position that she held as at-large before? And because it states, the resolution resolving that the Flint City Council approves the appointment of Maison Green Martin, and gives her address, to an at-large.
If I may, Councilwoman Burns, she would have to be at large because I recently, appointed someone to the 7th Ward seat, yes.
Okay, that's okay. Okay, so she's the mayor's appointment then. And she served on that. When did her term? She served on that board before. She did. I remember she was appointed in 2019. And so, through you, Madam Chair, to Madam Clerk, when did her term expire?
Her original term expired May 31st, 2022.
2022, May 31st, 2022.
Yes, and this is a reappointment, so the title says reappointment, the resolve says appointment. I don't know if you want to amend that or not.
Okay, but it's not a reappointment then. This is now just an appointment then, right?
No, it's a reappointment.
It's a reappointment, but Candace had sent someone. So if this is the mayor's, but it's now to at large. But it's the mayor's one that you appointed someone to the board.
It should say to an at-large.
Yeah, I know. So, but then her term expired, then. Right. When was your person appointed?
Recently, in the last 2 months, I believe, recently.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Councilman Pfeiffer, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through the clerk, Madam Clerk, you're saying it expired in 2022, but this says a 3-year term ending in 2026, so wouldn't that, if this was a reappointment, be ending in 2025? Whereas, was she appointed to the 7th Ward before and now it's in that large?
This is an example of why I don't make assumptions. She would have to ask attorney general about that.
Because I'm confused whether or not this is a reappointment. If this is a reappointment, yeah. 3 years, so it's just there.
Yeah, so this is a reappointment. It looks like her term expired in 2022. And this is the CWAC, so each council member appoints someone and the administration appoints two.
So if she expired in 2022, and she continued on that means that this term would expire in 2025 if it's a 3-year term. This states that it's a 3-year term ending in 2026. So I'm confused of which position she's now taking.
Yeah, so if it's 3 years, then you're correct, it would be 2025, and that is the resolution.
Madam Clerk, you have something?
I'm showing that Mr. Shad's recent appointment, Moses Tillman, 7th Ward appointment, is expired in 2025.
So Moses took this position that this person previously had.
No, this says it's an at-large.
I understand that, but according to the clerk's records, that this isn't in the reappointment record. If this person, but it's not though. Because her term expired, somebody else took that term, and this person moved over to the at-large. This is not a reappointment. So if this was a reappointment, I would probably, vote yes without a resume, but since this is not a reappointment, and this resolution is incorrect, and it does not have a resume, I'm gonna make a motion to send it back so we can get a resume and fix the resolution to not say reappointment. So I'm gonna move to make a motion to send it back to government ops, and that's what
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilperson in the sixth ward. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy?
Call for question.
Okay, is there any support?
Support.
That's been moved and properly supported, and roll call, Madam Clerk. That's pretty slick.
Yes.
Ms. McIntyre?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Michelle? Yes. Mrs. Piper?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
Okay, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Murphy Carter? I'm sorry, Ms. Murphy Carter. We are voting to send this back to government ops.
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Reappointment Supervisor Advisory Committee of Design Green Martin Resolution 240048 has been moved to government ops. Moving on to appointment zoning board of appeals, John Coogan, resolution 240049. Is there a motion?
Yes. I would like to move, appointment resolution 240049, John King Jr. to the zoning board of appeals.
It's been moved, is there support? Support. It's been moved and supported by the councilperson in the fourth ward. Is there discussion?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I heard the first, Councilman Piper has the floor. Alrighty, Councilman Murphy.
Yes, this is an appointment, that I needed to fill in the third ward. He taken, a young lady spot who is now employed at the, customer service center downstairs, I believe. She was on the zoning board of appeals, and at their last meeting, they didn't have a quorum, so it was just important that we fill some of these positions. I didn't want to just put anybody on here. This is someone out of the Rollwood neighborhood, that's very active. We do have a resume, and I do have when we approve this tonight, he'll be working with the administration, the staff over there in the zone. We probably to get him up to speed on things that's going on. I think they meet sometime this month, so I wanna try to make sure they have a form.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the sixth ward.
through you to, Madam Clerk, what is the person's name? Do you have the person's name? That, he's replacing, Mr. Kington?
The person who used to be,
Yeah, what's the name that he's replacing, that your new person is replacing? John Kingdon. Kingdon. You have the name, Madam Clerk, of who he is of who Mr. John Kingdon is replacing. You said you had a person, right? You just don't have her name?
the person, she resigned, it was a young lady that used to be on the zoning board of appeals. She now works in customer service, I believe, or the information that's downstairs. So she resigned, and this appointment now will be her replacement.
Okay, do we have her name?
I don't have it right offhand, but I'll look on
The clerk is talking.
see if it's on there.
The clerk is talking. Madam Clerk, can you say that again?
I have Ari McCaskill.
R.M. Caskell.
Ari,
Ari Caskell.
Ari's first name, McCaskill. is the last name.
McCaskill. Ari McCaskill. Okay, and that's who was serving prior. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? I think you will do time. Okay, have at it.
I just want, just to be clear, this is only for a 6-month term? Or till the end of August, Madam Clerk? Is that correct?
That's correct, it's to fill the remainder of that term.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this resolution? Anybody second? Roll call, Madam Clerk. And this is to send 240049, appointment zoning board of appeals John Keenan to council.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Yes, 0 no?
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240049, appointment of zoning board of appeals John Keenan will be moved to council.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Priestley.
make motion to move 240051 to council.
There is a motion to move 240051, appointment of human relations commission Christopher Price to council. Is there any support? It's been moved and probably supported by the councilwoman in the 9th ward. Councilwoman Priestley, you have the floor.
Yes, this is an appointment that fills a vacancy that has been open since before I became on council. And, it's vital that this person is seated, so I'm asking my, fellow council people, to please approve this appointment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to leave for
Madam Chair.
councilwoman in the 6th ward?
Thank you. I believe this appointment is for Chris Fry. Yes, he serves, so I know he also serves in Flint. He works with Flint Neighborhood United. And you're, putting him on, human relations. he's had some very strong views on social media. Very, very strong views. And when we look at putting people on these boards, we have to remember too that our comments and our views, they stay here and people see them. I will not be supporting Chris Fry because his views, I was troubled with him. I was very troubled with him. And the fact that he works for Neighborhood United. And those views have, when we look at human relations, people, these boards, you have to be fair, non-biased, you have to be impartial. His comments on social media have not exhibited the fact which are his opinions, maybe his personal. They're on social media. I will not be supporting this appointment.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak in the first round? Okay, is there anyone who would like to speak in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Houston.
You know, there's been oftentimes members of, who've been appointed that I don't necessarily agree with, but it's my fellow council people's choice as to who they nominate for their boards, and I don't question that. I rarely vote against a appointment proposed by one of our fellow councilmen, and I would hope that some people would, and there's some appointments I would never voted for, but it's their choice. And so I do hope that they respect my choice in this very important thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in the second round? Yes. Councilwoman Lewis.
Keeping in mind that Mr. Fry has been involved in the community for years. He has been over Flint Neighborhood United for years as the president. He has been putting out great information in the community for years. Mr. Fry is, one thing I will not do, I will not accuse someone of something and not have a receipt to back it up. So I would like to ask my councilperson in this, my colleague in the city board, what did he say that troubled you? Through you, Madam Chair, to the city board.
Councilwoman Burns, may I answer if you would like?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to acknowledge.
Okay, that's all I want to hear.
They are screenshot though.
That's all I want to
So if you want to
hear.
take the
So
time, I'll dig them up for you to read.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Again, just like Bishop Martin's case was played, what Chris Fry said could be read as well.
And
I will not choose out of order. So I will not utilize my seat again to weaponize people under false pretenses. He does great work in the community, and when you do great work in the community, you realize other people that do it. And so therefore, I will not hold up your appointment, Judy, because this is your appointment. You vetted him, and we've seen his work. And clearly, we don't have any evidence of him being a bad person on social media. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this in the second round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, you have the floor.
Now, this is where I stand. And I'm gonna do my research. Now, if the comments are racially motivated, if they are racial slurs and racial undertones, no, he does not need to be sitting on the Human Relations Commission.
Request information.
What is your request?
My request is, so what did he say, so we can...
Madam Chair, I'm not answering that.
Please proceed.
So with that, no, he should not be sitting on any Human Relations Commission because you have to be non-biased.
What is your point of order?
This is slandering a person's character. She did not have any proof that he has said racial.
Madam Chair, I'm talking. This is my time. This is not slander. I didn't slander anyone. I said if his comments are racially motivated. racial slurs or have any racial undertones, no, he does not need to sit on a Human Relations Commission. That's for anyone. I'm tired of it. You got people coming in here talking about you people. You got Doug Matthews coming up in here, skipping up here every week, talking about he a social worker and all his racial slurs. We don't need that.
Carter, what is your point of order?
So according to our rules, was that 27.2, we cannot attack the audience in their absence or in their presence.
That does not say that.
Madam Chair.
Point of order. Point of order says we cannot attack. Be argumentative. So thank you.
Councilwoman Burns, what's your point of order?
Point of order, she didn't even quote it correctly. Councilwoman, Winfrey Carter was stating a fact with what Doug Matthews came up here and said.
So what I'm saying is, we don't need that kind of behavior on these commissions and boards. We gotta stop with it. So, I'll be voting no for this appointment. We have no room for that on the Human Relations Commission. Thank you.
Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
Yeah, oh God. The constant over here, it's like they're at the Super Bowl and they're cheering and like shouting out. This is not a sporting event, it's business. I'm sorry that you can't appreciate that. But I find it disgusting that one would attack someone's character without having any proof that any racial comments were made. You can say that about anyone if there have been no racial comments. I'm pretty 100% positive that I've never seen racial comments coming out of Chris Fry on any Facebook post. That's not who he is. And so, what is the point of doing that? Why accuse somebody of something they didn't do, and then just ignore that you just tried to slander someone's character? But that's what people on this council like to do, slander others. And usually when you accuse somebody of doing something, you're the one who's done it yourself. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Burns.
Thank you. And she is the first time she told the truth. The person is usually the person who doesn't. Because on Facebook, you call me a gal.
I'm a gal, you're a gal.
No, I'm not a gal. You will not refer to me as that racist term. You will not refer to me. Excuse me. No. You will not. You will not.
Councilwoman Worthy, you don't have the floor.
I know, don't
have the floor.
turn around and you
Go ahead. Go ahead.
She needs to be more. And I want to see the proof of gal. I can pull it up right now. I can show you gal. I'm not allowing you to gaslight this community as she is out of order. Thank you. I will not, I'm screaming. You are out of order. How about that?
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
So she is, now I guess she's in the tape now. I can care less. But the fact that she has gal, I can pull that up, and that is not slandering. Along with calling people ghetto, where she had to give some apology. She called this community of hope, sections of it that are populated by African American or black people. She said the Amen Choir. So these are not allegations, and we can pull them up. I can pull them up for you. You so ignorant. This is ridiculous.
Well, I'm just
you know,
Councilwoman Worthy, you do not have the floor. Please stop. I understand, but please stop. You do not have the floor.
ask her to please stop speaking.
Councilwoman, they stop yelling out. Councilwoman, please stop yelling out.
I'm not speaking to, I'm speaking out. I reclaim my time.
Go ahead. And please give Councilwoman Burns another 1 minute.
minute back, please, thank you.
Thank you. I'm not speaking to her. I'm stating facts about her. She needs to understand the difference. She needs to understand the difference. So again, when you call black women a gal, that is equivalent to calling a black man a boy. When you call this community ghetto.
What is your point? I'm sorry.
What is your point of order, Councilwoman
My
Burns?
point of order is, are we discussing Chris Fry's appointment?
Yes, we are.
She is not germane.
And you need to be warned are out of order.
That is actually correct. Councilwoman Burns, please stay.
I'm speaking to what she spoke to. So when we talk about racist terms, I'm drawing a conclusion. I'm giving you proof of what a colleague in the Ninth Ward who has made racial slurs, microaggressions, what they look like, the words that they use, so that she can understand and other council members on this board can understand what they are. Now, I will get it for you for comments that he has put. I blocked Chris Fry. I don't even block people because his comments were so out of order and character. I blocked him. So when you set out here but you also defend all kind of crazy people. So, I mean, with your, but I am not, and here's the thing. My comment was to simply say.
What, I'm sorry, please hold.
I'm sorry,
What is your point?
she just called people crazy.
I said the comments were, you are out of order.
No, you said
No,
crazy
no, your comments are crazy.
Councilwoman Burns,
No,
please.
you said crazy
Go, Ms. Worthy, run.
No, you a liar. Now that I did say.
Go ahead,
I'm just saying, she doesn't even know what she says. She just talks so much. You said crazy people.
Crazy
Thank
comments.
you. Thank you.
Anyway, they keep taking my time for the 9th and the 1st, the 2nd Ward, who always complain about points of order. They put Councilman Mays out for numerous points of orders and requests, and they're doing the same thing. That we need to record this day.
Madam
They are doing this.
Clerk, can you stop the time for a second? Thank you. I would ask all of my colleagues to refrain from personal attacks, to refrain from to make sure that you stay germane to the agenda item and what we're discussing, to refrain from arguing back and forth with each other. Take the time that you have. If a point of order is called, please stop, let us hear the point, I will rule on it, and we will move on. But please stop the back and forth arguing, please stop speaking of motives, please stop calling names. Everyone up here is eloquent enough to speak to the point that you are trying to make without directing your comments at a colleague. Please stop interrupting. Let's continue, Madam Clerk. Please start her time again.
Thank you. And so, as my colleague, one of them states, I can never get through when they want to interrupt me because of a point of order for information. But when they do it, it doesn't seem to tabulate, or they can't keep count. So, my reason, I wasn't even getting into it. I can find them for you, Liddell, and I'll send them to you because I blocked him. I have almost 3,000 screenshots. It's going to take me some time. So I'll get them to you because I did block Chris Fry. I blocked him, and it takes a lot for me because I'll go back and forth with debate that they may not agree with me on certain things, but it gets a point and a threshold. When that threshold is crossed, then I will block you. And I blocked him. I even have you on my page. I didn't block you, and I don't agree with you on almost a lot. Let's just say that. So, Judy, to your point, I understand that those are your appointments. But if I were to have a person that I was to appoint that my colleague felt something that they weren't very comfortable with, send it back to committee. I'll find those and I'll show you. But I don't arrive at blocking just because I don't like you. I'm not a quick person to block. I don't do that. Liddell Lewis is on my page. I don't do that. So I'm a very fair person when it comes to that. Very fair. And I don't care for her at all. And well, matter of fact, she takes things from my page and sends them to the pastors when it's not even true posts and change them. So my point is, I'm not supporting this. All I made was I wasn't supporting it. Y'all got into these weeds. I didn't even state the reason why. Y'all kept digging and brought this up when y'all should just remain quiet. That's just, I'm one vote. If 5 people choose to later, then I would have explained to her. But it's not I didn't decide to do it without thought, period. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Everyone that has spoken so far in this round, 42596. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in this round? You spoke in this round.
I spoke?
Yeah, in this round. This is the first round, only two people spoke.
Yes.
Councilman Murphy, go ahead.
Thank you. So I know Chris Farrar too. I know he worked closely with, what is my friend name that's older? Carmen, yeah, Lewis. I just can't see Carmen working that closely with someone that's out here making racial spurs or comments, whatever, in the community. I'm not sure. I don't know what you're talking about. I would like to see some kind of evidence or something stating what he said or something. I mean, I've been on him for years too. Now he will speak his mind and tell you what's on his mind. So that I'm not surprised. But for him to make racial comments, I would like to see that. Other than that,
Request for information. Are you saying from my comments?
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Burns,
Yes.
what's your request?
Request for information. Are you saying that I said racial? He made inappropriate, very inappropriate comment.
no, I'm saying if you have some evidence to show, to prove to us.
I didn't say racial. That wasn't
I don't know. Well, maybe I missed it. Maybe. I thought you said he made racial comments or something. Cause I mean, I've been on him for some years and he just don't seem like that kind of person, and I would hate to hold up this appointment, but I don't want to support something I don't know. I just don't be following some of the stuff on Facebook like that, so I'm just not aware of it. And if you are aware of it, like you played the tape for Chris Martin, that will help me make a decision, because what you played with Chris Martin, I never heard that before until you just played it. That helped me make a decision. Not to say that I wouldn't go that route, but I'm just saying that just puts the icing on the cake. So I just would like, if you got some evidence with him, other than that, I gotta support my colleague and support the board.
I'm going through this screen.
Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else that'd like to speak to this resolution in the second round? All right, roll call, Madam Clerk, and we are voting to send 240051, appointment to Human Relations Commission, Christopher Fry, to council. Yes.
I'm gonna abstain until I see some, evidence of my colleague, so.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Councilman Ricardo?
I'm gonna abstain as well, until I do my research.
Ms. Burns?
No.
One is 5 yes, 1 no, 2 abstentions.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no, 2 abstentions. This resolution 240051 has been moved to council. Now on to ordinances. 240052, the amendment ordinance, chapter 35, personnel, section 35-112.04, job description and qualifications for the director of the Department of Public Works.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to send 240052 to council.
And I support.
The motion to move this resolution 240052 to council by Councilwoman Priestley has been supported by Councilwoman Lewis. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
Through you to Mr. Edwards.
Mr. Edwards, would you please join us?
Also, I don't see Mr. Eddie Smith. What is the difference in DPW job? What is it that you're changing it for? I know as you're walking toward, did the job description change? The qualifications, I know it was an issue with compensation, and that the job has been vacant since March 17th, 2023.
Through Madam Chair to Councilwoman Burns, yes, what we've done is expanded the possibilities, changed the requirement so that experience is a big portion of, rather than just have simply stipulation for degree, we are substituting a certain amount of years of experience for someone who's actually worked in the area, been doing the job, but they may not possess a degree.
So you're taking off the education component?
No, simply allowing substitution for expanding possibilities for a candidate to have lots of years. Yes, we're at, because it said.
So in lieu of is an either or.
Yes.
So a person can come be DPW and not have the college portion that's on it now.
But have a number of.
Have a number of years.
I think it's at least 15 years experience in the area doing that job.
Here's my issue with DPW, because they're a water. How do we change that part when we have a problem when they switch? Why do we switch? Flint was poison.
Not by the director.
Well, there you speak up.
DPW is.
Stay right there.
If you had taken off, maybe kept the college, less than, I don't know how many years is required, was it 15?
If I may.
Yeah.
There are people in this area, excuse me, sir. There are people in this area that are certified with or without the college degree. They're certified S1 distribution operators. So they meet the requirement according to either. They meet the requirement.
But most municipalities do require a college degree, is that correct?
I'm not aware of that because I know of some circumstances where the people are working that have 20+ years.
Okay, and so is that to fill the spot?
This is to open up the range of opportunity.
Okay, to help fill the spot.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm just not, I know it's hard, but this will be the last city to be cutting corners and willing to let the qualifications to say, well, in lieu of, or either you have this or you have that. I cannot support this. I know you're having a difficult time. I don't know how your search is being done. I do know some other
search has been nationwide.
It's been nationwide.
Yes, ma'am.
Because we were going over one of these searches, and I think it was only on Indeed, but it wasn't on some others. I would like to see how the search is going out.
Search has been through Michigan Municipal League. It's been nationwide. We hired them. We paid them and hired them to do a national search. And they brought us 17 probable candidates, of which none of them took the job.
And what was the reason why they couldn't take it?
No.
I do know why our other.
He's not far wrong in his statement.
I do know that our, not Mr. Mike Brown, but I do know why our prior one left, which was because he was supposed to receive the $36,000 capacity building grant, which was from Mott, that was taken away from him. He took his experience and went to work at another municipality. So, and that has got to probably do, because those people, they travel in the same areas. This person has now improved the quality of this other municipality.
The wage, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the wage is competitive. I would have agreed with that probably then, but the wage is now competitive and there's still no.
But we lost the person who had the experience.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this ordinance, this resolution?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, her ninth ward first, Councilwoman in the ninth ward, you have the floor.
This one's tough because we need someone who has the education. And I do believe that the emergency manager that was appointed was not stood up to enough. I don't think, and it wasn't under this administration. But if we have educated people that know what they're doing, they're gonna say this is wrong. And despite maybe losing their job, they're going to say it's wrong and here's why. And it didn't happen. I mean, it was celebrated here that we were switching to the Flint River. It seemed like no one in charge was saying, hey, let's slow this down. And I know the emergency manager had the control, but we can still be vocal when it comes to these important things. And it was something as simple as just missing the correct chemical to combat corrosion on lead mines. All around the world, there's still lead mines. Like almost everyone is in danger of what has happened here. And the thing is that they're just controlling it until there might be a disaster. So this needs to happen in every community. But even though we need the education, no person who is reasonable and educated would sit during these meetings and listen to the vitriol and hatred and just chaos that happens here. So as much as I would like to have an educated person and good quality staff members, we cannot keep that the way that council is going. So I might just vote for this because it is what it is right now. Like, I don't personally have control over the hatred or the long meetings. For 6 years, the meetings have been long, sometimes till 4 a.m. Nobody who could get paid the same or better elsewhere wants to stay here. Everyone has come and go. I'm the last one to leave that I know of. I held on. And I'm just as happy as you are, sir. Because no one deserves to be screamed at, called names. Now I have to listen to others in the community be slandered, and they've never done anything. So now it goes past council members and to people in the community we want to call racist, with no such proof. This is beyond. So good luck if you even find anyone good. Sorry, I'm just ranting. Because this city is doing it to itself. And we have audience members and people celebrating hatred and vitriol, and they're making money off of this. They don't care about us. Their goal is to make money off of this while we suffer. That's disgusting.
Please stop yelling from the audience. Thank you. Greatly appreciate it. So we're gonna keep going? All right, you have a nice night. Thank you for joining us.
You can leave. You can take your position.
Please stop yelling from the audience. Thank you. Thank you for leaving and exiting this professional meeting. Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely, thank you. All right, is there anyone else?
Yes, ma'am.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward.
Okay, so, Madam Chair, through you to Clerk Donahue. Clerk Donahue, was this on the committee agenda? just been heard, was this ordinance on, the committees, the legislative, committee.
Thank you, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Was it on the agenda for legislative committee? Ma'am, I didn't hear you.
No.
Okay, so I'm gonna go through this again. Why are we getting resolutions on special affairs that should have gone to committee first?
There it is, right there.
I just can't. Madam Chair.
Yes.
This to me, we're circumventing the process.
I believe it was in government ops. I think.
Was it on governmental operations committee? No, it was not. Special affairs is designed, it's a committee that's designed to stop resolutions, you know, to complete, maybe get a document or two, and move on to council. It's not designed to do the work. We're doing work, and we needed to have this in committee so that we can sit down and really go through this ordinance. I can't do this. I can't vote for this tonight. I'm going to be voting no. Because why even have committees if we're going to circumvent the process? Why? So, and I would think that the administration would send all resolutions to committee, through committee, so that we can vet them properly. To me, and in my opinion, I'm feeling like y'all just want us to make a decision to go ahead and approve this without any thought to it. I'm not going to rubber stamp. I'm just not. So I'll be voting no. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this resolution? Councilman Piper?
So, here's my issue with this. Is if there is another disaster or something else, it's going to come back on council that we change the provisions and we then in turn allow someone who may not be qualified to do the job. When you lesser these standards, are we getting lesser of a person, right? So, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Evans, how do we know 15 years is the correct number? I don't know. How did we come up with 15 years of experience being equivalent? How was that determined?
That's probably a question for HR.
I just don't want to be sitting on this side of the desk if something else happened and we change the requirements and then in turn hired someone that did not qualify, even though I would say that.
Thank you, Councilman. Oh, that's not, is that somebody else's phone?
I know I was over that.
Oh, can you pause the time? I would ask everyone to please turn your cell phones off. Administration, please make sure that you are compliant and turn your cell phones off. Thank you. Mr. Edwards, would you please ask the administration to comply and turn your cell phones off? Can you please give Mr. Pfeiffer 30 seconds of his time back?
I guess I would want to know more about this before I voted in the affirmative. what we were doing wasn't putting the public in jeopardy by changing the requirements of such an important position. But I'm not unaware of our recruiting problems, and, you know, just to contradict my own, argument here about not voting for it is we had somebody with these qualifications when we had the water disaster, so I'm not unaware of that, but I'm not sure I want to change the requirements and put somebody who may not be qualified. And what is progressively, 15 years of progressively responsible experience. What is progressively years of progressively responsible experience mean? I'm sure that's a typo, but that doesn't make sense to me, but I don't have a degree, so I can't qualify for this. So, yeah, I'll be voting no on this, or to send it back. I would vote to send it back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to speak on this in the first round? 6, 9, 5, and 8 have all spoken on this. Okay, Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you. I would like to make an amended motion to send this back to government office.
All right, there has been a motion on the floor.
Or send this to, it never was.
There's a motion on the floor to send resolution 2400522 government ops. This has been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 8th ward. Discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy.
Thank you. I think we need to vet this, like my colleague in the 5th ward stated. And I'm looking at this. The Bennett just passed this out not too long ago, so I need time to actually do the comparisons. So I'll be voting to send this to government office. Call for the question.
The question has been called for. There is any support.
Support.
It's been called for, properly supported by the councilwoman in the 2nd ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Mr. Pfeiffer.
I abstained because I wanted to add some requirements on some more documentation for the government office.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Mr. Chad? No. The vote is 4 yes, 3 no, 1 abstention. The vote is 4 yes, 3 no, 1 abstention. Moving back into the motion, is there anyone else that would like to?
Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th ward.
You know, I totally understand, and I really think that we need to discuss this in committee, because it's such an important position. We've had, obviously some issues. And what I would like to know when we go back to committee is what other municipalities have that type of requirement. I don't necessarily think a degree is the end all and be all of knowledge. Certifications go a long way towards that, and I see that you've got this in that in this job description. But I do think that we need to spend time really vetting this and really discussing this, and it's a shame that it's in one of the other committees, because we tend not to get to the other committees outside of finance. And so I want us to have, I want to have the data to back some of this up. How many municipalities we don't treat we do some treating of our water, but we are reliant on another source for our water who treats it as well. And so I wanna know what kind of situations that, municipalities in the same situation that we are in with our water treatment have this kind of requirements. And I mean, certifications go a long way, and knowledge. I'm not necessarily married to the educational requirements, but I do think we need to spend some time really discussing that, because it is very important, and this city and this community is gun shy, and we need to make sure it's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Board, you have a floor?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that, education, having a degree isn't everything, but I think with this, we need to walk on a little bit of eggshells. Through you, Madam Chair, to the clerk. Madam Clerk, can we get the revision history in total? I don't know what the date of this one that you just handed out is. Is this a 2016 one? But can we get the complete history of when this was established, each revision that was made? And this ordinance number, the cover page that you put on us, has a 2018 date, but there's not a revised revision in 2018. So I'm looking through that. So I guess for government ops, can you give us every revision? I want to see what was changed. I'm sure that one of them was just a salary, but I'd like to see that. And, Mr. Edwards, can we have Mr. Smith there, especially to discuss the problems he's having in recruitment? I think it's troubling that the Puritan folk are people, but we can't seem to have any ability to poach anybody else. I would like to know why that is. Obviously, there's certain animosity, but I can't sit here and say that everything should be blamed on council on why we can't recruit them. So I would like, if it's possible, Mr. Smith to be at the next government house meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this resolution? Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm not cutting any corners when it comes to water, because Flint is still broken. And the DPW is an important position. We should have kept Rob Benson in that position and gave him that $36,000 capacity building grant. He should still be here. All those projects, those millions of dollars of change orders, was because we didn't give him $36,000 and a capacity building grant. That was ridiculous. Flint residents weren't working, and we didn't even have to pay for it. It was Mott's grant.
Yeah.
And so for us to switch this out, and this is where we're at now. This is where we're at, and let's try to poach Rob Benson back from where he's at. You know, offering him the money. We know he's got the experience. You know, we have a problem. And Flint, worldwide, for a water crisis issue.
That's right.
Worldwide. And I'm not going to be responsible. I'm not going to be responsible for what's safe, but we want to add something else to it to make sure that the water quality, that the infrastructure will never happen again. But what I won't do is reduce any requirement. I will not do that, because we have seen video after video where you see them flipping the switch.
Right.
Where people saying the water tastes good.
Yeah.
Where we have now a cancer cluster study that they believe is the cause of the water. We have people who die. We know that when it gets hot, that we have Legionella, that bacteria grows. And here's another thing. Often I get a reminder to call our DPW department. hey Tanya, it's hot. Make sure someone is flushing those hydrants. It's not my job, but I do because I care about the people. And we haven't had anyone in that position. I don't want someone who don't understand. I'm not cutting corners. Cutting corners, what was it, $1 or something a day to treat the water? $100 a day to treat the water, and a whole city was poisoned. I'm not willing to cut no corners just to fill a spot. I'm not doing that. I'm not. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Anyone else? With that said, I will take my time. I'm in a unique position sitting up here discussing this particular thing, especially when we talk about water. I am the only person that analyzes water every day from all around the country, but specifically from the city of Flint. The reason I voted no to calling the question is because this is not something that can be rushed through. As the person who analyzes Flint water every day, y'all want to get this right. Because when they tell you that there's still a problem with our pipes, they are not lying or exaggerating. Again, as the person that sees the numbers. So we owe it to residents, to ourselves, because we live in Flint, to make sure that we are providing a safe drinking water. And so we want to make sure the person that is in position, and I'm not necessarily going to say, I understand why you have to do the years of experience in lieu of what's going on. Again, I'm not going to knock someone with experience in doing something, and they've done it daily, so they know how to do it. I agree with Mr. Pfeiffer. Let's just vet this a little bit more, make sure we have certain things from the administration. Mr. Edwards, as someone who's worked with you in the past, I trust your ability to make decisions, right? And so I just want to make sure that as we vote on something so big for the city, that we do have this correct, that we get it right and we not fail. I'm with Mr. Pfeiffer 100%. If I don't want to be sitting on this end, if something else goes wrong, I'm not interested in doing that one. And then as far as Mr. Benson coming back, I'm not getting right back. Honestly, I worked for an administration where the only thing that happened to Rob was he got attacked, he got demeaned. All of a sudden, everybody thinks Rob is so professional, but Rob got dogged out. So council has to take some sort of accountability too, that this is not a welcoming place. We're not even welcoming to each other most of the time. So to pretend like we're welcoming to other people and this is somewhere that someone should want to come, I'm going to leave my job and appear to come here so you can tell me I can't do my job? No, thank you. No, thank you. So at some point, there has to be some accountability taken on our end too of why people are not coming to the city to work for the city. Because if it's constantly attack, gotcha moment, who wants to work in that kind of environment? I've asked y'all, but I see your faces when you're standing before us. I already know the answer.
Oh, damn you,
Thank you for holding on, I guess. But as far as the other stuff, Ms. Priestley wanted to make sure that we kind of do some comparative analysis for other municipalities and how that works when we talk about the educational component. I think these are all good things. Can't wait to see it in government. Now, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Wow.
Yeah, that was your first round. You wanted to talk to me? Go ahead, second round. We only get one round, so thank you. See, that's why I have to cheer along. Go ahead, Madam Clerk. Yep, this is for the amendment to send this back to government ops. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Worthing.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
No.
There she go.
No.
Oh.
Yes. Ms. Worthing.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Price.
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no.
The vote, I'm sorry, what vote?
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no. This will be sent back to government ops. And now we're going to our last agenda item, which is something we're revisiting from earlier in the evening. This is,
I will make a motion to bring off the table 240021.
Support.
no.
No, it's not been vote point because we have to do the amendment.
4-2. Oh, it is. So this is the resolution to, bring off of the table 240021. It has been moved. Is there a second?
I support.
There's, okay, I'll take Mr. Murphy's support. Thank you.
Discussion? Hold on, Madam Chair. Okay.
We already made the motion. Second. So we're on a discussion for the point.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Saying how now I can see it in writing, because there was quite a big change there, and just all the words that I wanted to see it clearly. But this isn't, I guess, although I agree with Dr. Lewis on this, they have to work a day anyways to do garbage. I had to work Martin Luther King Day, I did get time and a half. If I didn't work it, I wouldn't have gotten paid. And the same day, same with Veterans Day and all those other, like Memorial Day, 4th of July, Thanksgiving, Christmas. We don't get paid for working those days, but we work the other, federal holidays, we do get time and a half as a rule. So, you know, this is really affecting, in the, priority waste employees' working conditions. And it doesn't hurt to talk to them about it, but, this is not forcing that issue. And so I can support it. Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy?
Here's the deal.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
If you are discussing the motion to remove from the table, it's not debatable. So, should we voting on the motion to remove from the table?
Oh, we didn't vote. I'm sorry. I forgot we didn't vote on the motion. We were right into it. So, I'm sorry. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to remove from the table.
Sorry for interrupting, but I don't know. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Shad?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no to remove resolution amending the contract with Priority Waste Company to honor ML King Day as a holiday, from the table. Thank you. Councilwoman Worthing.
Hold on. Point of order.
What's your point?
Because before she called for the question, I wanted to speak, but, no, go ahead. Let's go ahead and call for the question. I thought I had the floor.
No.
That's the only reason I didn't give you the floor back, because we weren't supposed to be doing that. Is there support for the call for the question? Is there support? Okay, that fails for lack of support. Mr. Murphy, you have the floor.
Yes, let me clear something up with this resolution, because I heard you talk about, and two of my colleagues talk about what priority waste employees may or may not. We talking about a holiday for Martin Luther King that's been made a federal holiday. What is wrong with sending a simple letter to Priority Waste and asking them to look at having Priority Waste join the city of Flint and being a holiday and getting one day off and working on a Saturday, which they have worked 7 and 8 days out of a year? No, I'm just saying, because we're talking about a holiday. They do it on Easter, they do it on these other holidays, so why they can't do it on Martin Luther King Day? Y'all just go on and admit that y'all got a problem with the Martin Luther King Day, because that's really what it is. Y'all mad because, no.
What's your point?
Lack of decorum and speaking to someone's motives.
No.
Councilman Murphy, proceed.
At the end of the day, it appears that some of y'all mad because maybe y'all didn't create this resolution, or maybe some of y'all mad that y'all don't want them to have a Martin Luther King Day for a holiday. How dare y'all worry about somebody's what their employees don't do? Let them decide whether they want to have the day off. That ain't your fault. I'm just saying, y'all. But I'm just, what is your point? You questioning the resolution, and the resolution ain't never to the matter.
Okay, so what we're not gonna do, pause, we're not gonna do back and forth. We've established time and time again that, pardon me, I have the floor. We've established, Dr. Lewis, we've established time and time again that people can vote however they would like to vote.
Yeah, Mr. Murphy. I thought you knew that, sir.
Would anyone else like the floor? Oh, wait,
Stop messing with that way. We'll get us all messed up. Mr. Murphy, leave that white woman alone. You'll get us all messed up in here. So, speak for us.
Okay.
Talking back to your white lady. She's looking on the ground.
So,
yeah, Doctor.
1 second.
If everyone would please, audience, please, Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
Thank you. I am supporting Dr. King to honor his day because it's a federal holiday. It's only one. We have one black holiday.
Yeah.
One. Just one. Black History Month is the shortest month of the year, with the exception of this year, it's leap year. So Councilman Murphy, I know he's over there getting about fired. And I think it could be. It is not our responsibility to do the job of HR for priority waste. It is not our position to state what their position is when we are misinformed or ill-informed. It's not our job. It is our job to say if we approve this, let priority decide. Because at some point another contract gonna come back up. They can't figure this little minor thing out because they are not only in the city of Flint, they are in other municipalities. It'd be interesting to find out if they.
Pardon me, Councilman Murphy.
You and Dr. Lewis.
She can't finish her. Can we give her, excuse me,
please,
Madam Clerk, can we please give her 30 seconds back on the clock? Go ahead, Councilwoman Burns.
We know that. But they get ready to break form. Councilwoman Lewis just stated they're wasting our time and ready to go.
No one is leaving. We have a whole other meeting. Let's go. Just keep talking, Councilwoman Burns.
Anyways, there's a lot of chatter in here, and I'm gonna vote the way I want to vote. So my point is, I support you in this, and we shouldn't be speaking to the most of what priority will do. They pick up trash in other municipalities, and I'm quite sure some of those municipalities, they are honoring Dr. King's Day. We just aren't honoring it here. And people do call and ask, do I put my trash out? It's just like the other holiday. And that is something that we need to be conscious of, especially with us being a minority city and council. We should be figuring out how to make it work, not finding reasons to not make it work. We're not focused on the right thing. How can we make this work? I'm done, Madam Chair.
No, we're not. Anybody else in the first round? Okay, go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Yeah, let's just call the question so we can move on. We got to count.
Alrighty, the question has been called. Is there support?
Support.
It's been supported. Roll call, Madam Clerk, supported by Councilwoman in the fourth ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Mr. Curtis?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms.
Shad?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
Vote is 5 yes, 3 no. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
And the motion that you left on the floor is the motion to amend. That's,
Correct, we're voting to amend. This is the motion to change this into a 24002.1, because we took off the year. So we're voting to amend the original motion. Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, wrong thing. Excuse me. The amendment on this motion was to strike the draft and amend contract and sub with the language, will do all things necessary to explore financial impact. So this is the vote to do all things necessary to explore financial impact.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. I will entertain another motion. Mr. Pfeiffer, you have the floor. There's a motion to send, there's a motion to send 24002.1 to council. 21, I'm sorry. 24002.1 to council. That was moved by Councilman in the 8th Ward, properly supported by the Councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? No? Okay. Once again, any discussion?
Madam
Any
Chair.
discussion? Okay.
So, the fact that we are a minority community, we shouldn't have to go back and amend contracts for this. I would ask the administration that, any contracts like that would potentially fall into the same category, that we do that up front so that we don't have to, go back and try to negotiate after the fact. So I would just make that request of the administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more discussion? All right, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
Madam Chair, motion to adjourn.
There is a motion to adjourn on the floor. It has been moved and properly supported. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. This meeting is adjourned at 9:23 p.m.
I ain't hear no fat lady sing. Give me a cigar. People like that. Man, when you going to a briefcase? Man, you gotta run to the third floor. Work, you is working. Man, get this on tape, please. Oh, you're talking about shoes. Man, go. I thought, oh my God! You talking?
I will be doing the recall. I
Wait.
bet you will recall. You know, if you're Lewis. She thinks people don't want her. She'll
When you gonna get this
got
check up? I gotta see it.
1,188.
When you get through with it, send it to me.
They want you.
No, wait, what I do now? Hey, you don't give me no chill pill. See me to the early hospital. Yeah, all your colored women talking that you gals, and the white women that call y'all gals, and you gonna take it out on the black man. What? Hey, who got that? What?
He didn't tell y'all what Bishop Morton did. He didn't tell y'all what Bishop did. He didn't tell y'all what Baptist did. He didn't tell you he tried to apologize. White to him. And y'all messing with the white people. Now this is a second preacher.
We lined up with Jim Jones purple Kool-Aid sign for Flint all over again. You person walking out and all that stuff and go and up. Look at that. Look. And you all get down. You got that. This man's the only one that you can fool up. You keep your black hands up. Black women are making white men. His name is Chris. I said, you move on to Jenny. You were trying to talk about this on school. The picture name is talking about. What's up with that? You all, you. And we're not talking over. You got that. Hey! What you let talk about all of everything for? Where you gonna let it nigga on? Not take that. Let somebody talk about your little speaking you ain't never. Oh the white dudes all in the dark somewhere around telling you all that junk. And what that was next right there. And like there's somebody, and then somebody told me almost been a history of black dark man. Get that woman, and she ain't here to that tell me she don't want to see a black man get killed. All that junk. What's up, Jake? Where everybody running and stuff? I've been going through that all my life. Yeah, everybody's scared. Like they killed a black man over garbage. Martin Luther King, a preacher man too. They killed one in front of our people. And you see he's gone too. All these drunken drive-by snipers, they gonna get that way. You stinking generation. Say something now. You stinking goons. Jump. Hey, my time, they're running over being back over there. Nobody said, they do this showing up here. He supposed to be united again. They probably jumped on pretty much here. I mean, right. You must have been. They had black people up there using people like they're doing the Israel right now. Right in Flint. Nobody saying nothing about it. All this junk.
pretty slim. It's pretty slim. How you I'm down in the night.
Oh, he got it on him.
Yeah, that's what they call it, the 360 accountability. That's a law, though.
So he can control it back there? Oh, that's his own personal. So, can you put a camera right here?
I doubt they'll let him have it. I ain't got it.
Do we need that in here?
No, you take it.
So he can control where he at.
No, because he's making money off, no, but that, I mean, I was looking for the last few years, and I just.
You know what? I really didn't care. I'm Boston. I'm going to Kansas City. Drop some.
That mic is turned this way.
Pick this up.
What's wrong? Keep talking. Pick it up.
And I don't know where we're at on healthcare, until any resolution gets passed. After every council meeting, I update a spreadsheet, and I know where we're at. And we, yeah, I don't have a copy of it.
What the hell you prove that, Miss Muhammad? That's what I heard about that. Homicide me. Chicago people in there, Halloween, had and eating, don't know nobody else having junkies, organized crime, Elder Ness, Al Capone. Chi-town up in there. Take that. Take that. Say something now. Chi-town. J-Block in the house. Yeah, right. Hey, come on, everybody. Yeah. Oh, that's what stuff. She here. Someone gonna catch you. Someone gonna got over there? Tell me one. A boxer. Okay, see? Yeah. What I'm talking about. Well, yeah, go see. Well, yeah, and no, you know that. Hey, oh! Hey! Hey! Whoa!
All right, we are getting ready to start the Flint City Council meeting. Please, all council members, please make your way up to the front. Thank you.
That's that bullshit. What speak up you talk about now? Ain't no working. Shit happens. What you talking? Make you look like you ain't talking to the dog. Who wanna talk about that skin from the white man was talking? Oh, who your black man? That's your body. Oh, let me get that bullshit. Stop. You got what? Let me get that bullshit up. Oh, what you gonna do? Hey, come in. Whoa! Wow!
The time is now 9:52. The Flint City Council meeting is now being brought to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Davis absent, Ms. Lewis,
Present.
Mr. Murphy is not in. Ms. Priestley, present. Ms. Winfrey Carter, present. Ms. Barnett, present. Mr. Shack,
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Present.
Ms. Worthing is not in. We have 6 members present.
We have 6 members present. Now it's time for the pledge of allegiance. Councilwoman Priestley, would you lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now it's time for the prayer of the blessing. But before we do so, we'd like to honor those that may have transitioned. Anyone would like to honor those that have gone on before us? All right, so seeing that we don't have anyone, I would like to acknowledge the Williams family upon the passing of Miss Benita Sweetie Williams. And would like to definitely send my condolences to her family. All right, so now it's time for the blessing. Councilwoman from Shack, would you please lead us in prayer of blessing?
If all minds are clear and all voices are silent. Father God, we come to you now. Just first and foremost, thank you for this day and time. Thank you for your grace, your mercy, love, and favor for keeping us throughout our day. We ask now that as we go to our respective places after this meeting is over, we depart, that we will all get to where we are going safely. We pray a special blessing for those who are experiencing loss right now. We ask that you will be with their families and comfort them right now in their time of need, Lord God, that they would find refuge in you and in the memories of their loved ones. We pray that this meeting will be something that will edify and uplift your name. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. So now it's time for the reading of the Disorderly Person City Code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of the Flint City Code section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault, and battery, and disorderly person, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from the meeting. So now it's time for requests for changes and or to the agenda. Do we have any requests for changes or additions to the agenda?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman September.
I would like to, I lost the resolution, but I wanted to remove a resolution up on our agenda. One second, I'm sorry, I can't find the resolution number.
Not a problem, we'll stand at ease. Anyone else have any additional changes, request changes?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priest?
I'd like to move up on the agenda 240029.
Sid?
240029, ARPA Salvation Army.
29. And where would you like to move it?
At the top of the resolution.
Read it one more time.
240029.
Okay. All right, thank you, Ms. Priest.
240023.
240023.
Yes.
You would like that, after 24002?
I'll put it before 240029.
24023. Okay, wanna make sure that we have that. All right. Any more change or additions?
What was that, Madam Chair? What was the 2-3 was the what?
It's the, CDBG. It's on page 6.
Orchard Manor.
All right.
Madam Chair, the reason why I moved my resolutions forward is because we have people here who need to speak on those issues.
Understood, thank you for being considerate.
Same reason.
All right, thank you. All right, so see that we don't have any more, we will go ahead and proceed. Yes, we will proceed, with the city clerk. Go ahead, city clerk.
The administration has asked that resolution 240025, be dropped, postponing that when it was submitted in error, a resolution was already approved, last month to that effect. So I just put it separated so we can, look it down. 240025.
All right, thank you. And so, what she said was that administration requested that resolution 240025, be removed from the agenda while they voted down because it was already approved. All right, you have anything else, Madam Clerk?
Sorry.
Was it, you?
No, it's good. It's good.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to point out that in the packet, between resolutions 240030 and 240031, there is a copy of 240002, which should not be there, but it's not on the agenda at all. It's just in your packet. So there's no problem with it. You're not going to understand her.
We can't understand her down here.
All right, so what she said was we have resolution 240000. The narrative is in your packet, however, it's not on the agenda, so it's not supposed to be on the agenda, so please disregard that from the narrative portion of your.
No, it's not on the agenda. It's not on.
Yeah, so
it's
it's
just a copy of it in your packet.
So you mean this the narrative part, this right here, right?
Right, in the attachments. There's nothing on the agenda about that. It's just a copy of it.
Okay. All right. All right, so anything else, Madam Clerk? What is your point?
What did you say about 240025?
240025.
On that word, point of order.
We approved that. That's your resolution. I just double checked. I thought we approved the one for $25,000. Because they had two, but this one I've got is 50,000 on my.
Yep, and got it. All right. Yep, it was approved.
Yep.
Madam Chair.
No, Madam Chair, excuse me. This resolution was approved incorrectly with this, which is why it was brought forward back to the council. So I don't think that we should be removing this, because this resolution has $45,000 in programming fees with 5,000 administration, and that is not necessarily correct. And if we just go ahead and do the 50,000, that corrects this issue. Because if the award to the carriage town is 45,000, then administration fees are only 4,500. So this resolution says 5,000. So by changing that to 50,000, it fixes this. That's why it was put in the finance committee.
All right. All right, so did I hear Ms. Burns?
It just replaces it and fixes what we did wrong with the amendment.
Okay, so go ahead, Ms. Burns.
I would like to move up in the agenda, 240012.
40012, okay. All right, any more?
Yes, 240026.
All right.
And 240039.
You did 3 now?
Yes.
All right. All right. All right, so we have so far, and this will conclude our additions and changes to the agenda. We have resolution 240023 moved to the front of the resolution, followed by resolution 240029, then 240012, 240026, and 240039. So we will order those changes without objection. All right.
Madam Chair.
So let's go ahead.
We can take the, that last one with the trio painting. That one can stay. That one can come off.
All right,
I
so
believe
take
the
away.
change order, yeah, 240039.
All right. All righty. So now we are on to the public hearing. So now we will have the public hearing for the Brownfield Redevelopment Plan, Carrolltown Neighborhood Project. Attorney, could you please explain?
On this public hearing, I don't have any additional information other than what's in the packet on this matter.
Okay, not a problem. So, Mr. Edwards, so question. So, just so we can have clarity and for individuals to have clarity on this public hearing, could you please come forward and just brief? Thank you. So thank you for approaching Mr. Edwards. So just want to get a little clarity about this public hearing, so just general information about the public hearing.
This would come out, this would come out of planning development. I don't have anything that I could add value other than what's already in the documentation that's been presented to you.
Okay. All right. Not a problem, Mr. Edwards. Thank you. All right. So typically the attorney will give us a little bit more detail about this, but since we don't have our typical attorney here, we will just proceed with the hearing. And so this is a public hearing on a brownfield redevelopment plan for a Carrolltown neighborhood project for the purpose of receiving comments from interested persons. So right now, we will open up the floor for this public hearing. Please keep in mind that you must stay germane to this specific hearing. If not, you will be called to order. And if you continue to speak, then you will be asked to have a seat. So please, let's make sure that we stay germane to this public hearing pertaining to the Brownfield redevelopment plan. So the first public speaker, please.
Hello, City Council. I'm R.L. Mitchell. I live at 759 East Linden Avenue, but I used to live over there on College Street on 13th. I forgot the address, it's been so long, but it's right on the corner, 10th in Garland. And I was told I had to move because they wanted to make room for the carriage style, like the Marion moving in, all the peoples, and that's what I'm talking about. Like the administration didn't have no words for Brownfield, and they just started moving me, the neighbors, out of their buildings against their will, but I never leave just like that. They had to go look up who my mother and father was, and they got them to come down there and make me leave. Took me all that junk, and it's up to right now. People's like the Marion making everybody live. That's the Odyssey House. That's what that is. And making that Jewish town in Germantown right across the street over there, and all around in that area right there, and treat people like they dope at, got to live on X-Lax, Imilax. Don't use the woman's breast no more because they said a woman is terminated. Early hospital started that junk. Just like your bastard, calling people, won't mention the name, what is his name? Chris, and the living grand blank talking about that junk. And one was, he like he knows something about the Holy Hospital. What you call the name for? The preacher might go to the Chris Watt on, like Will Smith, slap that preacher, don't he talking about holy, then you can really see who really is holy. It's a lie on everybody out there, they just don't know it yet. And all that. And another thing about the book, two things, madam. And like Madam Burns, she be saying she deleted all them films because it's too bad because people might want to sue somebody. Just like First Trinity over there, when he had to work, my neighbor told her daughter to film and stuff. They had a police over there, he's one of the trustees, walking up in the two body harm. I'm the only one stepped up, and he like he was on, and the other dude, he ran out over the street, just like them two cops come over there, and all that junk. And every time I see it, she told her daughter, you delete it. You don't delete stuff like that, don't you? They might use it to sue, to get up one day, but suing all over the nation now. Preachers tell their trustees to do people's land up in the water land work, and you up there talking about preaching, turning school into a church, and then talking stuff, and using it as a voting poll too, and all that junk. By the way, that's my pastor you talking about. What you take Miss Burns in the parking lot like you did? Look at that, get him out! What?
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on behalf of the public hearing? The public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will get up, I ain't gonna use about 5 seconds. I'm just wondering, do y'all have any home development plans or actions that y'all plan on working on as far as building new houses? I'm seeing a whole lot of brownfields and apartment complexes, and we got a whole lot of empty spots that's around Flint that could use a home too. And as far as with y'all tiny homes, these homes that I'm talking about cost the same amount, and they can be attached to the ground, which the tiny homes cannot. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I was laughing. How can you call us out of order when you don't know? We don't have a lawyer here that knows what's going on. This administration, they didn't know anything about it, and you all don't know anything about it. So how can you? Oh, thank you, sir. How can you tell me if I'm not germane or not if you don't know what it is? So I can talk about Peter Pan snuck through the window and everything else in the Brownsville, and you wouldn't even know what. I mean, I'm just saying. But anyway, I know what it is, though. You shouldn't approve this. This is a land bank. The land bank is the realtors down, man. They may get apartments and townhouses built, and they get ready to try to capture tax money from the city now. Dang, they take our houses, they took 190 houses, putting the people out, and now they want to build apartments. But, now they want to build apartments and charge people and take our tax dollars. It's just like Ashton Capital, 72 million, Brownsfield. What this council need to do is call the Brownsfield board in from the county and get a true understanding of what and who is on that board and how they go about doing this. They have bonds on the Brownsfield. So every time they take a property out of the Brownsfield, they have to put property in the Brownsfield because they have bonds on it. That's why you don't see them putting empty lots, combining lots, because each lot, each brownfield is in that bond. So why would you want to give the county a tax break or let them capture taxes? I think it's what, $2 million? I couldn't see it in here, but I think it's $2 million. They're gonna capture $2 million of our taxes. They don't give us any money back from when they sell the houses over in the land bank. So why do we keep on potentially giving them money? We gave them $16 million to demo houses. At some point, we have to say no. At some point, we have to say no. And this is one of those points where you say, no, we are not giving you a tax break. They own almost, what, 60, what, how much? About 30% of Flint right now? The county owns land bank? Man, they're the biggest realtor in the city of Flint. And the land bank was not designed to be landlords or realtors. Thank you very much.
Any more speakers for the public hearing?
Yeah, I have a question, because I'm kind of, I won't say I'm kind of confused, because I'm reading what it's supposed to be, but I'm not clear on what it is that they exactly want. And the definition of a brownfield site refers to previously developed land which is or was occupied by a permanent structure. It could be something that where it's contaminated from industrial and it was abandoned, and so now it's got to be cleaned. And as the last public speaker said, now it's expected that the residents bear the cost of having it cleaned up. Am I speaking correctly on what it is? And then it's in a partnership with Carriagetown Neighborhood Project. What is the project?
Yeah.
Is the project to build additional housing for homeless people or what? Because I have some issues with Carriagetown and some of the ways that they treat the people that's already there.
Oh yeah.
I'm just gonna be honest, my daughter was a victim there a couple of years ago, but she caught COVID and then was put into a hotel where she nearly died and nobody checked on her. We had to go check on her, we had to go get her and take her to the hospital. And then because she didn't eat pork, and that's all that they would serve at night, and she asked could somebody bring her food, they said no one was allowed to bring her food. So her and her children had to starve until the next day. So I have questions about Carriagetown, if it's the same Carriagetown like the structure that they have over there now. Yes. We had some serious issues to where we just said, come on back out. And she was trying to get help with getting housing and get moved around. When they all caught COVID, I had to sanitize my house and isolate some of them in my home and take care of them from like a distance, of course, using all the precautions. We believe that another family member caught the COVID from her, and she unfortunately did not make it and she died. Wow. So even when they had them go pick up her children, they had to pick up her children who tested positive for COVID and never expressed that to the family. My daughter was too sick to talk when they first sent her to the hospital, and then the other stuff came from after that. So I have questions
about Carriagetown Neighborhood Project. I wanna know what it is. I wanna know, is there are they laying out a foreback of what they will be doing and under what guidelines and what restrictions will they be under? Because every one of these homeless shelters that's around here are not running accordingly to the state and what they should be. There is a lot of mishandling of the people that are there and disparities that are going on in some of those homes. So I question that, but I more so question our money, our tax dollars, paying to clean it up. Thank you.
Now, take that. Do something about it, Council.
Anyone else would like to speak in the public hearing? All right, so the public hearing is now closed. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Good evening. My name is Travis Gilbert. I'm the development manager on the project. To answer some of the questions that I heard in the public hearing, the project is going to be 16 triplexes and duplexes. They're not going to be apartments, they're going to be condos, which means that we're going to be selling them off to the residents that buy them. In regards to the Carriagetown comment, we are not at all related to the hotel that I believe you're referring to. It also isn't directly related to a homeless problem at all. It's going to be sold at market rate mixed income housing. If there are any other questions on the product that are available?
No. Yeah, that's out of order. All right, so seeing that we don't have any more speakers, this public hearing is now officially closed. So now the chair will entertain a motion. All right, so now we'll go to public speakers. Madam Chair, can we have any public speakers? Even though I'm Madam Clerk.
First public speaker is Chala Muhammad.
Oh, yeah.
Is Nisha or Nisha Fisher?
She left.
Third public speaker is
R.L. Mitchell. About the situation about the houses and like the administration come up here and say talk about 15 years to do some. They like that golf course. They only got 1 month for the ground halls to come up and tear it up, and they're gonna give it up to my councilman, and he goes. You see where he at now? Him and the school teacher gone, and people like Nelson. He said, "Hey, don't let this stuff go away. Just give it to me." He gave it to the person in the house, and he done a work until you know what happened. And when he left, his wife did to pick up where he left off at, and Trista Shields keep the process going until it get finished. But they took me out of there. I've been in the house for 15 years. I figured that out. Gonna wait till move me down where the graveyard, and I'm still in the third ward, and they still act like they can't switch the money to the people. And talk about OGN. You see how they talk? That Carriagetown doing the people, putting them all in, catching all that funny kind of disease, COVID and all that junk. You know, think we okie dokies. And talking about the Martin Luther King and killing the preacher man, the helping the garbage striking, and the electrocuted 2 of them in the garbage get the lightning, the act of God, and everybody don't want to. It's all that junk. It's talking about a racial, inciting a racial war. Dale Lewis, pastor, talking about, they don't want no. I think he probably talked about Roger L. Jones, talking about, don't want to mention the names, talking about 2 people. You don't talk. That's why I mentioned Chris Rock, Will Smith, you can't put no word in the preacher mouth. He'll do what somebody better fill that board, because too many people peoples of color. Come on, don't put your black hand on my unborn kid coming out of mama's gut. And they sit up there and don't want to put, and Roger Jones wants to be on the board, and now, look who's talking against, you talk about your past, and they got these kids coming up, they got it all on film, but they come out too graphic, look out, the mama tell them to delete it. Look it up, right now, the man ain't come here yet because they got them policemen out there beating them up, and probably trying to get the property won't. It's a Flint Parkway Street. My uncle live on that street too. But, and he ain't showed up yet. I think the police should have jumped on him again and all that stuff to keep him from coming down here and telling him. Because he wasn't talking, Murphy ain't here, you don't want to listen to that. That stuff and all that. And Jones jumped up. All that jump up in here. Jump.
The next speaker is
She said never mind.
Next speaker is Mrs. Hall.
She said that she's okay.
Next speaker is Ms. E. Taylor.
Good evening. Last council meeting, we talked about, 240014. We talked about resolution 240014, and it was about giving $50,000 to, the college and cultural area. And my concern is the park that's behind the school has closed off a historical little street that separates the definition of the black community and the white community. And I don't know how they got those big cement things to put there to stop the street. That's one concern that I have. If you are on the white side of the creek, and that's a historical perspective, there's a little fence or a little bridge that walks over, but it's been closed, so you can't walk from one side to the other. And the Franklin Street Bridge is soon to be closed because it's in terrible condition. So when the council has these resolutions and the public doesn't know all of the things that's in it, because this is all that's in it, just like tonight, when you wanted to talk about the brownfield, there was nothing here. The city attorney couldn't respond, the city clerk couldn't respond. So how can the public respond when we don't have the full information? And it almost appears to be like the public, or the Open Meetings Act could possibly be violated, because I don't have the same information that you have. And if I want to speak to an issue, how can I speak to it when you have more information than I do? And I serve as a council, as a resident of the city of Flint for over 80 years, and at this hour of the evening, to be able to talk about resolution 240014, and sometime that's all we have. If you're at home and listening, that's all you have. You don't have any more information. That's wrong. And this paragraph here, where you gave someone, we don't know who, $50,000 of community money to do something that already exists in the community, which is a neighborhood engagement hub, but you're blocking off a historical street that separates, traditionally known as the black side of the creek and the white side of the creek. And I want to know from anyone that's willing to respond to me, how can you do that and why would you do that? In 2024, we're going to talk about Martin Luther King. We're going to talk about opening a contract for Martin Luther King, but we just did this at the last week.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Next public speaker,
That's right, Arnold. Thank you. I appreciate your courtesy.
Next speaker is Beverly Bailey.
Ms. Bell?
What? I can have no more today. I'm going to America.
Mr. Mitchell.
What?
You're being brought to order.
I thought I was in order already, baby.
Mr. Mitchell.
What? I'm in the United States. I thought it was.
Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
I will not keep bringing you to order. You will get a warning if you keep yelling out like this. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Arthur Woodson.
Oh.
Let me start off by saying, Candace, I know you wrote that, you was the staff person that wrote Millie's lie about him graduating or having a degree in college. Your integrity is shot. For real. Let me say this, man. They try to play us, man. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock down in Ann Arbor, they'll be in court because the PR firm for Viola tried to get in touch with residents and use race against one of the lead attorneys for us to go after him because Corey Stern is beating the hell out of him in court. So in order for them to win Viola, they wanted us to go after him so that we would write to the Bar Association and get him removed. For years now, since the water crisis, they have been giving us misinformation. And the activist runs to the newspaper with what they give us, and it causes all kinds of confusion and division. The reason why they are able to keep the money from the settlement is because we don't show interest in the hearings or what they're doing. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock, everybody needs to be there. Let's speak about Chris Fry. Chris Fry, I have went back and forth with him on social media since the water crisis, since Dane Walton. Chris Fry is part of downtown. He was a supporter of Dane Walton. And he used to talk mega shit to me about water, saying nothing's wrong with the water. You black people always complaining. That's what he said on social media. See, you wasn't here when that happened. You wasn't here during the water crisis. So, no you wasn't. No you wasn't. You was out of California.
No,
you was
take that.
writing a Courageous Woman magazine. I mean, you got it on your resume. I mean, I'm not saying what you have on your resume. You just got back here after singing Janky in 2018. Yeah. You came back to Flint, Michigan because they didn't want you down here. You came back up here and knew that we had paved the way for someone to come into that seat, which I thought you was going to be a beautiful council person, but you are the devil. You and Candace and Eva. Y'all three
Mr.
are the
Wilson,
devil.
no personal attacks.
And I can say what the hell I want to. You can't tell me what to say.
Okay.
This is public speaking. You are the devil. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
No, thank you nothing.
Thank you.
Did my time go off yet? Did my time go off yet?
Mr. Wilson.
No. Again,
no
you
personal
cannot tell
attacks.
me. You cannot tell me what
Like
to say.
this, no
Why are you
personal
interrupting
attacks.
me? This is my time. This is
You
my
called
time.
in, no attacks.
Man, bull crap. What?
That's fine.
Say what now?
No personal attacks.
Man,
This
I
is
can
your last
argue the
warning.
devil. I can
Order.
argue everything
What is
else.
your point of order?
What is your point?
You seem to like to fight. You just told RL, don't do this bullshit.
Yeah.
But then you want to bring him to order. Order is always start with you. You are out of let him say what he want to say.
So if you want to put an order is invalid, back to my point. Mr. Woodson, let's just stay on topic. And
Back to my point. I served in the military and I know what First Amendment rights are, and I've protected yours, so you're not going to take mine. You are the devil. Like I said.
That's fine.
Yeah, I know it is.
So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and we're going to go to the next
My
public.
time isn't over. No, it's not.
So
Did
thank
it
you,
go off
Mr.
yet?
Woodson. No personal
Man,
attacks.
you can tell me what to say, man. What part of that
Thank
did
you,
you not
Mr. Woodson. No
understand?
personal attacks.
You cannot cannot tell me what to say.
Mr. Wilson, you have the opportunity to speak, just stop personal attack.
Anyway.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Has the time, we cannot hear the clock go off?
No, it has not. However, Mr. Wilson is forfeiting his time. You're being brought to order. You're being brought to order.
I'm not forfeiting anything.
You're being brought to order.
You cannot tell me what to
Personal
say.
attack.
You cannot tell me what to say. Where does it say?
I can't hear you over him.
Point of order.
What is your point?
Under which rule are you stripping him of his?
Right.
You can't make this. It's in the rules.
Wait.
It's in personal attack.
Area 51, in California.
So,
What does it say there? What rule number? What rule number does it state that I can't call you the devil? What rule?
thank you, Mr. Woodson.
My time is up. My time is up. I'm letting you know that now. My time is not up. And it wasn't loud. I didn't curse you. You are the devil. I can say that.
No personal attack.
I can say that. You are the devil.
No personal attack, Mr. Woodson.
And look, in the Bible it says, in the Bible it states that
You have to brought
the
to
devil.
order. What is your point?
Where are you saying that you can strip him of his time, that he forfeited his time, and that there's no personal attacks? Where is it in our council rules? Where is it?
They done made it up.
Yeah, because I'm looking at it. You're taking his First Amendment right, which is freedom of speech.
Okay, if you say so, no personal attack.
Anyway,
more than
the
5 times.
Bible says when they try to get the demons, the legions of demons out of the pig, it said call them by their name. But Dale Lewis is the legion of demons. That's in the Bible. So that's what I'm saying.
Again, no personal attack. This platform is not
Again, I'm talking about the Bible, man. The Bible says call them by their name when you're trying to get the demons out of them.
Point of order.
Go ahead, Mr.
I
Frank.
think that only Rule 29.7 would be applicable, and any person speaking at council meeting may be called to order by president for failure to be germane, which public speaking is speaking of anything, or vulgarity, or for speaking in excess allotted time, doing none of those.
So I'm calling you to order. Be quiet. I need my time back.
Excuse me.
I need my time back.
Mr. Woodson.
I need my time.
Mr. Woodson. Again, no personal attacks.
She's the devil.
Hey!
I'm the president, so therefore. So let's go ahead. Mr. Woodson, no personal attacks.
I need my time back.
Madam Chair, point of order. You are to make sure you announce that and stop speaking.
Ma'am, you will stop yelling at me.
Well, you couldn't hear me, obviously, because I said 4 times.
Again, we have someone who will not be brought to order. So,
Madam Chair, point of order.
What is your point?
27.2, during any portion of any meeting, council members may not engage in any type of argumentative discourse with members of the audience at any time for any reason. You are arguing with the audience because you don't agree that he's calling you a devil and you have legions of demons.
Hey!
Point of order denied. So, Mr. Woodson, are you going to proceed with degrading comments, or are you going to speak to the issues of the city?
I'm going to proceed with calling you the devil.
Okay, so that's enough. That's your time.
I'm just saying. You cannot.
Thank you, Mr.
You cannot tell me.
Thank you.
How many seconds or minutes do I have? How many minutes? How many minutes in minutes do I have left? I got 22 seconds. Now just be quiet and let me finish.
Oh, Mr. Wilson, we will have a quorum here.
I have to be quorum. You want to keep on going back and forth with me. I just called you the devil and you got all right. That's hey, you know what? When a person speaks about, especially the devil, spirits start moving in them and stuff. And that's how, get frenzy and stuff. It's just, You know what I mean? I didn't even really want to talk no more, but since you want to keep on interrupting like you do Councilman Mays, I just want to keep on talking now for my 22 seconds to let you know you are not going to take my First Amendment right. So
And thank you, Mr. Woodson,
thank you
that's
very
your
much.
time. Next up, the speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Claire Flint. Next speaker is Rich Jones.
First of all, I would like to say I think y'all owe Arthur Woodson another 2 minutes. Just based off, just based, and I'm not gonna even talk about what just happened. I'm gonna talk about the last meeting, when y'all rudely got up, when he was at public speaking, and y'all broke form while he was talking. That was very dirty of y'all.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So see, y'all really on the 4 minutes. But we under dictatorship, so that's not gonna happen. And that's very sad. I'm just gonna be honest with y'all. The citizens don't like the way y'all vote. And if Ms. Claire would have been here, she would have said that's our money. And we've been saying that's our money before y'all got elected to the council. And it's sad that those HARPA funds was the first time that money came to Flint, and y'all could actually, every time something go wrong in this city, they blaming y'all. But this is the first time that y'all actually could have been the reason why y'all are getting a finger pointed at y'all. And now y'all getting a finger pointed at y'all because y'all didn't do nothing for us. Nothing. When I brought up the fact that y'all could put $22 million into y'all water fund and stabilize our water fund, y'all laughed, said I couldn't do it, and this and that, because I kept it to myself and by not telling y'all that I talked to Dan Kilby, the writer of the pandemic relief funds. And he said that was possible. The CFO at the time, and all of a sudden after she agreed with me, she all of a sudden had to resign. But it could have been done. And it still can be done because you just put $40 million into the general fund. You can take 20 or 22 of that and put it towards your water fund. You can take 15 of that and give it to the people to fix their roofs and their water heaters in their houses. Y'all can do it. Y'all can do it. Man, it's a shame that y'all got to take all of this weight from the people because y'all won't do it. But yet y'all to give, and that's just to say this. Don't give nobody else no more tax breaks. If y'all can't go out and fight and find ways to give the residents a tax break, don't give these billionaire companies another tax break. That don't make no sense.
See?
We the people, and then for the people that are saying negative things about the roofs and stuff, it ain't like you're gonna fix the roof this year, and all the roofs that y'all fix, y'all gonna have to fix next year.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next public speaker.
And the last speaker is Wilbur Jarrett.
Okay, we made a little boy.
All right, so public speaking is now officially closed. Do we have anyone who would like to comment for council response?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Byrne.
All public speakers, you have freedom of speech. You just do. We know that underneath this chairperson, rules vary. We allow people to do dog whistles and everything else. She won't bring them to order. Did not, has not. She's tolerant of other real racist comments. And I didn't interrupt. I let him say what he wanted to say. And he said it, and she accepted it. She was okay with it. It's very hypocritical of her. Very hypocritical. But it is very true that sometimes your spirit will irritate other people's demons. It's a very true statement. And that they can't take it. Mr. Woodson you should have not been interrupted. She should have brought, because she's the chair, she shouldn't even be the chair, because she couldn't bring her own self to order. She wants to talk about rules, but doesn't follow the rules. I know a whole bunch of things. It's just unfortunate that if she didn't like what you were saying, she doesn't like you. Does not at all. That's very clear. There's no doubt in that. But you still have a right to say whatever you want when you're not within reason. You were not threatening her. You were making threatening gestures. She's ruling with the iron fist up here. And as long as they have their 5 votes, they're going to do what they want to do, when they want to do it, and how they want to do it. So I'm sorry that you were stopped. I believe you are in her ward. Yeah. And so you are one of her constituents. But she has time and time again thrown out her constituents. Had the police walk them out. So you would be no different, Mr. Woodson, when it comes to her.
All right, thank you. Anyone else like to speak during council response? Anyone else like to speak?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Carter.
I would like to thank all of the residents who came forth to bring your insight, your opinions, your comments, suggestions, whatever you came to us to discuss. And thank you guys for being engaged. I know that it's late in the hour. It's 10:42. And we're just now at the beginning of our council meeting. So this is why I get so frustrated that special affairs, the agenda is so loaded. Special affairs is not intended to be loaded like that. We had several resolutions. I don't even know, I think the quorum was broken on last Wednesday for committee. And therefore we had several appointments. But then we had things on special affairs that didn't even go through committee. That we spent time vetting, discussing. That's not what we should be doing in special affairs. So I'm asking the clerk, and I'm asking the administration to please make sure that you bring your resolutions on time and make sure that they go through committee so that we can ask the questions, so that we can do the work, so that we'll be able to make informed decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Anyone else like to speak? Their council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Seven.
Yes, I just would like to correct an inaccuracy launched at me by a biased member of the public. I do not create people's bios, so I have nothing to do with, I'm speaking and someone's speaking with me afterwards, and I believe. And so, while I'm sure it's good to tell lies because it's easier, sometimes we have to believe in the truth. So I guess it's decided that as long as they keep telling the same lie, it'll be believed. But this person has been trying to get my attention all night. I cannot make you relevant to me if you are not. So, the end.
Wow.
Anyone else would like to speak during council response? Okay, thank you. I will go ahead and, Ms. Priest, you good? Okay, so make sure that's good. All right, so I will go ahead and be the last person to speak. At the end of the day, no one wants to be attacked. And it is in Robert's rules. I don't have it with me, but it is in Robert's rules. It is also in Michigan law. You cannot attack people. Your freedom of speech is limited when you begin to speak in hate. That's just how it is. So instead of utilizing the lectern, your platform, to speak towards the issues, it is unfortunate that we have regulars that come to the meeting and utilize the lectern for hate. That's not what we're here for. We're here to handle the city's business, not to call people devils, demons, not to talk ill about anyone. And when you do, you have to be brought to order. But the ironic part is once you bring them to order, then they want to say that you're wrong. We need for adults to adults, especially the fake resident of the second ward. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and move on with the rest of the agenda. Go ahead, Ms. Reese.
I'd like to reconsider resolution 2303191.
All right, so there is a motion to reconsider resolution 230319.1. Is there any support?
Support.
Support by Councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
This is a resolution for $25,000 for the James E. Kennedy Family Life Center for blight cleanup in the first ward.
No, point of order. Request for information, is this one?
Well, please get
You're
now.
right, 50,000, I was thinking it was 25, sorry.
Wait, are you going to me and her? Because I think she was stopping both.
Right, yeah, I was, so I can go ahead and acknowledge Ms. Burns' point of order. So,
That's your answer.
all right.
I was thinking it was 25 in my head.
All right.
And I support cleanup across the city. And as far as I'm aware, this is the only blight cleanup request for the first ward. And so, why not support this problem, this issue, this church, this organization to do cleanup and make the first ward a better place to live? Thank you.
All right. Anyone else like to speak on this motion?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
So I'm really kind of confused. Blight cleanup, you said snow removal. Now, this is the same one that is going to be getting $25,000 for a chalet.
No, Ms. Burns.
But it's a 20, there's a 50, but the same church will be getting 25. So it will be 75,000.
Correct.
I know I'm correct, I can read it. So when we're looking at this 50, well, snow removal, I believe it was said because you were driving down the street. You noticed there was an accident or someone that was out of their vehicle, or accident occurred. You got out your vehicle, but they couldn't get to the person because of the snow. And so this came about for snow removal for the first ward. Well, if it's on a major street, that's a county issue for the road. That's a city issue for the DPW department. It is not a church issue. It is not. That just made no sense. But you said you've seen this before when I used to talk to you. Now you do know my family. You told me you had one on Robert T. Conway. It was an issue with the ambulance, I believe. And you had told me about this. That you had gotten out, and we agreed at that time about the ambulance service and how quickly that they would get there. And you told me you had went, I think you were going to go to mortuary school, and you had been to, I don't know the type of schooling that is, but I believe you said you were a trained, paramedic, or went to paramedic school. So, if we're talking about snow removal, it is not the responsibility. You said this is for snow removal, not blight cleanup. And so that is the responsibility of the city and the county. It's not the responsibility of Mount Carmel Church to clear any city roads, city highways, interstates, main trunk roads. It's just not. That is what you stated to us. I'm not supporting for the church to clean the road. We already have a budget for that in the DPW department. There's a budget for that already. You didn't say it was for blight. You went on and on and on. So I will not be supporting this. I believe you, Madam Chair, to the clerk, we need 6 people for reconsideration. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else like to speak on this motion, the first round? Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yeah, I was a no the first time, I'll be a no the second time, I'll be a no the third time. I will not support any of these $50,000 pay to play, something that cannot be verified if they actually do the work or not. It's not going to get my vote on any of the $50,000 ones that can't be verified. How are you going to verify if somebody shovels snow? Can't. This is a straight pay off for an endorsement or something. Who knows what it is, but it's not going to get my vote. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Mr. Carter.
I too will not be supporting this resolution. Before, when the resolution first came to us, it was said that they were going to clean up the first ward, the second ward, the third ward, the fourth ward, fifth ward, all the wards basically. And I'm like, well, they got teams of people going around cleaning up life. No, I just can't support this. And then there's too much controversy going on with that. And as far as that, the church with the pastor and all that, no. Come to us and be real, come to us and be honest about whatever it is. Because see, I can see right through you. So, I can't support this. I just really can't. I echo the sentiments of my colleagues in the 6th Ward and in the 8th Ward. So I'll be voting no.
All right, do we have anyone else that would like to speak in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Councilwoman 7th Ward.
I do want to read what the Kennedy Center's Cleaner is a project for neighborhood beautification of elderly, physically challenged, and impoverished areas and lots of opportunities, lots of properties and homes around the city and the city center. That they will do all season beautification to lawns, removing branches, garbage, mowing, and removing snow in the winter. Kennedy Center cleaners will utilize youth, young adults, returning citizens of community to create a beautiful neighborhood. In addition, planting, gardening, and painting will be part of the Kennedy Center cleaners, and that will be at the owner's request for that. So thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you. Anyone else would like to speak in the first round? All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and utilize my time. It is unfortunate that everything that I said has been twisted on its head. Not once did I say that they were going to clean up anyone's street. Not once did I say that I pulled up on the street. What I said was, and again, what I said was, I went to an event in the first ward. And as I was leaving the event, the paramedics came up to an elderly person's home. They were not able to get into the elderly person's home because the snow was too thick. So the ambulance company began to shovel. They began to shovel and make a walkway so they can take their gurney out and administer treatment and have transportation from the house. I got out of my car because I'm no stranger to community service, and I began to assist. That's what I said. So we need for individuals that want to say this to say it correctly, so no one is saying that we are asking for people to shovel the street. Not at all. Plow the street? Not at all. We're saying that looking at the project description that every single council person received for neighborhood cleanup to describe what's happening right now, it states, just like Councilwoman in the 7th Ward stated, what their goals are. Their goals are to assist the elderly. Their goal is to help rejuvenate the community, using young adults and returning citizens. This is what they set out to do. And again, this appears to be, because everything that you say is recorded, this appears to be the weaponizing of elected seats. So, again, we can say what we want to, but you said what you said. And it looks like we are setting ourselves up for litigation because there is no reason to turn them down when we done approved $50,000 cleanups throughout the 5th Ward, the 6th Ward, and other wards. They applied for the money fair and square in the 1st Ward. We keep hearing individuals talk about his relationship with Beverly Biggs Levy. That's a business relationship between them. And it's unfortunate that people keep us insinuating that I have anything to do with that. I understand that people love keeping my name in their mouth. If it keeps you off the street, I encourage it. But we need to make sure that we put truth with it. Now, she was clearly evicted because of what she said from that lecture. You cannot have political dealings at a nonprofit. It would jeopardize your nonprofit. She did it, and she said that she would not stop because she paid rent. She said it right there. So, however, Pastor Reed and her deal with that's on them, but I will not hold up the 1st Ward, and I will not weaponize my seat against him because of how people feel personally. Now, it seems like, again, we're putting the city in a bad spot. We are, and you all was talking about it. So, hopefully, we don't begin a litigation because, again, it seems like we are bullying the James B. Kennedy Family Life Center over an incident that has nothing to do with council. So I hope this council will mature and grow, and so they can do something good for the city. Because it's okay for council people to say they'll continue to vote no for it. That's fine. That's your personal prerogative. As for me, I'm going to vote to move the city of Flint forward. So 1st Ward, they need this. There's no reason that they wouldn't have it. And hopefully, the person in the 1st Ward received that life-saving treatment, because if we would have voted for it back in October when we received it, we probably wouldn't be here. So, you know what, again, order over here. If you're going to speak out loud, you need to do it outside the chamber. So we can look around, you know what it is. So we need 4 people. So you must ask yourself this day. Since I'm such a demon and the devil, a demon is holding up services for the residents. That's what demons do. That's what devils do. A demon and the devil will act like they're doing right, act like they care. Who said that we ain't gonna vote for it? And you get the council and vote for it. Ms. Winfrey Carter, she said, who said we're not gonna vote for it? And get here and say that they're gonna vote it down. As long as you heard what she said.
Request for information.
Go ahead.
This is not the same resolution we discussed on Wednesday.
So
what are you talking about?
I understand that it's not the same resolution.
So what are you talking about?
I'm talking about what I'm saying.
You better speak right.
And you better get warned. So that is your warning. You shall not yell at me.
Appeal the ruling of the chair.
Feel free. Go ahead. There's been appeal. Is there a second?
There is a second.
Okay, there's that. So again.
Well, you had a first. You did it improper. I first said it, then she said it. So you were supposed to ask after mine, Madam Chair, for doing your job.
Ms. Burns, if you do yours. You do not have to have the conversation. Let's be in order.
Okay, you asked for a second. That's your job.
I'm already asked for a
She
second.
appeals it, and I'll second.
Well, there you go. So, Ms. Winfrey, I'm going to order for yelling at the chair and not using proper decorum. So please proceed.
First of all, you are even on the wrong resolution. At what point is snow, falling snow,
blight. You weaponizing your seat trying to bully people. Snow fall on the ground like rain comes down. You cannot claim that the weather is blight. It's foolish. Snow is blight. No, snow's going to come, inclement weather is a part of living in Michigan. You don't like it, move out. Simple as that. You keep using this word trying to say.
Excuse me, Paul. Miss Muhammad, I heard that I do live here, and that's your warning.
Now she's going to put, I'll tell the ruling of that.
You can't have appeal
when I get to the next
so please proceed.
See, this is the problem. You get into the weeds. You get into the weeds of things. And I'm telling you, my biggest concern, and you want to put stuff out here, so you want to not tell the truth. The 55 cash apps I'm concerned about. 55 cash apps that the pastor received of this church. 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning when he was at the casino. And we give him 25 and 50,000. Now it's a chalet. The other stuff, I'm dealing with the facts. Do you need me to get you because you like receipts? I can send you the cash. Well, they have them on Facebook, which is how I found out about it.
Here they go right here.
So we're giving money to a church, and snow is not. Don't say to me, number one, because I shovel snow and will use a snow blower, even for my neighbors. But it is not blight. So we have here 543, 500. This is not to the church. 9:39 a.m. another 500. 3:34 a.m. $500 cash app to his personal account. 6:26 a.m. 500 to his personal cash app. 4:40 p.m. 3:20 p.m. 7:41 August 10th. 500. And they go on. It's a telephone book. It's a telephone book. And unfortunately, my time would exceed the amount of time that I would be able to call out all the cash apps. Our money is not our money, but we were supposed to be frugal with it. It's not to be given for somebody to shovel snow. Not at all. And I'm not going to allow you to say I'm weaponizing my secret because I don't want to go with the cash app king. Don't do that. Snow removal is not blight. It's not blight. It's not. So don't, because what my reason are, don't speak to my motives when you don't know. Now I'm concerned about all this cash apps. I don't even know how many pages these are. Wait. 97 pages of cash app. 90.
Point of order.
What is your point?
The discussion should be on the appeal of the warning, not on somebody's cash app.
You are absolutely right, Ms. Priestley.
It's on act, no.
So therefore,
Yeah,
go
she said
ahead
we're
and
saying
state
you
claim to
all.
the appeal.
You people, you all. Yeah, that was the time.
All right, so anyone else like to speak?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Montgomery.
Listen, when you talk about Jerry Winfrey Carter, Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, the Fifth Ward, you speak the facts. I did not say that on Wednesday that I wasn't gonna vote for this particular resolution. We didn't even discuss this resolution. And with the $25,000 resolution that came before us for the Kennedy Center, I still haven't made up my mind. But I didn't say I wasn't gonna support it. But when you do your rants, you don't understand that it makes people sit back and think, well, dang, why is she ranting about this? Should I support it or should I not? Because with that rant you did on Wednesday and the one tonight, no, I don't want to support it. But when you speak Jerry Winfrey Carter's name, speak the facts. That's where you're going to go wrong.
Is that your time?
I'm done.
Okay. Anyone else like to speak? All right.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I just want to speak to the actual appeal. It was just as simple as the raised voice. I get it gets frustrating and people say what they want to say, but we gotta make sure that, because part of the way, you cannot yell at these sharing meetings. So let's just make sure we're staying respectful.
All right, so, anyone else? Well, since there's no one else, I'll go ahead and be the last to speak. The appeal was that Murphy Carter received a warning for yelling at the chair, and that's what happened. So, if you vote yes to overturn the ruling of the chair, no, you will support the ruling of the chair. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
No.
Mr. Burton, Ms. Anderson. Ms. Priestley? No. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burner?
Yes.
Ms. Shedd?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing, is it? The vote is 3 yes, 3 no.
Well, it's 3 yes, 3 no. The ruling of the chair stands. So now we'll go back to discussion on the reconsideration. I believe that everyone has spoken in the first round, but I was the last person to speak, but I was interrupted. Anyone else speak in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
You want to know how I know that there's other conversations and this isn't what it's for? Is because never have you ever, Madam Chair, fought for anything in the first ward. Never. Never. You don't even fight for stuff in your own ward. So, for you to be so passionate in to cry that this has to go through so they can help the people and make the first ward a better place to live. Like, that is the most fakest thing I've ever heard. So, is it legit that 50 grand is going to go for, I'm going to do air quotes, blight? I'm going to say no. And, Madam Chair, through you, I would like to ask if the first ward councilman supports this. So through you to Mr. Eric Mays. Oh, you suspended him. You care so much about the first ward. Suspended him for an unprecedented 90 days. But everybody wants to fight for the first ward. For this group to get $50,000. Yeah, I ain't buying what you're selling. Not at all. And I want to make it official, on the official record. Ms. Beverly, I'm going to give you my cash app. So at 3:43, you can send me $500 in the morning. But this is ridiculous. You need 6 votes to do this. It's obviously it's not going to happen. It's a political ploy at this point, so it is what it is. Thank you.
Not a problem. Any more speakers? Second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I agree with my colleague in the 5th and in the 8th ward. You have not fought for anything in the first ward. Not anything. Because you despise the first ward councilman. Not anything. And this push, it's apparent. I'm more concerned about 97 pages of cash out. I mean, this is ridiculous. This is a lot. And you made the statement last week, give this man his money. It's not his money. ARPA is not any of our money, specifically. It does not belong to him. Just give this man his money. And you had another rant. So when your rants go off, we don't get to finish discussion. And it's unfortunate. I agree with Councilman Pfeiffer. that it makes it very apparent. And then how you try to use, you gaslight this community, and you use words as weaponizing your vote. Weaponizing your vote. I'm not weaponizing my vote. I'm actually explaining my vote, why I'm choosing to vote yes or no, which is my choice and it's my option. You have no business ever speaking to weaponization of a vote. It has nothing to do with this. I don't know Pastor Reed. I knew Pastor Kennedy. I did. He did a lot of great work. I don't know Pastor Reed. But for you to try to say it is a bullying tactic, you gaslight this community. Don't bully me into it. This man got 97 pages of cash apps. And some of the times that they are being sent, 4:51 in the morning, I mean, it really adds up to 10, well, that's in the morning, 4:20, 6:54 a.m. I mean, some of these just don't, and he had a relationship up until you intervened. And he said he had spoken to you because she had the recall sheets there. And she was asked to remove the recall sheet. And she said she would remove the recall sheet, but he still removed her. You complained about her having a recall sheet, and she paid rent in the center. It wasn't the church or the sanctuary. It was in the rented hall next door, adjacent, which is a separate building. And after she removed, she told him she was removed herself. He took her living away. She was selling dinners and food out of there. And you're okay with that. You're okay with that. I'm not okay with that. That this woman's employment was stopped because she had recall sheets for you. You were upset. You were upset. It's the same what people have said. You told them, if I gave you a smoke detector and a ring doorbell, don't call me for it, or if you signed a recall list. It's not right. I'm not supporting this. You know, and it's not even just, you know, the snow removal. I mean, this is the same identical thing that I believe Southside has. And I guess maybe somebody pulled up and they need the sidewalk shovel to over there. So I'm looking at these funds. This money does not belong to this church. But when she got involved, she was removed because of the recall. She was removed shortly after that. And that's how you play. That's how you play the game. And it's a game that you play, you don't mind playing it, and you rule like a dictator. You are. And you abuse your power, you abuse your position, and you abuse your authority, time and time again. I will not be supporting this, and I did not know it was 97. This is disappointing. I don't know if it's all, this is a whole heck of a lot for somebody to give an ARPA fund that he's doing good with cash out. You need an ARPA fund. You need to let her, she paying him this much, he needs to let her back into that center. He can make 50 grand with her. I mean, he was making good money. He don't need an ARPA. Let her back in there and cook them dinners. Let her cater out that kitchen. He won't need our ARPA fund. This lady wanna work, he's getting money for it. Let them cash apps go to rent out that hall. That's what no, I'm done.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Teresa.
It's obvious that this reconsideration isn't gonna happen, so, you know, the fact of the matter is that shoveling snow is just one part of their application, and a small part probably. It's not definite as to how much was each, but it seems like my colleagues do not necessarily read about the projects that are being proposed.
Point of order.
What is your point?
She's not to speak to her colleagues' motives in reading.
Point of 9, proceed, Ms. Priest.
So, you know, I just say let's just move on.
All right, thank you, Ms. Priest. All right, so with that being said, anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Shattuck?
I do just want to, read one more time the services that they would like to provide, to the community, if that's okay. The Kennedy Center Cleaners is a project for neighborhood beautification of elderly, physically challenged, impoverished areas and lot properties and homes around the city and center. We will do all season beautification to lawns, removing branches, garbage, mowing, and removing snow in the winter.
community center cleaners will utilize youth, young adults, returning citizens of community to create a beautiful neighborhood. In addition, planting, gardening, and painting will be part of the Kennedy Center cleaners, and that will be the planting and gardening, of course, will be at the owner's request. I do want to say that it is unfortunate that we are not going to have the support that we need this evening to make sure that someone offering these services for the elderly, physically challenged, and impoverished areas, that they can get the help that they need. It's also sad to see that young adults and returning citizens of the community will also miss out on employment opportunities. I'm hoping that one day we will get over retaliating, and that these kind of programs will be supported in the way that they need to be supported. And so, I mean, best of luck to the elderly, the impoverished, the physically challenged, the young adults, and the returning citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So since there's no one else up in the second round, I'll go ahead and take my time. First, it's unfortunate that we have council people talking about who likes who don't like who. Only one person speaks about who likes who and who do not like who. Regardless of how people personally feel about people, we are here as colleagues to work for the betterment of the city of Flint. Period. So I don't despise anyone, I just despise people that lie. And when we are here in our seat, it is our obligation to be truthful and transparent. So thank you so much for bringing up the fact that Mr. Reed was getting so many cash apps, because that showed that she was able to pay a lot in rent. That says a lot. So hopefully her tax bill will reflect that. So will it be possible for us to all get a copy of that, just so we can verify? Because we don't want Flint to miss out on any tax revenue. So we want to make sure that everything is in line. So we appreciate that, because he did pay, and she does have them on the pay. So she's paying, what is that, 19,000 you said, and for rent? And clearly, go ahead.
I would for you to ask Ms. Beverly Biggs yourself.
Oh, not a problem. We definitely will. But thank you for putting on the record. You were saying that if he can make $60,000 a year off rent, this is perfect what you were saying. So clearly, she's bringing in a nice, hefty sum, cooking those dinners out of my account. So we definitely would like a copy of that cash app just so we can verify. So thank you so much, Ms. Beverly Biggs Levy. So I hear my residents, my colleagues talk about I don't fight for my resident. Well, no, I fight for what makes sense. And when I hear people say, you never fought so hard for the first board, guess what? Does Mr. Mays fight hard for the first board? He abstained almost every vote, so the public not showing up. So let's act like, Mr. Mays, what do you think about this? He abstained anyway. So that's perfectly fine. So in his stead, and also in his presence, I will continue to do great things for the first. See, I don't use my seat to talk about what I do in other boards, because that's not my place. My job is to do the work and keep it moving. Just like, hopefully we can give a resolution to the lady in the 8th ward that was having that situation. It's not my job to drag anyone. It's my job to do my job and keep it moving. So guess what? When I see people in the first ward getting served a disservice, when I see people using their seats to stop people, regardless about his cash app, that's between him, Beverly, and if it's illegal, it's a part of the law. They applied for these ARPA funds to do great things in the first ward. So yes, it's going to fail. I'm okay with that. But I'm okay with my colleagues showing how they are using their seats to maliciously withhold resources from other parts of the city. This is what's happening. No one's speaking of motive, we're speaking to what's happening right now. So, and then when I hear that, again, from my council member in the 8th ward talking about me fighting hard, I fought for you to not disrespect the citizens of Hasselbrink during the height of COVID when you refused to wear a mask when we had our listening session. I mean, no. We must be clear when we start talking about first ward and what's happening.
Request for information, Madam Chair.
We can laugh. Go ahead.
I believe it also the 4th ward didn't wear a mask either.
Did you know that?
All of the four?
She did not wear a mask.
Everybody.
She did not.
Well, again, the point is, I fought hard. Because the point is, if you respect the north side and the residents there so much, we're talking about you because you're the one who's accusing me, who's attacking me about fighting for the residents. You would have respected those senior citizens that handed you that mask and said, would you please wear it? While we're talking about fighting. And what I do in the first ward. But this battle it's null and void. People see exactly who you are and what you're doing. And so we just go ahead and call for the vote so we can move on. Because it's already late time. So with that being said, we're gonna go ahead and move forward.
Request for information.
So what's your request?
Are you talking about weaponizing your seat to using cash app receipts to get Ms. Beverly Biggs audited? Is that what you're talking about? Weaponizing your seat for that?
No, we're talking about moving on with the vote. So, but it's fine because I proceed. Thank you for saying that. When we bring up how much people, when you start bringing up these things that have nothing to do with ARPA funding, then it opens up the bag for other things.
Weren't you talking about masks? I mean, you're all over the place, Madam Chair.
No, I'm all over the facts.
Request for information.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
That information was publicly shared with the permission of Ms. Levy, correct? Okay.
So with that being said, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Wesley Carter?
No.
Mr. Burns?
No.
Mrs. Shad?
Yes, this evening.
Mrs. Piper?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
So there's 3 yes, 3 no?
Well, it's 3 yes, 3 no. The vote for reconsideration failed.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley?
Motion to approve this consent agenda.
All right, the motion to approve the consent agenda. Any support?
Support.
Support by Councilwoman the 7th Ward. Excuse me. Do we have any separations?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns?
Thank you. I'd like to separate 240012. I'd like to separate 240026. 240012. That's page 6. 240026. Page 7. 240039. And then we have, this one doesn't have, we have the appointment. Let me go back. I want to separate the appointment. I would like to separate, because I do have the screenshots for you. Prescribed 240051. And that is it for me.
Did you say 5-1?
Yes. Yes. 240051.
And what page is that?
Page 4, second from the bottom.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Carter?
Did we send 240052 back to, we sent that back to, committee, right?
The ordinance? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I think that's probably good. That is it. Let me do, no, I got one. 230466.1.
Did you say 230-466.1?
Yes,
Okay.
page 4, bottom of page 4.
All right, now. All right, any more separate?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Piper?
230-476.2.
Okay. All right. All right, so if that's all, we will go ahead and vote on the consent agenda. And the consent agenda will include everything besides 240051, 230466.1, 230476.2, 240012, 240026, 240039, and that is all. So with that being said, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
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 The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. The consent agenda passes. So now we are moving to appointment 240051. Mr. Pleasure Divine.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, would you repeat yourself, please?
We're at resolution 240051. Mr. Pleasure Divine. Page 4.
Oh, we're talking Chris Fry?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priest.
I was talking, thank you. Would you like the floor? I wasn't done yet. I'm assuming that you gave me the floor, so I could speak. Okay, thank you. So I know that this is Councilwoman Priestley's appointment, and in regards to what my decisions are, and I get that, we do support other people's, but when we talk about the Human Rights Commission, on page 39, it tells you section 3-512.
Thank you, thank you, Madam Clerk. So exactly as I was thinking. So there's no motion on the floor.
Put a motion.
So the clerk, so I was asking the pleasure of the body, and then, you began to mumble something, and then Ms. Priestley said. Okay. And so
they do it all the time. They break form.
Go talk to the guy from
You're
Salvation
breaking form. Our board needs to understand. They do that garbage all the time. Let it be known, and they do not take care of it. Judy Priestley continues to break form. The vice president and the president, they break form. They're not taking these elected seats serious.
Y'all should have talked. Y'all should have just voted. No talk. Just you know you want to vote no. Just vote no.
It didn't make no difference.
Yes, it did.
No.
Hey, that's why they tried to. That's why they tried to move their resolutions up early.
They didn't get no.
I know.
Somebody see color on the yank.
The leadership.
What leadership?
No, the non-leadership.
Actually weaponized their seat and their vote.
Hey, she
weaponized her seat.
Hey, look. She weaponized.
We would have to give them $50. We paying them rent.
What are people saying?
Good, broke form. Let's see if this makes the news. to bring it forth. Thank you. Shame, shame, shame.
Judy, y'all.
I didn't know Candace was getting
Bullshit, Judy.
bullshit.
Bullshit, Judy. Bullshit. Judy, y'all bullshit. I thought you was better than that.
Because she broke her laugh.
She knew
She
that.
broke her
I told the guy from Salvation Army that I would tell him.
Hey,
If y'all had to waste his time. And you had to waste his time. Yes, you did. They spent all this time, and then y'all broke it.
Judy, boy.
Salvation Army passed. The consent agenda.
So you didn't have to get up for that.
Back there pacing.
You didn't have to get up for that, Judy. Hey, come on, crap. Hey, that's why she told you my man. I knew what you were doing. Judy, I thought you was a better Republican. Oh, Judy didn't hurt. Yes, I did. Oh, yeah. Judy, she a fake Republican. She a fake Republican. Judy, I thought you was a better Republican than that.
This is ridiculous.
I thought she was a better speaker.
Oh, she a rhino. Judy a rhino.
I'll tell you about it.
You a rhino.
Thank you.
You a rhino.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Did you go see the